everybody. Welcome to the live show. Oh my God, it's happening. Welcome to All Stars. I'm Sal. Josh is here. Joshua Williamson, the All Star himself.
Yeah, this is weird.
Yeah, it's happening. No polish on this one. This is very much going to be.
But people know this. We've talked about this on this before. That you and I will mostly talk for like 3 hours, and then we kind of take the middle hour, and that's what you post. So for today, we're just going to go for it. We're just going to talk as much as possible. Yeah, yesterday I was talking to one of the people who might come in as our one of our guests, and I told him, I was like, "Oh, it's going to be this long, right?" I was like, "It might be 4 hours long," you know, as we were talking about. And he was like, "You're going to talk for 4 hours?" And I was all, "Have we met?"
Right. Yeah. It's definitely possible. Whenever we do. Yeah. We used to do these like live stream subscriber milestone specials where it's like we'd hit a number and then we'd do like a big epic live stream. And I would always be like, we're going to keep it trim this year. It's only going to be like 3-4 hours. And it would be like 8.
Whoa.
And it just like
8 is
I know.
That's a good
It's a lot. It's a lot. And like, so, you know, after like hour 3, you know, because I'm also, my crew will be there and I'll be like, all right, well, now's the time where we order pizza. And then like the pizza will come and we'll eat it in front of everybody. And it's just,
oh man.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. I guess I might eat lunch in here. Who knows? This will be interesting.
I know. Yeah. I literally, you remember when Homer is like set up for like whatever big game it was. And he has like all of the food. It was like the, you know, all the Greyhound, it's, you know, the Greyhound Puppies episode. And like, he's got like all this different food. No, I'm sorry.
So Simpsons is like a little bit of a blind spot for me. Like
no.
A tiny blind spot.
Really?
Tiny bit of a blind spot. So here's the thing. I always say the first few seasons, and definitely a lot of the Treehouse of Horrors I've watched.
Yeah.
Simpsons is funny, man. This is a funny place to start. So like, my wife loves The Simpsons, and my daughter just got into it. Like it was funny. My daughter got into it on her own because Disney does those shorts on Disney Plus, and so she started watching it on that. But so my wife loves The Simpsons, and so here's the thing about The Simpsons is that like I like The Simpsons, and I've watched. There's a lot of Simpsons seasons, so I know I've definitely watched a good amount of Simpsons, but I haven't watched a lot, and I haven't rewatched a lot of it. Right, like I haven't in a long time. Like almost, man. I think it's been at least, I would say almost 20 years since I've actually even watched an episode of The Simpsons.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, it's just been a while. So it's like, you know, I actually think the last episode of The Simpsons I ever saw was the one with Alan Moore in it, the Watchmen Babies episode.
Oh wow, yeah.
Just because I remember that episode, you know, I remember watching it and stuff. But it's funny when you meet people who are like, you think you're a fan of something, and then you meet people who are like legit a fan of something, and you're just like, oh, I guess I just kind of like it. Like, and that's what I've learned from The Simpsons, where I'm like, oh, I like The Simpsons, but I know people who really know The Simpsons and they really like The Simpsons and they love it. And, you know, I have really close friends who worked on stuff related to The Simpsons without getting too deep into that. So I know people who like really, one of my best friends worked on The Simpsons comics for a really long time. And so
no shit, really?
Yeah, but he worked for Bongo. So he would draw a lot of the covers, draw a lot of stuff for them. And he was art director for the company for a long time. So he really knows The Simpsons really well, you know, obviously. So yeah, it's funny. Like Simpsons gets quoted in my house often lately.
And you're just like, but it's not Lloyd, is it? It's not James Lloyd.
No.
Okay, because he was an artist on The Simpsons.
I don't know if they want me to say their name publicly or anything.
Fair enough. No. Yeah, I was gonna say if it was the same person, I was like, I just did a thing with one of the artists on the Bongo Simpsons. I have that exact same cup. By the way, we have someone in the waiting room. Should we bring him in already? Oh
yeah. You want to just bring him in?
Yeah, I mean I don't want to waste his time if he's just gonna sit there.
No, bring him in.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, first surprise guest, folks. Mr. Chip Zdarsky's here. Chip, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, sir.
What's up, bitches?
What the hell? Was that your transition, Josh? Did you bust out that Spider-Man mug to transition to Chip with the same Spider-Man mug?
No, wait, did we really do that? Chip.
Is it the same? No, it's different. Is it different?
I don't know.
Josh, hold it up close. I want to see.
My internet is really bad right now, so I'm missing everything.
Well, first, let me just say the fucking Simpsons sucks.
Oh, thank you. Finally,
let the characters grow up.
Don't they do that every few years?
That's my problem. Let them grow up.
It's
grow just like up. This Spider-Man character.
Oh, I know. Arrested Development. Much.
Get him married. Let him have some kids.
Yeah.
Get old. Have some grandkids. Die.
Right? Didn't they just do that though? Isn't there a whole book about
Josh off of this? Oh yeah, I guess so.
How we doing, man?
Doing good, you?
I'm doing good.
You know, The Simpsons is funny. Years ago, when I got my Hollywood agent, as you can tell, I'm pretty Hollywood.
Yes, very.
He was like, I represent a lot of writers, a few that actually work on The Simpsons. I could get you into The Simpsons writer room, possibly. And like, there's a brief moment where I'm just like, oh, that's amazing. That's so exciting.
Yeah.
But then I'm just like, do I want to do that? Do I want to work on season 34 with a bunch of strangers?
Right.
Detailing the adventures of Homer and Marge. So
yeah.
I did not follow up on that.
Is that true? Or
It's true. That's
incredible.
Because I'm a comics guy. I don't know. I like making comics.
That's fair. Yeah. Keeping it real.
All right. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good, man.
A lot of offers for that.
What's that?
Do you get, my internet is being so bad right now. Do you get a lot of offers for stuff like that? To like leave comics and do other stuff other than comics?
No, not a lot. Like whenever I'm out in Los Angeles, the city of dreams. My agent always sets up meetings, and the meetings are always just like me just being really blasé about everything, because I'm just like, I don't want this, I don't need this, but I take the meetings because my agent wants me to. And so I'll be fancy for a little bit, and I'll have dinner on like some studio, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't know, yeah, maybe I'd write for you, I don't know, but I like doing comics. I'm doing comics. Like every story I ever hear from another comic book writer about working in film or TV is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, they're always miserable. Yeah, they're always like a little miserable.
There are too many moving parts. Like with comics, like this, like you've got like, in some cases just one person, but in most cases like 5 people working on a book.
Yeah.
And from the point where you're writing a script to the point where it's coming out in front of readers, it's like 4 months.
Yeah.
Like
that's
an amazing turnaround. Yeah, for some of us it's 3 months.
For some of it's tight. Look at you, Mr. Plan Ahead, responsible.
Yeah, that's what the kids call me.
Are notorious but you're notorious a little bit for working ahead, right? Like you definitely have like scripts planned out and stuff further, at least from how I am, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I always like to say it's just Canadian anxiety, but really it's artist anxiety, because I've been like on Sex Criminals, like Fraction wrote for me, and sometimes he'd be late, and that caused problems, because it's like, I don't get paid. Like every week I'm not drawing, I don't get paid, and also you turn down other stuff. Like I turned down a lot of jobs anticipating the script, and then the script doesn't show up. I'm like, oh fuck, like that's no good. Especially as a writer, because you're the first in a chain of dominoes that falls.
Yeah,
there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, no, I think. Like I've definitely lost sleep over stuff like that. And it's funny, man, like my I've gone on trips like on my honeymoon or vacation or whatever, and my wife is like, why are you answering emails right now? And I'm like, no artist will ever wait for me. Like if they email me something and they need my response, I'll try. And like I feel super guilty and I let people wait a few days and stuff. It's just kind of like try to stay on top of it, it's definitely it can be really stressful to do that,
Yeah. And I can't write partial scripts. I don't know. Have you ever done that?
Oh yeah. I hate it. It's the worst feeling, because it's weird. It's like it creates an inherent choppiness, and then the problem is you get to the ending and you're like, oh, this would be much better if I knew this when I started writing the beginning, and then you're like, oh no, I gotta fix the beginning because of this, and you're like, oh well, it's too late. They've already drawn it.
I've only had to do it once. And it was Marvel 2-in-1, and Jim Chung was the artist. So he drew issue 1, and he was drawing issue 2, and we were realizing he's so late. Like we're gonna need to punt him down to issue 6. So at that point, I'd already, I was deep in issue writing issue 3 or 4 or whatever for Valerio Schiti. And so it was like, oh, like he needs pages like right away now, because we anticipated him jumping on issue 3 and he didn't. So it was like Christmas time, and I was like, okay, I'm giving you like the first 10 pages. And like, I hated it. I hated doing that.
Yeah, I try to get a full scene at least when that has happened. I think one of the things, I mean, I when I was on Flash, I was writing that like hardcore out of order. And I think that's one thing, like even Superman's been written a little bit out of order, and it can be frustrating at times. But like, yeah, when I was on Flash, I was like hardcore writing it out of order and jumping around and stuff. And like, because Howard Porter would take a year to draw 6 issues, and it would look amazing. Like you look at what Howard was doing, and it was crazy detail. Like if you look at Flash Year 1 particularly, where we were doing 16 panel grid for that story, and I was definitely putting 16 panels on some pages. Like he took a year to do it, but for him to do that, we knew going into it, we were like, oh, it's gonna take him a year to draw this. So I ended up writing that. Man, yeah, I would always end up writing Howard's arc like at the start of the year, kind of knowing it wasn't gonna come almost for 6-8 months later. So that meant a lot of times I was writing that far out, and then so there would be times where you're like, you're going through it and you're just like, oh crap, like the math isn't adding up. I have to very quickly jump ahead, to another issue and write a little bit of that. And that it's a bummer, because one of the things I've noticed is that it ends up locking you in to a certain amount of issues for a story where you're like, and this one time on Robin, I turned a script in for Robin. I think it was issue 6, and I turned in issue 6, and the editors were like, too much is happening in this issue. This is probably 2 issues worth of material, but we were in a place where I could do that. And I was like, oh, you're right. We broke 2, but that's hard if like 7 is already written and being drawn.
Yeah. I've
always stuff.
I've only had to, early on in Daredevil, I had to write a little bit out of order. And what happened was, like I wrote a future issue for Marco, and then I went back and wrote a past issue for Jorge Fornes. And while I was writing the Fornes issues, I was like, "Oh no, this character needs to die." Like it was a secondary character. It was like the partner of a cop. And I'm like, "Oh, he needs to die in this scene." Like it would help the story tremendously if he died. But Marco was already drawing that character in the future issue, so I had to get Marco to change the look of that character so it became the cop's new partner after his previous partner died. It worked. I mean, like unless you knew that going in, you would never be able to tell that's what happened. But it's like,
but now we all know.
Now we all know, so I'm a hack. Yeah. It's I think that was the last time I wrote something out of order. Like even now, like because I did Joker Year 1, that was like 90 pages.
Yeah.
For Giuseppe, and I made sure to write those before writing another issue for Jorge right after, because it was just like, yeah, you don't want to run into those situations.
Yeah, and it's funny when you find artists who are like, how do I put this, are very fast.
Yeah,
it tricks your brain, because you get used to like, oh, if you work with some artists, and they tell you ahead of time, like, I'm a 6-week artist, and you're like, okay, great, and you're like, cool, I can work with that. And then you get something like, I'm a 5-week artist, you're like, great, I can work with that. And then every once in a while you get that one that's like a 3-week artist, and it like breaks your brain. That's pretty rare. But 4-week, you're, because there's a time where, like, especially when you're juggling a lot of projects, you're kind of the deadline is like the artist turning the pages in. Have you ever had that happen? Like you can see it. You're like,
it's the fire that's coming close.
Yeah. You're like, oh, they have 5 pages left to draw. That gives me at least 6 to 7 days. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they turn those 5 pages in like 2 days. And you're like, holy shit, I messed up. I gave it like, this must have been too easy to draw.
Yeah, the worst is there's some artists who will give you all the pages at once.
Oh, I know some that do that.
That's painful. Or like half an issue at once or whatever. So they just kind of come out of nowhere, and you're just like, oh god, like I got to.
Oh yeah, like, so you start getting a little nervous. You're just like, wait a minute, I haven't seen anything from them in a while. And then all of a sudden it's a Friday, and they're just like, here's the entire comic book, and they're like, oh, I need a script on Monday.
I will say when I started doing Spider-Man Life Story, we didn't have an artist locked in, and then Tom Brevoort, the editor, was like, "Oh, we got to solicit it." So I've reached out to a few guys, and he got Mark Bagley. I'm like, "Oh, great!" And so Mark came on board, and he was like, the first thing he said was, So I'm starting on this a little bit behind because solicitations are going to be due. So I'm going to work a little bit faster than I normally work. And I'm like, you're Mark Bagley. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
What it means is 2 fully penciled pages a day.
Oh my God.
And I actually had nightmares. Like, I go to sleep and I have nightmares of Mark Bagley chasing me. Because it was such a complicated book to write, and I'd already written the first issue. And so I had to move so fast just to make sure he would never wait for a page because he was so damn fast.
Yeah.
I mean, good problems to have. It's much better than the artist.
Waiting. I mean, I definitely have that book where it's like, you think it's going to be a few weeks or, months, whatever. And all of a sudden it's like 6-8 months and you're like, what happened? That's definitely happened. Yeah. What were you going to say, Sal?
Oh, I have a quick Mark Bagley story with working with him myself. As a matter of fact, and by that I mean I didn't work with him in any way. My wife asked me; she was soliciting a Christmas present idea for me, and she was like, "Who do you think your favorite Spider-Man artist is?" And I was like, "Oh man!" And what an excellent question. Tough though. How does one gauge one's response? And just like she's like, "What a fucking mistake this was asking you this question." And eventually, I settled on Bagley because I was just like, "I think Bagley. I think Ultimate Spider-Man, all this stuff, and his classic Spider-Man stuff." And I have an old Mark Bagley Wizard magazine cover on my office wall of him fighting Hobgoblin because like Bagley almost never drew Hobgoblin. I'm like, that's cool.
Yeah.
I had him sign it once, and he's like, "I love seeing work that I hate from 30 years ago. Thanks a lot, man." And I was like, "Oh, cool."
Did he really say that?
Yeah, because he's like, "I'm better than I was." Like he's like, "I am better than I used to be," and I don't like to imagine that people prefer my work from before because I've only gotten better.
Yeah,
and I'm like, "No, it is better. Like it's just that I have this. I'm not going to rip pages out of my Ultimate Spider-Man book for you." But he's like, "Well, why wouldn't you?" But anyway, so he goes. What I didn't know was my wife had contacted Mark Bagley's people and commissioned a updating of the Batman Spider-Man crossover cover.
Oh wow!
Because she knows that's my favorite crossover, and he drew the Spider-Man Batman crossover, the first one, and it's this great cover, and so she contacts him, they work it out, and then eventually the conversation was basically like, "There's no time. It's around the holidays. Mark can't do it." And she's like, "Okay." So she's finagling what to do next. Like she hears he can't do it.
Yeah.
About 8 to 12 hours go by, and she's like trying to figure out another thing. And then she gets an email saying, "Oh, he did it during lunch."
Yeah.
Like he heard the idea and then did it while watching TV. And it's on its way now.
It's insane. It's insane.
My God.
And I have it on my wall. It's amazing. And just as an interesting postscript to that story, I then was like, well, this is amazing. I should get Scott Hanna to ink it. And so I reached out I met him on the floor of one of my local cons, and he's like, "I am going to give you a reduced rate for this. And let me tell you why. I am essentially like, Mark and I have worked together for so many years, but I am a co-inker on that crossover from 1996 or whatever." He's like, "But Marvel didn't trust me enough, so I had to share inking duties with somebody else. I'm going to show them now that I can do it." And so he inked the shit out of it, and he mails me, and I got the original inks. Like he hand inked it. I'm like, "What?"
That's beautiful.
It's incredible.
What a dick move by Marvel. Like, we don't trust you.
Yeah, I know. They're like, "Well, you're kind of a greenhorn. We're going to give you 2 inkers on this one book that Bagley probably finished in like 2 days."
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Another Bagley thing. After we were done our run on Life Story, we did an annual. It was like a special, a 30-pager. But he was already drawing Amazing Spider-Man, so he said he would draw it in between scripts for Amazing Spider-Man. And yet we still got it within a couple of months.
Yeah.
Oh my
God.
That's unbelievable. That's like Dan Mora. How Dan Mora does like.
Oh my God.
Is he fast too, or is he just a genius?
Dan? Oh, dude,
nuts.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. I really don't. But he does 3 books a month.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Shazam.
Shazam.
Batman, Superman.
Yeah.
And then he always does like a Boom stuff. I mean, he's
just Once in the Future.
What a good book.
Yeah.
Well, there must be assistants. Like he must be in a studio with assistants. Like I know a lot of the backgrounds are computer aided for sure. Like you can tell. And I feel like that duty could fall to somebody else.
Yeah.
But
well,
yeah,
I think he said one time, somebody asked him, I think Abernathy asked him one time about it, basically. And he was just like, I want to draw superheroes my whole life, and this is my shot. I'm just going for it.
Yeah.
Like that. And I understand that too. I mean, look at my schedule. My schedule is a total mess, you know, because for a while there, I didn't know how to say no to anything, you know? So it's like, you're just like, you know, you want, like the Green Arrow thing. We've talked about this, where it was like, I had no business writing a Green Arrow comic book. I had no room in the schedule whatsoever. But it's like, I have been pitching DC Green Arrow for like, you know, since the early 2000s. You know, I pitched Ben Green Arrow back in 2010 to do as like a side thing for the Digital First books way back then when they were just starting that up.
Mm-hmm.
And so when Ben finally came around and was like, we'll do it if you write it. Like, how do I say no to that? Like, this is it. This is the moment, you know? So it's like, but yeah, Dan Mora is crazy fast. I mean, it's nuts, dude. I mean, Jorge is fast too, right? Like,
Jorge's a page a day guy.
Oh my God.
Every morning I wake up, I turn on my computer and there's a new page from him.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's wild. And then like he did like New York Comic Con with me, and he did like something like 30 commissions before coming. So he managed to fit those in between his pages. Like I mean, it's all about scheduling, right? Like he's regimented clearly. Like he's fit as like a Greek god. Like he clearly spends, you know, an hour or two working out. He sits down at his table. He does the job. Like he's just that kind of guy.
Yeah.
And so good.
Yeah, he's really good. Yeah. He's really. It's funny how there was a moment in time at DC where like, I think this is kind of public, where it was like, you know, there were editors at DC that did not see those guys as the future. You know, it's crazy. Like Dan, I begged to get Dan on Flash, man.
Oh
like,
man,
in 2017,
what an upset that would have been.
27, probably later than that. Might have been 2018. I was like begging because he did covers, and one of the editors was just like, no, it's not the right style. It's too cartoony.
And meanwhile, he's like, his Power Ranger fan art of the Justice League in Power Ranger armor has like 200 million friggin' retweets on Twitter.
Yeah. So let me ask you this question. When Sal was telling that story about Bagley, it made me wonder about something. When someone comes up to you, so maybe you're signing. We'll see if there's a difference between signing or in public. So if somebody comes up to you and they're just gushing to you, like, I love you. I think you're my favorite writer. You're the greatest writer.
Never happened.
Or how about this? You're my favorite.
Sure.
I'm sure I'm your favorite, right?
Yeah.
What do you say to that? Do you have a built-in response? Like, do you have a thing that you say? What do you say?
I mean, I just go, "Oh my God, thank you so much." Like that means a lot. Like you kind of have to. You learn pretty early on to not be. Don't undercut what someone is saying to you, because they've been thinking about it for a long time. They've waited in line. They're coming up. They're finally saying this thing. Don't be like, "Oh, you need to read more books then." Like it's not helpful, because you're insulting their taste.
Right.
Like, even if you don't agree, like obviously I don't agree that like I think I'm garbage most days. But yeah, as soon as you cut that down, you're basically saying you don't have taste.
Yeah.
And you're wrong. And you kind of have to get used to it. Like, like so it's a bit fake, because you obviously don't believe yourself to be that good, but like, but you have to like just graciously thank them for it. You always have to make it feel like it's the first time you've ever heard it.
Yeah.
I think that's also part of it. Sorry to burst the illusion, but like
Santa's real.
but like everyone's the one thing I realized doing conventions as a fan back when I was like 18 or 19 is that you carry those moments forever as a fan.
Yeah.
The creator doesn't. The creator won't remember who you were by the end of the day, because they've seen so many people. So if you even have a moment where you're just kind of you've dipped in energy or whatever, like they'll remember that, and they don't take that into consideration. So you really have to
on moments. That's why we only do like the blocks of signings, where just sitting there all day. I think when you would sit there all day, you definitely get lower energy. But if you come back around and
this
stuff,
man,
I'm an all day guy. Yeah,
you should have seen C2E2 this weekend. This man had a line around 4 tables. all day, every day for 3 days.
Yeah,
and you weren't just signing; you were doing commissions. You were drawing sketches. It was every day. It was the same amount of people. And when I say the same amount of people, I mean like hundreds of people every single day.
Yeah, it was intense, and also it's like, I don't know. I don't subscribe to the Todd McFarlane, like, I don't even know how to pee during a show.
I was going to bring that up earlier, the his comments about how he's like, if you don't put anything in, nothing comes out.
Yeah. No, I mean, and I know I should probably scale that back because I'm getting older, and it's actually just hard to do.
Yeah.
And you could end up kind of flagging towards the end and have a bad experience for somebody.
Yeah.
So... But like in a situation like that, it's really hard because it's like everyone came to see me. They're in line. Like, you just gotta stay there, and handle it.
Yeah, it's not about you in that moment. Yeah, it's about them though. Yeah, you're right. It's about them. Yeah. Like you're and it's more about them. I'm gonna like name drop a little bit here, but one time I was at a Christmas party, and I think I told this story before, but I was at this Christmas party, and I saw Chuck Palahniuk in the corner by himself near the bar. And no one was talking to him. So I went over there to talk to him, right? And I realized after I said hi and everything, and like you're writing, I realized why he was stuck over there was because the party was so packed. There was no way to get away from the bar once you were over there. And so we had this moment of like, oh, we're just stuck with each other now. And we started talking, but then he unloaded all this advice on me about conventions and signings. He told me all these crazy stories. And that was one of the things he talked about a lot, where he was like, if you've done your job right, they've already heard from you. Your writing is them hearing from you. They've already like listened to you in a way, right? So now it's their turn to talk back to you. They want to continue the conversation, basically. And so you have to do that. It's funny. I recently I was more name dropping. Recently I was hanging out with Frank Quitely. And I haven't. We were basically meeting for the first time, but I said to him, I was shaking his hand. I was like, "Oh, we actually met like 20 years ago. You signed my Justice League Earth 2, and you drew a really great drawing of Owlman, a really great drawing of Bruce Wayne for me." And he was like, "Where was this at?" And I was like, "San Diego Comic-Con." And he was like, "I went to San Diego Comic-Con one time." And I was like, yeah. And he was like, "No, I don't remember you at all." Of course. But in a nice way. In a very nice way he said it. But also I was like, well, I was also significantly younger. I did not have a beard and stuff. But, it was funny because to me, I'm like, I remember that really, really well. Because I met him and Grant for the first time at the same moment. Or actually, no, I met Grant in 97 for the first time. But no, with that, it was like, yeah, it was for me. I was like, yeah, cool. You drew me some drawings, and he's like, I've drawn a lot of drawings. Again, in like the nicest way possible. Yeah.
Well, anyway, there you go. That was fun. End of show. No.
Yeah, now we can talk about other stuff. Sorry, I was trying to figure out how to stop my camera from moving constantly.
Yeah, you got the fancy schmancy
the tracking camera.
And that's a DC gift, right? They hooked you up with that.
It's super annoying. No,
you got that from DC. DC gave it to you?
They send you a camera to like track you?
No,
say Jesus.
No, no. DC did give me a hard time. No, that was the old camera. DC did give me a hard time. The camera sucked for a long time, and I had to get a new one. But that was the old one. Now I use a different one. Yeah, that did. They were like, your camera sucks. You got to get a better camera.
Yeah. You're like, well, I am doing this. I am slumming it on this show with this guy. I guess I could probably upgrade the apparatus.
There you go.
No,
I should. We have also. I should mention that noted artist Gavin Guidry's in the chat, just saying hi, and Rising Star, awesome artist. He's doing great stuff. He drew he drew the great X-Men flashback in Predator versus Wolverine. Man, Predator versus Wolverine. What a cool book. Neither of
I haven't read it, though.
Yeah. So Chip, what are you working on next, man? What's coming from you in the pipeline?
Oh, nothing.
Yeah. I figure you deserve a break at this point, right?
Yeah. More Batman. But okay. Public Domain is coming back.
I like your whole like comic within a comic thing.
Yeah.
Or, I don't even call it's not comic within a comic because it's
a separate comic. Yeah. Yeah, so we're producing The Domain, which is a superhero comic that the characters in Public Domain have been working on. But Rachel Stott and Aaron Angelini is they're illustrating it. So the downside is it looks more realistic and more detailed than the characters who are making the comic because my art is so basic. So I didn't really think that through, but we've been planning it for a long time because like Rachel, there's a scene in Public Domain in the first volume where like the dad character does a pencil sketch of the domain and it's very old fashioned and doesn't look that cool. And then his son inks it and all of a sudden it looks cool and detailed. Rachel inked that. So she did that in the first volume. So in the second volume, whenever any kind of art shows up, it's her art.
Wow.
Okay. Were you always planning that from the beginning? Were you planning to do the whole thing? Oh man, look at you.
Yeah, I mean,
talk about you plan shit out.
I had no idea. That's awesome.
I planned it, but also I was just like, you know, if it didn't work financially, I wouldn't have done it. But the Public Domain did well enough that I'm just like, oh, okay, like we can get away with a 5-issue miniseries, I think. Yeah. So yeah.
That book, I love that book. I love that book, but also as you were probably, I think I told you this, where I was like, I love it, but like it haunts me sometimes. Like I'm like,
is it too real?
It's too real. There's this quote from Inception that I hear sometimes, like all the time. I hear the quote of like, "Do you want to be an old man filled with regret?" I hear that in my head a lot, and it's like I feel like I hear it about comic books all the time, right? And so when I read that book, I'm always like, like there's this. You have those moments where you know you read it, you're like, I love this, but it's too real. I don't know if I can do this.
I get it. I mean, the second volume is a bit more joyous because it's kind of about the act of creation, but also the last two issues 9 and 10, are set at basically at San Diego Comic-Con.
Nice.
So that'll definitely give you some negative feelings. Also, I'm so stupid. I'm the writer and artist. Why would I write myself 2 issues of a comic that take place at the comic convention? It's like the hardest thing to draw. I'm drawing hundreds of people,
10 million people.
And
to this day, whenever I watch like a TV show and they have the episode where they like go to a comic book convention, right? Like I had was rewatching Frasier recently, and they were like, we're gonna go to a comic book convention. Like whenever stuff like that happens, and it's like the tiniest room, right? And it's all the bad stereotypes, all the bad tropes, but then also very accurate at the same time.
Right.
Accurate. I remember it always drives me crazy just because of the vastness of it. Because San Diego is a beast. Like you tell people, when I was at MegaCon a couple of years ago, I told somebody, I was like, "Listen, San Diego is a crazy thing. It's not like this. It's a whole other experience." And then they got there, and they came to one of the signings in San Diego, and they were like, "We hate this. Like we hate it. It's too much. It's too much."
Yeah. I remember the commentary on Chasing Amy. You guys remember the opening of Chasing Amy more else takes place in a comic book convention. Yeah. And I'd never even known. I didn't know when Chasing Amy, when I first saw that movie, I didn't even know Comic Cons existed. My parents were very good at hiding me from things that would make me more of what I was. Yeah, they were like, because my mom hated taking me to the comic book store. She hated the comic book retailer. My mom's relationship with the comic book store guy was Marge's relationship with Mo, where she's like, "You got me in a real bad time, Mo. I must admit, I'm too tense to pretend I like you." Like, she hated him, and so she hated any time that any influence he might have had on me. And and he was a funny one too, because he was like a self-loathing comic book store owner. He was like, "I hate everyone who comes in here." And I hate the retail. I hate the retail experience. And I don't know if Chip's heard this story, but I'll tell it really quickly. But he, once the .com boom happened, he started selling comics online. And the day he made as much money online as he did in the store, he closed the store. He's like, I'm out. Goodbye, you fuckers.
He's like, I don't think people ever again.
Yeah, I don't want to see you people again. And then I saw him 20 years later at a Comic-Con, like in a basement somewhere. And he's wearing a denim jacket. He looked 10 years younger. He was like, "Hey, this looks like a whole bunch of bullshit. I don't want to fucking have anything to do with." It was amazing.
I love working at a comic book store. I love
Me too. But you didn't own the comic book store.
That's true. No, I will say that the part where it got too real for me working at a comic store was when I was the manager and I had to go to Diamond every Wednesday morning and hand them the check for that week's books. Because it was a newer store. And so a lot of times with stores now have like net payments and stuff. It was a newer store. So I had to give them a check every Wednesday morning for those books. And I saw the account. I saw the money coming in. And that was when the pressure became real, because it wasn't just me like at the counter being like, I love comic books, let's talk about comics all day. It was like, oh no, this is very real and I'm responsible.
It's my mortgage payment.
Changed my thoughts on something.
Oh my God.
But
terrible.
Yeah, I love working at a store and just talking about comics all day. I mean, I would definitely get in trouble a lot, because I was definitely that guy that was just, but I was also very excited about it. Like I was just talking about the stuff I liked constantly, you know.
It's
I wasn't as negative.
Working at a comic shop.
Sal, I think there's something else.
It's true. We can bring him in right now if you want. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Another
Chip
special all-star.
So it's not a weird
Do I? Who is
Dennis
it?
Culver.
It's a poppin'!
What the heck?
It's a poppin'! Welcome, Dennis Culver, to the show.
Dennis Culver. My God.
Dennis, I have never seen this backdrop. I love it. I love the green light. The whole
pro.
I dressed it up.
That's good. Normally, when I see you, you're like on the couch. So this is, I'm like, all right.
Or I've got my desk has like just a built-in AC unit behind it. It doesn't look great.
Okay.
I saw Chip's fancy getup. I felt like I had to dress it up, you know.
Yeah.
How it is.
Well, Chip, what were you gonna say? You had a thing you were gonna say before we end.
Oh, that managing a comic shop and handing over that check is kind of similar to working for Image Comics, because you're financially kind of creating the book, and then but then the check from like Image doesn't come until like 3 months after the issue is out. So you kind of get into a bit of a hole, and then you're just like, all right, this better do well. This better be a good.
Oh man, I think
be a good month.
Yeah, when we did Nail Biter, I remember the build into that, because we started working on that really in like, I think July. I know I wrote it way before that, but Mike really started drawing it probably around August, and it didn't come out until May of the next year. And so we were 5 issues deep when issue 1 came out. We were working on issue 6. We'd done a lot of work, and when that check came, it was a good one. That was definitely like, cool, we did it. Now we're in it, and that's why we were able to go 30 issues with it. You know, we were able to go the distance. I mean, ultimately, we've done 40 issues of Nail Biter now. We want to go. We have 10 more issues worth of story to tell that we get around doing. But those things definitely. I mean, right now I'm working on some creator-owned stuff, and I'm definitely looking at the budget and being like, and that's the thing is like, you want it. You know, when you're looking at it from that standpoint, you really are looking at it as like this investment. You know, like every single one of those books is like opening a small businest.
Yep.
You know, and you have to really look at it from that perspective.
I know
Dennis knows he made a book.
I just got budgeted with a creator-owned publisher, and that was a lot of fun. Also, to that point, I think working in publishing, it really fucks up your sense of time, because you're always thinking 3 to 6 months ahead, and it's like, you know, we're already thinking about 2025, which is insane. Because the year's not even over yet. It's not even half over.
Dude.
Yeah. Sometimes it's years.
Man,
First.
What's that?
No, I was saying like January 1st, there's times where like this year's already over.
Yeah,
totally. Like you're already like, you're planning stuff out so far out.
Yeah, we did myself and Chris Anka and Matt Wilson did a book, I guess 5 years ago, probably more or longer. God, maybe 8. Called The White Trees for Image. And it was a couple of issues, but we always wanted to do a sequel. But the problem was Chris got a job doing character designs for a little movie called Spider-Verse, which he thought was going to take like 6 months, and then has taken years and years and years because of the sequels, and they kept getting bigger. And so he was only kind of drawing the sequel like intermittently, and I would pay him just to kind of like keep him going on it. And it's so weird because like to greenlight that and to start paying for it 5-6 years ago, when maybe the comic market was a bit better, and knowing I'm putting it out right now and the market is maybe not as good as it was 6 years ago, it's like, as time kept going on, I'm just like, oh man, we got to get this out real soon, or else we're going to be in the hole on it.
It's like the stock market. Like you're constantly thinking like, is this the right time, or this is the right time to buy or sell? And you're like, when is the right time? I mean, I think about this stuff a lot of like months and doing I always call it the math of comics, right? But I think a lot about when is the best time to release all of it.
I mean, there are some creators, and I've been talking to them lately, who are kind of holding back projects that are done, not just because of the comics market, but also because of like the Hollywood post-writer's strike market. Because part of the financial reality is like, to keep the comic going, you need to potentially sell it and get an option at Hollywood. so you can kind of like do issues 12, 13, 14. And so because that market is really soft, a lot of Hollywood agents are saying, hey, hold this back. We need another like 6 months at least before we can take this out. So like finished comic projects are having trouble coming out as a result of like Hollywood strike, which is really weird.
Yeah. Plus it's an election year. I think it's weird to release something at certain times, depending on the tone of the project. It's something to think about too. Like,
oh god,
it's a weird math, and you just kind of you're rolling the dice no matter what. And
you can't predict it.
I'm really hopeful for next year. I feel really good about 25. I feel like the projects that I hear about and the stuff that's going on, I don't know, I'm hopeful for creator-owned comics in 25. I got like a good feeling about it, I guess. Yeah. Also, I'm doing books next year, so I hope it works.
You gotta have a good feeling.
But fuck 2024. That's what we're saying.
Waste time.
Terrible year.
Just horrible.
Chip, when I was asking you about the thing about the saying thank you or being appreciative, part of why I was asking you that was because Dennis years ago gave me a hard time about it because I was very bad at it. Like people would come to me and be like, "I love your writing." Be like, "No, you don't. Nobody does." And Dennis would just be like, "Never do that. What are you doing? Stop! Stop,
dude." You don't want to pull a Sam Keith. You don't want to be like, "What? Really? Me? No."
Or even like
me.
I remember tabling at TCAF, the Toronto Comic Arts Festival here, which that's always a weird situation because it's in a library and it's free entry. So a lot of the people are just like, "What's a comic?" And they're being a little weird. But yeah, I remember there was like an assistant, a helper next to me. And when somebody put a comic down in front of me to sign, I'm like, "Try to make it out to you?" And they're like, "No, just your signature." And she said, should he make it out to eBay? And I'm just like, I'm like, solid joke, but like, come on,
dude.
This guy has a preference. Like, don't undercut him.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and what if he wants to like leave it to his kid? You know what I mean? It's just his kid's gonna look at the book and be like, to Chip. Oh, he's gone. Now I'm sad.
I'm signing everything to my heirs. Like,
you sign it to my kid who's like an infant right now. I had an experience like that. I will not name the creator, but where I went to New York, I went to a Comic-Con. You went to
late. We're already zeroing in.
Yeah, I went to New York Comic-Con, and they had a book that was very popular. And when I say popular, I mean infamous. It had just come out. I was so enthralled with the book. I was like, this is amazing. And I had them sign it, and he was so angry. He just didn't want to sign it. He's like, you're going to sell it on the internet. I just know it. He's just looking me dead in the face. You're just going to sell it online. And I'm like, dude, you can make it out to me. You can put my name on it. He's like, yeah, you're going to sell it to another guy with the same name on the internet. I'm like, all right, come on.
All right, like, write their name in the private chat.
All right.
I mean, I feel like I already know it.
I think you could probably
I already know it when you said infamous. I think I know it.
Yeah.
But I just want to be sure. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
And by the way, I assumed that was just a grumpy guy, and then I saw them again at other cons, and he's laughing it up, having a great time. Like, oh, so you do know Joy?
Yeah. I mean, it's the up and down moments.
Well, and that was it was a weird time. I can't even imagine what it was like for them. So
I
understand.
Sal, I sent a message to Josh, and I guessed it exactly right.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, it took me a minute to realize what you're talking about. Yeah, I know exactly. I've definitely had a couple of creators. There was a creator one time we were at a DC party, and I walked up to them and I was like, "I love your work," and he was so angry about it. He was so angry about it. He was literally like, "How dare you tell me you like my work?" It was crazy. There was one time I was doing I was at a podcast one time, not a podcast, like a live like comic show kind of thing one time. And we started talking, what the question was there ever a book you regret? And I was like, no, I don't regret any of the books, but there was one that I was unhappy with and I had issues with it. I did not think I did good work on it. And I talked about it on the thing. Right. Yeah. And it was a live show. So there's people there like in person. And so the minute the show was over, they walked up to me with a stack of that exact book.
Oh man.
and they asked me to sign it and stuff. Yeah.
Like, yeah, here's my best work. Here you go.
No, and they loved it. They were
it might be their favorite book, even though you hated it, or
Yeah, exactly. And that's up to you, man. I mean, like, I don't see that as being negative. I think that's like, I didn't feel like I'd give my best work, and they're like, but it reached me. Like, whatever, sure, maybe it wasn't as powerful for you, but it reached me, and that's art, right?
It's kind of like finding out.
I realize that you have to just be. I don't know. It was definitely. But I was very thankful of it. I was very happy and very thank you, whatever. But yeah, I mean, Dennis actually, Dennis was the one that was like, you cannot be weird.
You cannot be weird. Or you gotta be funny weird.
Scott Snyder and I, we were friends, but we didn't know each other that well when this happened. But when Ghosted came out, I ran into him at San Diego Comic-Con, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I read that. I liked it." And I was like, "No, you didn't."
Stop lying. What are you doing?
Liar.
And he was like, "Yes, I did. I really did." And I was like, "Really? All right, I have trust issues. That's a whole other thing."
Oh, that'll do.
Clearly.
No, I mean, go ahead.
Those feelings are there, though, right? Like somebody just I'm collaborating with. They were like they said in an email, "Oh, I'm a big fan of your work," and I'm like, "Really? Is that true? I don't think so." But I didn't say it. I kept it inside.
Yeah. It's an inside thought.
Yeah.
The evil place in my heart.
Yeah. Josh, I'm sorry. Did you want to bomb out? Should I drop you out, or did?
What's that?
Did you dropped out? Then I put you back in, but I realized you may have pulled yourself.
Yeah, that's
out.
okay. My internet's being weird.
I didn't want to be like weird. You're like, I gotta hit the bathroom really quick, and then you just leave, and then I'm like, no, you don't. Come back. Like, I didn't want to do
my
that.
internet is just being bad. That's all it is.
Okay.
That's all it is.
This is great. Every time I add you, I rotate you, so at some point you will be like at every corner of the room. It's gonna be great.
That's perfect.
But
yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah. Are you always permanently up there though? Is that like?
I think so.
Station?
I don't. I'm.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm looking forward to finding out. We will find out eventually, though, because we're gonna add.
No, my internet's being weird because my kids have today off of school, and so they're just streaming stuff downstairs at the same time.
I mean, you just have you have bad internet. I don't think I've ever had a Zoom with you that went smoothly.
Yeah, it's because I'm up here. I have to get a better network up here in this part of my office. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess we could, if you guys want, we can take a few questions from the audience. The audience has been throwing out some questions over throughout. So let's see here. Unfortunately, because it is like a bigger show, it doesn't compartmentalize them for me, so I'll have to roll out. We lost him again.
Hopefully, there are none for Josh.
I know, right? Oh, here we go. All right, let's see if he moves. Nope. All right, that's going to be your spot from now on. Is going to be in that bottom corner.
Yeah, I keep on coming in and out, so that's fine.
Yeah. Lexa Power says, hey, this is awesome. If you guys had to choose which book or series you've worked on to recommend to someone that wants to get into your work, what would you recommend? Excellent question for this roundtable of people. What is a book that you're like, oh, you want to get into who I am as a writer? This is the book for you.
Probably Nailbiter. Yeah, probably Nailbiter. I would start there. And then there's stuff at DC, I think, with Flash and Robin that I would definitely, and like there's so much DC stuff, but ultimately I think I would go with Nailbiter. I think that's the one, if I was ever meeting anybody and I wanted to give them something of mine, I would probably start there. Yeah,
that'd be a good one to use. I'd say that's fair.
I feel like I'm like, I don't know if any of you watch Kitchen Nightmares.
Yeah.
Whenever Gordon Ramsay shows up at a restaurant and the restaurant has a menu that's like 40 pages long.
Yep.
It's like he's furious. He's like, get it down to like 9 things. I feel like I'm the restaurant with the 40 pages.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like everything I do is kind of different and for a different audience in a weird way.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, Jughead, Daredevil. Like it doesn't make any sense.
I know. That's what I was trying to think. Where you're like, do I give them? Do you give them sex criminals, or do you give them Daredevil? It's like, where do you start with that? Because they're so different from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have.
It's real dependent on a reader too. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't. I don't understand the concept of a Chip Zdarsky fan because it doesn't make sense to me. Because like, how could you enjoy all of that?
Yeah.
So Chip, like, I think the one that kind of represents me and is the story that I'm kind of proudest of, that's kind of like a tight condensed narrative, is The White Trees, is the one I mentioned before, Chris Anka, Matt Wilson, because it was 2 big issues. The themes are kind of themes I'm interested in. I think it really works. And
well, it's interesting, like with Robin and Nailbiter, even now with Cobra Commander, it's funny how I think that sometimes when it comes to DC work, like I've fallen into traps of like, it's not as much me as it is. This is what I think this comic should be,
right.
you know, as a DC book. And so every once in a while, I kind of fall into these traps, where I'm like, this is what I think this book should be because of different math of what's come before and that character. But then you look at stuff, like Nailbiter or even Robin or Cobra Commander. I think those books were a bit more me when it comes to the work. And so those are things I would give to them. Because it's always weird when you're working on the Marvel and DC side of things. I'm curious if you guys feel this way. It's like, you know, there's so many pieces of it and there's so many other voices and so many other priorities and things that are going on with those characters because we, don't own those characters. That I never say we co-write them, but there are moments where you're like, when you're working on those books and you recognize like not everything in that is yours, and so it's interesting when you're talking to people about those books.
Yeah, even beyond like what you're currently doing, like I feel like when I'm working on Spider-Man or Batman, I'm co-writing with literally everyone who came before me.
Yes,
exactly. I'm picking all the elements. Like, Dennis, what would you suggest?
I mean, all that said, I'm still gonna pick my.
I was gonna say Doom Patrol.
yeah.
Dennis is like, I'm gonna chill.
I mean, I'm selling books here. No, but I also think like that coalesced a lot of what I've been trying to put into comics. Just the way I approached it too, like doing a bunch of like done-in-one issues in the book. It allowed me to kind of like really play around with the voice of things I wanted to do. I love my creator-owned books. One of them's out of print, which hopefully we're working on after some stuff comes together. But I really like Crone too, which I did through Dark Horse. But that, I don't know how many people read that book. I feel like you start with Doom Patrol, you can like become a Culver completist as you go.
Ooh, I like that. The Culver completist.
The Culver completist.
That's right. It's trademarked.
Yeah. What up, Culver crew? This is a new live show from Dennis here.
That's right. It's a pop in. I feel like you need a graphic every time there's a pop in. Like,
yes, yeah. Well, this isn't a Twitch stream. We're not slumming it here. This is a hoity-toity, real show here. Let's see here. We got lots of different ones, but
I'm glad the questions are making you money too. I know it's a little dollar.
I know, they are, and I'm thinking. I was actually.
What kind of cut are we getting of that?
Yeah, no, that's the problem, right? Because I was talking to Josh about this, where I was like, there will be super chats because I like can't turn them off because I'm a pathetic shill. But like the reason
you gotta make money.
but I'm thinking like, what if we? Because I will make money off of the show, but like it doesn't have to be through this end. What if we like? Because I was like, oh, we could do a cut, and Josh like, don't give me money, don't be a weirdo.
No.
And I was like, right,
we make the money by people buying the books after they see how fucking charming we are.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, all links are in the description below. But maybe we could do like maybe I could take like super chats and those can go to like the Hero Initiative or something.
Yeah, eventually they'll come right back to us, basically.
Exactly. Yeah, when it'll
Playing
cash back
game.
up about 10 or 15 years. Yeah.
A really grim long game.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's like if we were all just chronic smokers and we were like, make the charity lung cancer.
Make it happen.
It'll be fine.
Yeah. Matifer says James Gunn posted a rack of his favorite comics, and 1 out of 4 of us here, Joshua Williamson Superman, was at the top of the Instagram.
Son of a
Oh yeah,
and
exciting.
To massage your ego a little bit more, somebody in our Facebook group the other day actually posted a cover from I believe it's your Flash Omnibus, but it might have been it was a promotion for the Flash Omnibus, where it was like a collection of different Flash stories, and it added your name to the legendary writers of the Flash.
Well, yeah, he's got to be on there.
It was like it was Mark Waid, Jeff Johns, and legendary writer Joshua Williamson. I was like, legendary.
The only one who's written more than me was Carrie Bates because he wrote it for like 20 years or something like that. I don't know it'll be there, but yeah, Carrie Bates. I definitely wrote a lot of it, and it's interesting to see that. I don't know. It's funny. That's one of the things that's kind of weird to me because I love that character so much, and I really do like those books. And it's like it's surreal to be included with all those names. I appreciate it. It's just surreal.
Oh yeah.
But also, I'm like so moving on to other stuff all the time, it's like I'm definitely like a shark when it comes to some of my work where I'm like, when I'm done with it, I just move on to the next thing and I just keep going on, and then I'll be like, oh, that's right, I did write the Flash, I forgot.
It's like 100 issues. I think that one in particular you might remember a little bit more.
Kieran Gillen just kind of said something similar because he just like sent in or approved like his final issue of X-Men, and he's moving on to creator own. He's just like, as soon as I finish the book, like it all just like falls out of the back of my head. Because there's new stuff coming in. Yeah. So it's weird. It's weird that people will be reading it like at different points in the future, and for them it'll be brand new. But for you, it's like, oh yeah, like I forget the things. I'll flip through sometimes like an issue or a trade, be like, oh yeah, I totally forgot about this.
All the stuff. Yeah, whenever we get like trades or whatever like that. But like recently with Nailbiter, we were doing like I think it was an edition of I forget what volume it was, but we were doing like a foreign language. I think it was German for volume 3, I think, like the hardcovers. And you have to go through it, right? You're just making sure at that point I don't I can't read German, so it's like I'm just checking to make sure the pages are in order, basically. That's what you're really doing. And going through that and being like, oh, that's right, we did that. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Oh, we did this thing, and like, oh man, we were smart. Like, cool. We did a good job on it. But like going through it and being like, oh man, yeah, this is rad. You forget. When I was working on Birthright, because Birthright, I'm curious about some of the stuff with you guys, but when I was working on Birthright, Birthright was 50 issues, and the deeper we got into it, there were times where I would contradict myself from earlier plot points, because it was like this because the mythology was bouncing around in time a lot. But thankfully, I had an editor who was paying attention, and so there were times where they would be like, actually, about my own book, like on the email.
You're like, shut up, nerd! I'll just say they fell into another portal or something like that. I'm the writer. Every time that I change my mind or contradict myself, it's like a rewrite.
It kept me honest. I was happy with it.
Yeah.
My thing is names. My editor on my Creator Own Books, Allison, like if I have a character that showed up like 5 issues ago and then they show up again, I've given them a totally different name, and Allison's like, she keeps track of that, thank God, because it could be bad.
Absolutely.
Man, I forget about stuff by the time my comp box arrives. Like I'll pull the issue and I'll look through it and I'm like, man, I don't remember writing this at all. Like depending on what it was and like how busy my life was, I was just like, whew, I really got that out. And hey, it's pretty good. Good job.
Oh yeah, dude. I told you this with Justice League versus Suicide Squad #4. I have no memory of writing it. No memory at all, right? Because
it's kind of scary. It's like when you're autopiloting your car and you don't remember how you got home.
Well, we had the baby, right? So we had the baby in the middle of all that stuff, and so by the time we had the baby right when I was starting to write issue 1, and so that was going to be a weekly book, and there were 30 pages each, and there was like 30 characters every issue, right? So by the time I got to issue 4, I have no memory of writing it. Like 1 through 3, I know. 5 and 6, I know. But 4, I'm like, that one must have been just autopilot, and it looks amazing. It's like when I go back and I look at it and I'm like, wow, this issue looks really great, but at the same time, 2-page spread early in where it is like all 30 characters on 1 2-page spread, and I was like, I have no memory of writing this at all. Good job, everybody who worked on it. You really pulled this together.
I don't think I've ever had a situation like that, but the closest I came was just kind of realizing I needed to like slow down a little bit. Was obviously different projects take a different amount of time, and so there were like 3 separate books I was writing that they were all coming out like basically within the same 2 weeks, even though they were written like in some cases like almost a year apart.
Yeah. And
in each of those issues, there was a scene of a funeral in a rain with a stranger watching it from a distance. And I'm just like, how much of a hack am I? Like, to do it once is actually quite bad. Sure. To do it twice is really bad. 3 times.
Oh, now it's genius.
Dude, I had
now it's motif.
Yes, I had like what do you call it? Like a call response joke where somebody says something and then the other character kind of like responds with like a change on what they said, sort of thing. Yeah. Basically, I made the same joke. It was a joke, like 2 characters talking, making a joke. I wrote a comic about a year ago, and I had a character make that joke. Totally forgot about it. And then later on, I made the same joke in a comic and forgot I made it before. And then they came out at the same time.
Oh man!
And I was just like,
good job.
Somebody's gonna be like, well, somebody's out of ideas, because it was like I just made the same joke in 2 different comics.
It's wild.
It haunts me about fight scenes because there's only so many ways to do fight scenes, and I wonder that I worry that I fall into the same pattern of.
Sure.
Yeah.
The thing with the fight scene thing, I think about that a bit with fight scenes because it's like video games. You're like punch kick combo move, right?
Yeah.
But what I figured out with the fight scenes, actually, I guess this would be something to think about that could help you in the future, is like wherever the set is, wherever your set piece is for that scene, use the crap out, right? So find something to use, so it's like just find stuff there because that'll mix it up. That'll help you mix it up with stuff. Just whatever's around, you know, that'll change it up a bit.
Yeah, that was a thing actually kind of brought up years ago by Warren Ellis, R.I.P. I mean, he was. I mean, he
I love you so much, dude. You don't even know.
he put in a lot of thought into fight scenes, and I remember him saying on his newsletter at one point, he was like, I look at kung fu films because in those movies, it's always about the setting. It's like, oh, is there a ladder there? Like Jackie Chan is using that ladder,
right,
in that fight scene, and so you have both environment, and if you're doing superhero books, you have power sets. So it's like, what's the new way to use the power set with the environment, with the characters? But it's the hardest part because you have to have one every issue.
Right.
Yeah, I do like those combo moves that they were using on that X-Men animated thing. I was like, we should have more of that in comics. It's
more
just
combos.
A real escape thing to have combo moves.
Yeah. I watched an episode on the plane the other day, and I'm not caught up on it. I'm like halfway through it, and there was one. I know. I've been pretty good about getting most of the spoilers.
You're a busy guy. I get you.
Yeah, so I was trying to catch up this week, but there was a moment where like Bishop basically is like, power me up, and the Cyclops like powers up Bishop, and I was like, damn, dude, they're really thinking about Cyclops' powers in like different interesting ways. But on that first episode, I don't think I've ever seen Gambit like charge up Wolverine's claws before.
Nope.
Right, that was new, right? Like I've never seen that. So I love it. They're actually like thinking about that and being like, how do we mess with that stuff? It makes you wonder about that too, of like, how can you mess with their powers in different ways? And I mean, that was what, you know, with Superman, where I started thinking about the fact that like if Lex knew that Superman had super hearing, he would shit talk him all the time. You know? And that was what I was like, oh yeah, that'll be part of my Superman book, is that Lex knows now, so he's gonna shit talk Superman all the time. So
right.
like,
And and you also worked in like he's memorized like only a handful of people's heartbeats. Like he knows he's always listening for Lois, he's always listening for Lex, he's always listening for like Perry and his parents. Like that's it. And his son, I guess. But you know. Like so he can't help, but it's not like, I guess Batman too, but then that of course breaks the canon where it's like, was Superman dead when Bane broke Batman's back? At that point I'd be like, if I were Bruce, I'd be like, all right, you can step in now, Clark. I could use a hand. I'm like,
I mean, every comic falls apart.
Right, once
universe when
a second. I mean, you know, it's like, and I there was, I don't remember who wrote it. It might have been Chip actually, but I was thinking about like that moment where it's like the you know, the explanation more or less. It's like, I trust Bruce, he's got it. You know, if he really needed me, I'd jump in, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I definitely like once in a while I'll definitely have a scene of just like oh, Superman's off planet. Oh, so-and-so's, you know, at
just
lunch.
acknowledging it. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's nice to appreciate. It's nice to acknowledge it. It's one of those things where it's like, it's very meta, and with comics, and as readers of and connoisseurs of comics yourselves, I'm sure you're keyed into it so deeply. The concept of just being like, you know, I know that it's a shared universe, but I'm also hyper aware that if I'm in the titular hero's book, the title hero, like some other hero is not going to swoop in and save the day unless it's going to be like overtly subversive. You know, otherwise it's going to be like, you know, maybe Superman will show up in a Batman book and maybe he'll do something cool, but he's not also going to solve all of Batman's problems for him. No. That'll be the other, you know, and only in like the 2000s was that the case where it's like Superman calls Batman and Batman solves Superman's problems for him.
Yeah, it's funny. Everything changes depending on, you know, what character you're actually writing. Because I know, like in the past, like people have been like, "Oh, I don't like the way Chip writes Iron Man." I'm like, "Well, yeah, because I haven't written Iron Man."
Exactly.
I've written all the books he shows up in, and he's not going to be like the ultimate hero that saves the day in those books.
That was actually, that's why I was like, Chip Zdarsky. Like very early on, I was like, Chip, what a hack. I read your Duck book where you made Spider-Man this whiny, pathetic loser. And then I'm like, well, I mean, I guess he is if you look at him from that perspective.
Oh yeah. Shit. It's still my favorite rendition I've done of Spider-Man.
Easily, just him being Uncle Ben, no, or just him crying at the moment, at a moment's notice. But then you take over Spider, you do a book about him, and you're like, this is him from his perspective. It's like, oh, yeah. I guess I'm the hack.
Yeah, they're all malleable. That's the other thing with these characters, it's like depending on where they pop up.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you had asked me, it's funny. Like when I work on Superman now, there are moments where I would think like, oh, I didn't really write Superman before, but I've written a lot of Superman before I wrote Superman. Like I wrote him in a book called Batman Superman, and I wrote him in Justice League, and I wrote him in a lot of stuff. But then it was different because when I started writing Superman, then I was like really in his head. Because even on Batman Superman, it was weird because I wasn't in his head as much. Because and also that book was weird because it was an event and it was primarily like a driving book, to get us someplace, So, but I was really that book was more about the two characters bouncing off each other. But when I started working on Superman, then it was like really, okay, I really have to get in his head and really think about him a lot more. And then it really became much more of like, oh, well, here is my Superman. Yeah. And then also, sometimes when you're working on these books, there's like priorities that are sort of put to you, and that was the thing when I was working on Batman Superman. It really was like, this is a dark book in a dark time, versus where I'm with Superman now, because what the part of the plan was much more of a, not lighthearted. I don't even want to call it lighthearted because I think sometimes lighthearted makes it sound like we're trying to say it's softer, but it was just, it was much more of like a Superman at his core kind of comic, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like animated series looked at.
I try to think of it too. Like, I mean, think about when you're hanging out with your friends. Like, if you're hanging out with a friend one-on-one versus like in a group or with their family, like you get a totally different person depending on those circumstances. And I think, Batman's, when he's just with Superman, is probably way different than when he's, with the Justice League. And
absolutely,
that's a kind of a way to look at it.
Do you think that they're? Do you think they're best friends?
Superman and Batman?
If you want them to be,
if you want,
ultimately that's it. It's kind of like who would win in a fight. Like whoever the writer wants to win the fight.
Yeah,
right?
Whoever's book it is.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
I'm curious. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the idea of like kind of like tone and what editorial wants from you. Like I had that a lot on Spectacular Spider-Man, because that book existed because Spider-Man Homecoming was coming out.
Right.
And in the Amazing Spider-Man book, Dan Slott had basically made Peter Parker Tony Stark.
Right.
He was running like Parker Industries. So they're just like, well, like if someone sees this like New York-based, jokey kind of kid, and then they pick up Amazing Spider-Man and be like, what is this?
Yeah.
So the mandate for that was like, we want more kind of jokes in it, and we need him to not really acknowledge Parker Industries, and we need him in New York.
Right.
And it's kind of have a bit more of a fun feel.
Yeah.
So it's like, and it makes sense. And it's like, well, it's the book I want to write too. So it works out well. Like if it wasn't, then I wouldn't do it. But you're definitely, every book calls for something different, either from editorial or from yourself or the market
Well, and I love how when you put a character in a position where you're like, especially when they're interacting, when they're in a larger universe or when they're in another universe, and you see like that's the fun. Like even just from I remember the trailer for the Avengers just being like, I can't effing wait to see RDJ's Tony Stark interact with Thor, just to see that reaction and just how fun that's going to be. And it's like the same case where you see Batman and Superman interacting in a Superman book versus a Batman book. If Batman's in a Superman book, odds are he's also going to interact with Lois, and that's going to be really fun. Because you never get that. And when you do, it's like she's really going to give him a hard time, and it's really fun.
Yeah, it's those matches you don't expect. That's where it gets really fun. You start dropping people in situations. Yeah, for sure.
To inflate the ego of a man who's not here, but James Tynion IV's Batman Ninja Turtles. That's one of those books where I just rereading the other day, and I love how Batman has almost no patience for any superheroes, but he's like, but the Turtles get a pass. Like the Turtles get such a pass where he's like, these guys are pretty great, aren't they, Alfred? And Alfred's like, what is the matter with you? Like, I love just this lack of explanation for like Batman just being like, Turtles get a pass, and it could be because he's like, well, I got 4 Robins right here, it's like these 4 teenagers, or it's because Batman technically would be a millennial, and so he just intrinsically and by DNA definition loves the Ninja Turtles.
He is grooming them to be Robins.
Right, they're all like, he's like, I got 2 superpowered teenage mutants.
They're already trained. Like
they're already trained.
Pre-trained out of the box.
They're mutants.
You're color-coded teenage ninjas.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you mean I get to sneak in cheat days by pizza? Like, this sounds amazing. Also, I really love how much of I love how stressed out you make Alfred. Like, there's so much about it where he's just like, like he'll deal with like Jaime Reyes, and he's like, shh, little punk. And then like the Michelangelo slide down the banister, like, all right, Mikey, give me bones. And you're like, what the hell's going on, Batman? What a double standard. And he's like, I'm the king of double standards. I'm Batman. This is what I do.
Yeah.
But and they're ninjas.
You offended Josh.
Yeah, he Batmaned us. He just disappeared. Like
Josh's like, how dare you? First of all, singing the praise of someone who's not even here. Thirdly, talking about Batman. Anyway. But yeah, so yeah, I guess we could talk about we could do more questions, I suppose, if that's something you guys are interested in. Let's see here. There was one. It was one of our first questions that we ever got here on this show, which asked, and this is really a question for the foursome because it's really up for grabs. Let's see if I can pull it up here. It was essentially about one of the members of the super family that is so often ignored. And I'm vamping for time because it doesn't actually put these in any position where it helps me. Don't worry, Josh, I got you. Here we go. I got 4 people on the show and no one else could talk. Hang on.
No, we're just waiting patiently.
It makes me look like a real pro. Here we go. Kieran Dale. Hey guys, long-time watcher, first-time watcher. That doesn't make any sense, but thank you. Are there any plans for Beppo the Super Monkey in the future?
This feels like a Josh question.
Yeah, it does because it's Superman family, but I feel like Beppo could show up anywhere. Doom Patrol especially, but also, Batman might have a Beppo robot.
True. I mean, we don't want to spoil the end of Absolute Power, so I don't know if we should really get into it.
Subtitle Absolute Beppo.
Yeah, there
Absolute
you go.
Beppo.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said that,
but no, Absolute Power is okay. While we're waiting for Josh, Glassman, happy All Stars. I heard a quote from Mark Waid once: "Getting into the comic book industry is like breaking out of jail. Once a path is used, it's sealed up forever." How would you guys describe your path? Oh, I like that a lot.
Isn't that a Gail Simone quote? Is that a Mark?
And I'd heard it as a Dan Slott quote.
It was brought up on a panel recently, and they said it was Mark Waid, but I don't know.
No, yeah, maybe it is. I could have swore it was.
Dennis, what's yours?
My breaking into comics story. I mean, what do you count as breaking in? Because I started making mini comics. I was doing those Fun Record strips on my live journal back in the day, and then then I started drawing stuff. And that was a whole different journey. I did a graphic novel for Oni that I only drew, and I started drawing Edison Rex with Chris Robertson, where we were kind of co-writing, coming up with the story together, and that kind of gave me confidence to start writing. And then, if you're saying how I broke into DC, I co-wrote the first arc of Future State with Josh. So I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm still breaking in all the time. Just depending on what market you're getting into or what publisher you're getting into or all those things. Do you ever feel safe is the real question.
That's the thing, right? Dennis, I think you're getting into something fundamental, which is there's you're constantly re-breaking in. You're constantly coming up with new ways of reestablishing yourself, breaking through another barrier or subverting.
Josh and I were talking yesterday, and there's a manga Vagabond, and it's the main character. He's trying to be the invincible under the sun, the best there ever is. But there's a scene where he's climbing a mountain, and he finally gets to the top of the mountain, and the clouds part, and there's just more mountains that are taller and bigger, and it's that's pretty much comics, right? You get to the top of one thing, and it's just there's more to do, and so I don't think that ever ends.
Absolutely.
Yep.
But true. I also think if you want to get into comics, just make a fucking comic. That's really, start climbing.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's it. Yeah. I mean, it's harder. The writer thing is hard.
Yes.
For an artist to break into comics,
be good.
An editor can see you right away if you're good to go. Whereas with a writer, most editors won't read scripts because if they said yes to that, that would be their full-time job, just reading scripts that are terrible.
That's true. Yeah.
And they want to see that someone has the follow through. So they want the final comic in their hand.
Right.
To prove that you can make it. And my favorite breaking in story is Ray Fox, the writer.
Really?
Because he could not find an artist to draw his books. And so he taught himself to draw at the age of 30. and so like he would come by our studio in Toronto and he would show us like what he was working on. Like, wasn't very good at the time.
Sure.
We'd give him some tips, and he just kind of gradually got better. He got good enough to self-publish a book called Nemivore, and then he went to San Diego Comic-Con. He handed out. He got into the hands of a Vertigo editor, and the editor was like, "This is great. The art's not good, but the story's great. We want to redo it at Vertigo with a professional artist."
Yeah,
and that's how he got in there, and that's how he ended up writing like Batman Eternal and like Constantine, Justice League Dark, and also his art got better, and so like he was able to like publish like some really beautiful graphic novels at Oni.
Yeah,
and he's still producing just gorgeous work, and he became a better writer because when you learn to draw comics, then you understand the storytelling so much better.
Oh yeah.
Like sometimes I'll look at a script from a comic writer, I'm like, this is
you've never drawn before.
This is not drawable. And it doesn't make any sense. The flow doesn't work. The order of who's talking isn't going to work. Like,
oh yeah.
So my advice to every writer is basically to learn to draw, which is no one wants to hear that.
Certainly.
Yeah, even if you're doing with stick figures, like, right, like just take the time to like put it on a piece of paper to see if what you're trying to make someone else execute actually works. Like, I highly recommend everybody do that. Like, just
if you hit the. I always feel like if you're writing a script or writing a panel description, you really can only probably write "and" one time, if even that, in the panel description.
Yeah.
It's like Superman is flying, and like you have to be really like, is he using heat vision? Okay,
right.
maybe, right? But if you're like, Superman is flying, and then he lands on the top of the Daily Planet, and he sees Lois, like that's where you're starting to like, listen, I can actually see how that would work at the same time, but that you're gonna drive somebody crazy doing all of that stuff. I thought there was a question about the monkey, right?
Yes, Beppo the super monkey.
When
are we going to see him
trying
show
to
up?
figure it out. I feel like I'm always trying to find a place for that stuff, and then it just never ends up working out. Like right now, I'm trying to figure out how to get crypto into things. That's like the next priority, I guess. For me, I'd rather do that than the giant monkey. But I also feel like it's funny when you realize you've used some of that stuff too many times already. But what were you talking about? So you're talking about
how each of us broke in. And
and the concept of like likening it to breaking out of jail, where like once you find the like hole in the fence, they're gonna plug it in. Like
that's funny. So I heard that. So Mark Waid might have said that. The thing that Gail said is it's like breaking. This is funny that Mark Waid says like breaking out of prison. The thing that Gail said was it's like breaking into a castle. And once you break into the castle, they put a new security thing there to make sure you can't break in the same way.
I think I just conflated all of that.
Yeah, I used to say that it was like, I used to say that trying to break into comics, I'm not even sure if it was correct anymore, but I used to say that it was like trying to break into a bank. Like you just have to have a plan. You gotta have a plan. You can't go and smash and grab. You gotta have like a whole plan for it.
But the big difference is it's actually more like breaking into a bank that has no money. That's the sad truth.
I think we all have it.
You're stealing bags of pennies. What are you doing?
That's a good point. I feel like my story is always really long. Like, I had a whole long process of like, starting to pitch comics when I was a kid, pitching comics in college, pitching stuff in like, and then eventually one day I just had it as a job. But that's the funny thing. Like by the time you actually has it your job, you're not even thinking about that anymore. You're just like, holy shit, I have deadlines. Like you're just like, I'm in it now. You're not even thinking about it anymore. Like it's funny. People will ask you that question. Like when you finish a project, they're just like, so, have you taken time to reflect on it and stuff? And I'm like, no, man, I got other shit to do.
Too busy.
I am in it. I remember when I got the job on The Flash, it was like a mini pieces of me getting the job on The Flash. Because again, we talked about trust issues. So every time somebody told me I had the job, I didn't believe them. So it took a while. But I remember at one point, somebody called me and they were like officially like, hey, we're flying you in so you can get started. And this, so it was Abernathy. So Abernathy calls me at night and he's like, hey, we're going to fly you in. Here's the plan, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, hey, man, so are you going to like pop some champagne and like hang out and stuff? And I was like, no, man, I got to do the dishes. It's just, I got other shit to do. But yeah, like whenever you finish something, I think about this all the time. Like I get jealous of like Hollywood people, right? We were talking about Hollywood people a little bit before, but Hollywood people who are like, they work on one thing.
Yeah.
They work on that one thing and they finish that one thing. And then they're like, I'm going to take a year off to think about the next thing. Like that stuff I am so crazy jealous of. I'm like, dude, we're working on this like staggered thing, you know, constantly where we're
yeah,
you know.
Isn't that a rarity? I mean, at this point, like everybody hustling. Like nobody is just like those who have the vantage point, the ability to go like, oh, like those are like, that's the old guard. That's like the Spielbergs, like people who are like, nah, I'll take 5-6 years, think about the next project, entertain a couple of ideas. And then,
I think most like directors, actors, like they've got so many things set up.
Right?
And the progress of getting funding and
that's why the scheduling stuff becomes so important.
Also, they're millionaires, and you know that
they're millionaires.
That does help.
When you want to take, if you want to even take like a month off, you can.
I will say,
I don't know if I could. Month off,
no, because I gotta say, like taking a vacation, like I don't do that. My old definition of a vacation was when everybody else went on vacation. Like when my family would go away from me, and I was like, finally, I can do what I want. Like it was amazing. It's like I live near my folks, and they're great, and blah blah. But but no, there's something to be said for going to a temperate, warm climate, and not have an effing thing to do. And I'm saying that from the vantage point of making fun of you guys and your art for a living. So I already am a piece of shit. But even I need a vacation occasionally. And and I took one a few weeks ago, and it was amazing. And I was like, and I kept catching myself like every 20 minutes just sighing, like just this like decompressed sigh, because I was like walking through 80-degree weather and just walking to a fun ride. And then I was gonna go eat, and that was all I had to think about. And my wife was like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, I know I'm not okay, because I haven't been this okay. Like, because I'm constantly thinking about what the next effing thing I'm gonna do.
Before the pandemic, I joined my wife and her in-laws for a trip to New Zealand, and it's the first time I've been on vacation for a long time. And like, we flew into Tahiti first. So we came into Tahiti at night, crashed at the hotel. In the morning, I went out and sat on the patio and looked at like the ocean.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there with my wife and her dad, and I started to cry because I hadn't been that relaxed in years. And so like this past year, like I went away for 3 days to Cancun, locked my phone in the safe. I would check it once at night because there were always questions that need to be answered. I tried to set up as much as I could, but even just 3 days is enough to kind of like reset me. Because it's very much relentless. I remember talking to Ryan Stegman once. Just once. That's all you need.
Why would you bother?
But he was saying like, he's like, all I want is 6 months of not drawing a comic so I can work on my art.
I think that's all.
Because you're when you're with deadlines, you're not trying new things. And you're not really kind of expanding your skill set. You're using your current skill set, and maybe you'll happen to get better in the process of making that comic. But to actually take 6 months and be like, oh, I'm going to experiment. I'm going to do a drawing today and try a different style and move this and, take my time here and there. There's just not the chance. There's not the time afforded to creators. Like, I don't know, like as a writer, I don't know if that would be a thing. Like, if I had maybe I'd poke at a novel.
Reading books, like making space to read stuff that isn't homework is huge. I think really important. Like just finding space for input, which informs the output.
Having that clarity for a moment of headspace to sort of think about what you're doing. I always thought about this a lot when I was on Flash, because it was like it felt like I was always running a marathon, but as I'm running the marathon, I start thinking of like, oh, there's a smarter way to do this. There's a better way to do this. Like you start thinking of like, oh, I'm actually figuring this out as I'm going. But the problem is I can't get off the marathon yet, So it's like, but then when you get off the marathon, you want to rest and you go, okay, there's a smarter way to do this. And that I've been thinking about that a lot more lately, of just like, because I've been working the grind for so long, and we've talked about this, but I've been doing so much for so long. But it is that moment where I guess for me, you kind of go, oh, like there are better ways to do this. You start figuring things out, little not tricks, but just storytelling stuff. But you're just like, you're in that grind of those deadlines that you have to get that room away from it for a moment. And then you're like, oh, cool. I always think about it now where it's like I just need a lot more time to think about work. It's funny. It's like I need time off from work to think about work. Especially what you're saying. Yeah, I mean that's how I think about this a lot lately. Yeah.
I have to go for Batman walks. Basically, I got to go for nice long walks to kind of think through story and kind of let.
Is it at night? Is it at night in the city?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. But not in the way you think. I'm out with a gun and I want to murder a couple of millionaires.
Yeah.
Oh,
I imagine you like in year one when he's in that, like going through.
Yeah, one scar, that big scar in my tooth.
Yeah. No, I love it. That's how you should do it.
Speaking of Batman, I got to jump off because I'm on.
Yeah, well, hey, glad for hanging out. You hung out way longer than I thought you were going to.
I know.
Yeah, no, it's fun. It was fun. It was fun.
Yeah, it was good to hang out.
It's seen each other.
Yeah, I keep forgetting other people were watching this, so I'll probably said a bunch of things I probably shouldn't have, but whatever.
All right.
It's for Bleeding Cool to decide.
That's right.
Exactly.
We should talk more Batman, Superman stuff later. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chip.
I like this new style.
No, I like that.
I like how Sal was just like, no, we're
No,
gonna
because I know better than to cut him loose because I know he's gonna do something else. Like he has the link too, so he could bomb in every 2 minutes and just like completely troll us, which I know he might. Well, we had him on the show once. It was during a heat wave in Canada, and he was like, and I was like, hey man, you want to do bombing on the show? Dennis has been on the show the way we did that too, where we did like little like cameos on our review show. And Chip's like, yeah, I could do that, but I'm gonna be naked. And I'm like, yeah, sure, of course, as per usual.
Yeah.
And then he comes in and he is sitting in his chair like you imagine Grant Morrison posing for a publicity photo, but just a sheet of white. And I'm like, I don't know what I was expecting, but there you are. And he's like, yeah, man, that's me.
On my computer, I have a file that is just pictures of Chip dressed as the Flash in boudoir photos. Like this is a thing on the internet. It's out there, so I'm not,
you're not like one day.
But Chip has posted those before, and so I made a point when I was working on Flash to save them or to save on my computer. So every once in a while, Chip would make some kind of comment. Oh yeah, it was Free Comic Day a couple years ago, and Chip made some comment, and I just responded to him with just the picture of him. It's like he's like dressed as the Flash, laying in front of a fireplace with like a white rug and stuff.
Yes.
So that's out there. So I have a file on my computer's ready to go anytime. I could be like, oh yeah. And just
dude, that is the best. I love having old photos that like your friends take that they think that they didn't think about the internet back then.
Yeah,
I have a couple of buddies who used to LARP, live action role playing. For those of you who are not in the know,
we all know
who are not aware. I did it exactly one time, and I was like, I'm never going to do this again. And
what happened? Did they beat you up, Sal?
No, honestly, I will admit the people who went LARPing were in better shape than I was expecting. But
dude, I've seen LARPing in the park. I watched it one time, and I mean they were not joking around.
No,
I mean they were full on Braveheart style coming at each other.
Oh yeah,
and I had distance from it. I was like, oh my god, guys, all right, yeah, you're really cool.
I'll do this tangent. Here we go. But before I do, just one time, my buddy like dressed as a were-leopard did this and did incredible like movie-esque makeup where it's my friend, but he's a leopard and he's wearing ninja clothes and he's crouched in the woods. And I have this photo and I'll have it forever. So one day his daughter is going to be like, "Hey, what was my dad like when he was a kid?" And I'm like, "Here you go. Here's your were-leopard. That's your dad." But as far as LARPing is concerned, I remember I saw a brochure for it at like a costume shop when we were teenagers, like when I was in high school, and I was like, this looks amazing. And we got this concept of like making, because we were already like hitting each other with sticks and stuff, because like Star Wars, and so when we found out like, oh, you mean we can hit each other with swords, but like we won't hit each other in the knuckles or stab each other by accident, like that's it. So we built these foam weapons where you get like PVC piping, the pipe insulation, then you get duct tape, you cover it all up, and then you just start flailing at each other. And so you could just beat on each other for hours. So I was in really good shape in high school because you know, once I had a job and had like disposable income, and my parents supported me as like a, you know, human being, I just had money to burn on garbage like foam weapons and like we had like this giant trampoline. Like we went to the Toys R Us. There was a trampoline on sale. I'm like, I've always wanted a trampoline, so I bought that. So it's like every day the regiment was walk 2 miles to my friend's house, then spend at least 45 minutes or more on the trampoline, and then beat the living daylights out of each other for another 2 hours, and then go home every day, 6 days a week.
So like, you know, when we were, Dennis, was when I was a kid. My mom had 2 jobs, and so she would go to another city with my brothers on the weekends. And so literally when I'm like 12, 13, I'm home alone on the weekends, like completely like nonstop from like Friday night to Sunday night by myself.
Oh my God.
And so of course, you know, I got into all kinds of trouble. I was a crazy person. But one of the things we did, a bunch of friends of mine came to my house, and my brothers and I had like a lot of toys, and they had toys, you know, like toys you were like eventually going to throw away or give to Goodwill or whatever at the time.
Totally.
And so we were like, here's what we wanted to do. Again, as we grew up in California, we're like, we're going to have a toy war. We're gonna build forts in my living room, 3 forts, and then we're gonna proceed to throw toys at each other.
Jesus,
that's not a war. That's
I have a food fight with. You can't tell because of the beard. I have a scar right here from it.
No kidding. What was it?
Right.
What was the toy?
Tonka toy truck, metal Tonka.
That'll do it. Right. That'll do it. Oh my God.
And let me tell you. So here's what happened. So we are going at it. I mean, it was so funny. We had like an old school box big TV, and I was like, how do I protect this? I put like a blanket over.
That's the internal logic.
We took all this stuff down. We took everything down. It was all right. So we were like, all right, let's do this. And we were just pelting each other. But we're like, it's a good distance from each other, right? Sure. So it was like a snowball fight, but with full on toys, like action figures and
that is insane.
But we had buckets with us, right? And we basically used, you know, what do you call it? Like G.I. Joe bases that were a little bigger, and like He-Man bases a little bigger. We used those to basically fortify our little, like we were basically creating these like walls of barricades for each other and hiding behind them, and then just pelting each other. And I remember when that Tonka toy, I remember very clearly. I remember when it like, boom, got me right in the chin. I felt it. I remember the blood, the whole thing.
Yeah.
I grabbed my bucket of toys.
Oh no.
And I stood up and I ran to that guy with that giant bucket of toys. I mean, we're talking about big,
heavy.
And he was still throwing the toys at me as I'm running, but I was like, I'm in blood rage now.
Yeah.
Right? Like I'm seeing red. And I got to him, I just fucking somehow.
Yes.
Just
did he bleed? Did he bleed?
Raining toys. What?
Did that kid bleed?
That was it. It was over. It won. Well, I mean, listen, once blood is on the floor, I think we're already be like,
That's fair.
Yeah, but I didn't know if you were gonna go blood for blood with the other kids. Like I didn't
know.
We were nuts. We would do all kinds of crazy stuff. Me and those guys were nuts. We would do all kinds of stuff. We had this game we would play that was like, there's a bomb in the house. And so you would start in the furthest part of the house you could, and each one of us had stopwatches on our necks. And basically you had to make it through the house before, like you would lose, right? So the whole thing was like, okay, you have 10 seconds to get out of this house. But here's the funny thing. We would keep on pushing ourselves. So at one point we were on like, you know, the second story of this really big house. Like one of my friends, the second story, really big, like elaborate, like, you know, 6 or 7 bedroom house. And we're up in the very furthest point. And then we're like, all right, let's do this. And then it became this game because you would lose, but you're trying to test each other. So, I mean, you're talking about kids jumping out of fucking windows.
Yeah.
Get out of this house.
Oh, my God.
You know,
I have questions. How many kids and how many stopwatches? Why did you have so many stopwatches?
3 of us. Well, I mean, you're planning
That's
ahead.
A lot of...
Yeah, you're planning
kids. Yeah. Sometimes more. I mean, we would get into stuff, dude. We would do all kinds of. We were nuts, man. I mean, we would get into all kinds of trouble. I feel like I definitely had one of those like. I definitely had like a Stand By Me kind of childhood in a way. Like I definitely had one of those like Stranger Things, more elaborate. Like what were we thinking? Where were our parents?
Someone should have died. Like
somebody at some point somebody posted this thing online a few weeks ago where they were talking about, could you imagine what it was like being a kid without the internet and being in your house without the internet? And somebody responded, and they were literally commercials that said it was 10 p.m. Where are your children?
Yeah,
like that was a real thing. Do you know what your children?
No,
like because that was super real. One of my favorite, I guess I'll call it memories of this was the Nerf wars we would get into. Like first you had laser tag, but the Nerf wars you would get into. And I remember me and this guy God, yeah, I must have been like 13 at this point. Might have been 12. But we had these Nerf guns that were the kinds that were the bow and arrow.
Yes,
right?
I love the bow and arrow.
Reload it, you know.
Yeah.
We also had all kinds of Nerf guns. And so the idea was like, okay, we're gonna really go at it. We're gonna have like a full-on Nerf war, and whoever gets hit with the Nerf, that's the person who loses, right?
Sure.
And so you would think we were like John Wick and stuff. Man, we were just covered in Nerf guns.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
you didn't want to suddenly not have it. And so we're chasing each other around my house, like backyard, front yard, in here, just trying to shoot at each other, you know. And finally, we made it into my room, and my room had a door to the outside. And then, but there was also, I had like a couch in the middle of my room. This like old ratty couch in the middle.
Yeah.
And we were out of everything. We were out of ammo. We were out of everything. All we had left was the little bow and arrow Nerf guns. And I remember this day, like running. We both ran into that room at the same time. And I, like a little action star, slid, and he used the couch to jump. And we both launched the arrows at the same time. Like, kid you not. Boom.
No.
Kid you not. And we were like, we're done. We will never
Nailed
beat
it.
this.
Yeah.
This. And so now it's like I'm chasing that high forever. So even with my kid. So I have Nerf guns in here in my office right now, actually. Let me see if I can find it. I call them my kid hunters. No, I'm kidding. I would never do that. But I have like I am ready to go, and I have all kinds of stuff in here. And I've definitely had moments in the middle of the day where I'm just like, I'm just gonna shoot some toys and see what happens, and I'll just be like, you know. So but I will never beat that high of that moment. I will never be able to. The moment of perfect like synergy. Yeah, when you're a kid, those kinds of things, something happening like that, I was like, oh yeah, I will never be able to top that moment. I could see it. I could see it. He was up and he went like this, and you're just like, all right, that's it. We can never.
Perfect moment
to watch TV. That's the moment you fell in love with Green Arrow.
Oh, Green Arrow? No, my Green Arrow thing is actually a darker psychological thing, because I told you before, right? That like when I was a little kid, I had superpower toys, and I lost my Green Arrow toy. We talked about this.
I think so.
Oh yeah, Green Arrow is like a Rosebud kind of thing. I actually do like the character a lot, but it is a Rosebud situation because I had these toys. One of them was the Green Arrow Superpowers toy, and it got lost. I had taken my toys to somebody else's house, and we just could never find it. My parents were like, "Well, we're leaving. We can't wait." And I was like, "No, I can't find it." And I never was able to get it back. So there's a part of my brain that has always been trying to get Green Arrow back. Basically, like I know that's a part of it. You know, and so I have so many Green Arrow things. I actually have. Here, hold on a second. Just hold on.
While he's doing that.
Yes,
I'm going to tell this story about. I was in the studio with Tony Fleece.
Yeah,
and we were talking about G.I. Joe, and he was telling me
how much I love this story.
Yeah, he was telling me how much he hated Dusty, and he's like, I hated Dusty because he betrayed G.I. Joe, and I took the figure and I buried him in my yard because he betrayed G.I. Joe, and I can't believe he did that. And I was like, you know, that was a 2-part episode, right? Like, and he never saw part 2. And he just thought Dusty betrayed G.I. Joe, and he like got rid of the figure, and it's lost to time because he didn't know till however old he was when we had that conversation. He just thought that Dusty was the ultimate traitor. It was it was beautiful, and he sacrificed that figure somewhere buried in his old yard. Yeah,
I love that. So did he watch the episode and go like, oh?
We talked about it. I got him up to speed. But yeah, it was. We may have watched it because in our studio we had all these like TVs that were linked, so we could watch everything at the same time. It's
awesome.
Pre-pandemic, it was a good time.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna peace out too. So hopefully you got more popping in. I'm popping out.
Yeah, popping out. Thank you so much for being here.
Like I did my
thanks for having me, guys. Yeah,
of course, anytime, Bal.
I'm not sure how to leave.
Oh, that's okay. I'll kick you out.
You'll push me out.
Here,
right,
man.
thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks so much. Good seeing you guys. Take care.
You too. And there we go. Then there were 2. So yeah, you got your figure.
And there's back to us again. That was crazy, and that burned like 2 hours. This whole thing. See, we were right. This is gonna go so fast.
I know.
So true. So I have like 3 of these. Is basically what I was gonna show you. I eventually was like, I have to finish this part of my brain and get this. But that's also part of my love of Green Arrow. I was like, there's no way I could not I could do it. But let's jump into some questions then, since it was just the two of us. If you have questions, you said there was some stuff before.
Oh yeah, there's plenty.
Anybody in the chat that wants to, and also I can't see the chat. We should have said at the beginning. I can't see it, so.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh man,
yeah.
you missed out on. There's been some. What's great is that actually this saves the chat for posterity. So if you are.
Oh really? If I want to dive in and
if you want to dive in, you can see what people are saying. Where they were like, and everyone's been really cool and respectful, by the way. So
that's good. That's good.
Keep it up, folks. Don't make me look bad.
Thank you. But, don't make Sal's job hard here. Don't make him day hard.
Yeah, exactly. But let's see here. Panda Go Crazy says, I don't have a lot of scratch, but I have enough to scratch your back. Thank you very much. Thank you, Josh, for being a part of the show for a year now, and hopefully you stay. That's true. It never occurred to me that you might leave.
No, I mean, that's the thing. Like we part of why we decided to do this was almost like a 1 year anniversary thing, right?
Exactly.
A 1 year anniversary thing, but even though January was the 1 year, that kind of tells you how busy, like both of us are. Day was when we were able to do it. Like it took.
Yes, let's celebrate our 1 year anniversary like 3 episodes after.
May. Yeah, well, there's not going on. Part of it was because I wrote you and I was like, Free Comic Book Day is tomorrow, and like that's something definitely to really celebrate. And then it was, there's just also like next week is the 10-year anniversary of Nailbiter.
No, that's right. That's right. 10 years.
It's super weird. Yeah, Nailbiter. I mean, we could talk about Nailbiter stuff too. Just how like Nailbiter is always fascinating to me because Nailbiter was the one that like in my gut I always knew was right and I had to do, and I kept getting no from people. Like I kept getting rejected. Or and to be fair, there were some people that didn't say no, but they wanted to change it so drastically that it just didn't feel like it was mine anymore, which does happen. And I always feel like sometimes when you tell somebody a story, but then they want to change the story so much it's no longer yours and you're not passionate about it anymore, you need to take it back. You need to step back from that, because then you're just not going to feel it. Like you should never work on something you don't feel passionate about. We've talked about being upset with it, but yeah, I actually worked at a comic book store on the very first Free Comic Book Day.
No kidding.
And it was bonkers. Wild. That was such a crazy time. And the store I worked at the time, they like really went for it. They got a lot of guests. They had a lot of artists, and so it was really fun for everybody that was there. Like they were really able to. Oh yeah, cool Nailbiter stuff. They were able to really look at you getting all planned out. They were really able to do something really, really big, and so I'm always really excited about Free Comic Day. I actually think at this point, I don't know this for sure. I'd have to sit down to the math, and maybe you and I have talked before. I don't know for sure, but I think I've written more Free Comic Book Day comics than anyone.
Wow.
It might be possible.
That's incredible. I've never even thought about that.
I think I have one like almost every year. Like I have something. So like tomorrow's Energon last year was 2 DC things. The year before that, I think I did a DC thing. And I've done them for Dark Horse. I've done them for Oni. So it's like I've done them for so many different places. I think I might have done more than anybody. I have to actually sit down and do the math. I would be curious about, there had to be some kind of Marvel writer that did more, possibly.
I don't know. I don't know, because at this point, like I know Bendis did one, but like, and you would think like, oh well, Bendis would have done like a dozen if that were the case. But I only remember him
favorites. It was like an Avengers standalone one that was one of my favorites that he did.
The one in the snow. It's such a good one.
Yeah, that is
Jim Shung book. Yeah,
I actually saw him that Free Comic Book Day and had him sign up for me and stuff. Yeah, way back when, a lifetime ago. But yeah, so what are questions you have? We can dive into some questions and see who else.
Well,
we might have
something relevant. Yeah, MP says, what's it been like collaborating on Absolute Power? Was it always the plan to have Brainiac, Queen, and Failsafe as part of the event? Well, you didn't write Absolute Power. That's not yours. But
no, it's Wade. No, but I mean, I talk to Wade fairly often. We talk, and a lot of that stuff was stuff that I had put on the table for DC to play with. I think we've talked before. I'm really opinionated about DC stuff, and I always have a lot of ideas, a lot of thoughts, and I don't mind being in the room and just being like throwing stuff at the wall and jamming on stuff and just getting excited about stuff. And I try to approach it from that perspective of like what makes me excited, what I would get hyped about, and so a lot of times whenever I've either worked on, written, or consulted on like almost every DC event for the last 8 years, maybe 9 years. Like I've been in the room essentially, or been like involved in some way, in a big way, of every DC event for maybe 9 years now.
Wow.
Maybe something like 8 years, I think. But yeah, I've been doing it for a while. But with Wade,
Nope. I'm catching up. And that's Oh, we're catching up. It's almost there. All right. Did we get you back?
Am I back?
A little better. Yeah, you're back. You're back.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I don't know
Sorry
what's
about
going on. It's being weird.
That's all right.
Yeah, so I've worked on most of that stuff. And so with Wade, I just talked to Wade on the phone about
Yeah.
it. And sort of like early on when Wade started working on it, I was just kind of, well, here's what I'm doing. But yeah, so the Queen was always planned to be a part of that story. Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense. That was a good question. So let's see. There's a couple more here. And by a couple, I mean quite a few. I just
you're scrolling through the fun ones.
Yeah. I got to scroll up and make sure I don't like skip anybody. You know, I don't want anybody to feel like they were left out. But Kingsport Cal, for Sal and the crew, you guys are so funny. You have brought me joy for 10 years. I haven't seen a new Punisher back issues, but I will correct that mistake. Thank you very much, man. Vidal Ruiz helped us out with a little super sticker. Hulkzilla, wishing you guys a fantastic weekend and fun stream. Thank you, man.
All right, awesome, yeah.
Lenny Laserdiscs, I'm just happy to be here. Thanks to ComicPop for the awesome stream and the amazing creators. Nice. Nikhil Kapoor, do you guys prefer trade paperbacks or single issues?
Man, it depends.
Right?
It really depends. There's some books where I'm really happy to read them when they're coming out, and then there's some I usually make the decision after I read the first issue.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like I read the first issue and then I go, okay, here's what I got to do. Here's what I can.
Yeah.
You know, that's usually the marker is the first issue.
That's what I do too. And people always tell me that I'm too harsh. They're like, "Whoa, you got to give it at least 3 issues," and I'm like, "Whoa, 3 issues? That's like $15."
Oh man, well, let's not even talk about that. Yeah, but yeah, it's like I'm the same way. Like, I mean, it depends on the book. Like, you know, you can tell pretty quickly. You know, you can tell pretty quickly if this is going to be more for you know, more. Yeah, like it's yeah, it just depends on the book. Like, there's some creator-owned books that I'll read the first issue and I go, oh, I want to read this in trade and stuff like that. But I mean, at this point, I'm not even sure if it, for me, because of the scheduling, like half the time I'm not even reading creator-owned books until the trade is, like, just because of time.
True. Yeah.
Right? It's time. Like, by the time I get around to reading some of these books, there's already a trade available. So of course I want to start there. But the real trick is that if you can get somebody to be so into a book that when they start reading the trade, they're like, you know, you read a couple trades worth and you're just like, oh man, I love this. Yeah. When's the next one? And then you have to switch to single issues. But that's an awesome, if as a creator, if you can get somebody to switch back in a way, because they're just so engaged by it. That's it. But yeah, it depends on the book, man. Like, I mean, I have stacks and stacks of creator-owned trades. But then when it comes to, I guess, when it comes to Marvel and DC, I probably read way more single issues. But then I'll binge stuff, you know, like we've been talking about this. I've been rereading all of Hickman's Avengers. Like, I made a decision to read all of his stuff from, you know, Avengers #1 all the way to Secret Wars, and now I'm in between Infinity and Secret Wars now. But also it's funny because it's funny when you're doing rereads like that, and then you start realizing that, like, oh, it's not just Avengers and New Avengers, it's also Avengers World. Yeah, and then you get reading lists, and then like different people have different reading lists, and they're not the same.
No, they're not. Oh, like, I know. And you got to figure out like who you trust to
I get to kind of read them out of order. So like, I will say, I think, because I've been reading that digitally, but I think Hickman's omnibuses for Avengers are in the correct order. So I feel like that's the way to go. You would hope, yeah. Oh, you and I talked about this. There was something. I'm not going to say what book it was. I'm not sure if I should. There was a book recently that I was excited. I got an omnibus of it. And then I realized that they had put the omnibus in not reading order, but release order.
Oh.
And the release order does not work for the reading order. And it bummed me out. Like, that I definitely was like, these books are not connected enough to do that. Maybe in the later issues they are. They definitely are. And they might kind of reflect each other. But it was definitely a thing where I was like, no, these books should have just been in story order, not release order. It really, I was like, and I didn't know. I was talking to somebody on the phone about it, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna pull it up real quick off the shelf, and I'll flip to that page, and I'm like, well, it'll be easy because it'll be in order, and I couldn't find that page. when I realized like, oh, they put it in release order.
Yeah.
And I was, oh my God, I don't even know where to begin with this. So that's always kind of a bummer. Yeah.
Definitely. Charles has a fun question where he says, what artists do you love to work with?
Oh, all of them really. I've been lucky.
Yeah,
I've been lucky.
Amazing.
That, like, yeah. I mean, I get lucky. You know, there's different people for different stuff. You know, it's like, you know, I'm man. You know, when I was breaking in, when I was much younger, like in college and stuff. You know, every artist I'm working with, they're also in college, or they're also like, we all have full-time jobs, including myself, right? Like it was tough. So getting pages meant, you know, you were getting one every few weeks at best, right? One every few months at best. Like it was really challenging, right?
Yeah.
I'm still a comic book nerd.
Exactly.
Right? I am. I just am. I love all this stuff that we're doing. And so there's times where every page I see, I am just, especially when I start seeing the roughs, that's really when it starts to come together for me. Like I love the rough stage.
Totally.
That's really where it's starting to become a comic book. It's not just a script or an idea, it's becoming a comic.
Yeah.
But I love getting art coming in. It is one of the best things in the world. So it's like I've been really lucky. Like, you know, I work with Jamal, right? And Jamal Campbell on Superman, and Jamal's coming back and he's doing the Absolute Power issues with me. And those pages coming in, you're just like, oh, this is so good. Like Jamal and, you know, Tom Riley on Duke, you know, Andrea on Cobra Commander. Just every time the art comes in, you know, Sean on Green Arrow, like, and the thing about Sean on Green Arrow is that Sean really, really loves Green Arrow, like legitimately loves Green Arrow, loves DC. And so it's great because there's a shorthand, there's a short language to us, you know, like sometimes when I work on a book and I'm like, oh, we're going to do this like splash page, or we're going to do like a panel that's kind of like a history lesson panel, right? Like we're going to do like, like Roy, for example. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have a panel where we show like the history of Roy, or I'm gonna have a panel where, you know, we're gonna show Roy in different costumes. Normally, I have to go get like reference, and I have
to really like here are the iterations of those costumes.
Man, not with Sean. I give me like 2-page spread history of Roy, go, and he will totally take care of it and get amazing.
Yeah.
And so, everybody I work with, like Howard Porter, you know, when I was working with Carmine on Flash, it was just like. I've been really lucky, and then Mike on Nailbiter, you know, like I've just been really lucky to be able to do, you know. I mean, I know I'm missing books right now, but like Simone, every time I got some Simone pages this morning for Batman and Robin that were really great. And just in general this. But
Ruff on House of Brainiac is doing a great job.
Oh, dude, Ruff is like, Ruff is one of those ones. There are some artists that I'm like, I get protective of. I mean, I'm ultimately protective of all of them in a way, like, but also I recognize I don't have the room. That's the thing that sucks, is sometimes you're just like, you know, you want to work with all of them. You want to work with all of them, but you recognize that you can only do so much. And I'm already a workaholic. I already do too much, so I can't.
Exactly. You
know, it's funny. Like Riley Rossmo is a good friend of mine. I've always wanted to work with. Like a few times now, and he's somebody I always work with. But it's like scheduling becomes a thing, so it's hard. Who was there? Was somebody else I was going to think of with that? Oh, so Leo Max. So Leo Max was somebody I did rogues with, and I really like one of my favorite experiences working with somebody because he's just got it. And but when I finished rogues, my schedule was such a mess. I couldn't do anything, and he went to go do a boom book with Cullen, which is great, and it's an awesome book. He does Ghost Lore, but there was a part of me was jealous of that, you know, because I was just like, damn it, this happens all the time. Like Jason Shawn Alexander is one of them too, because I did Frostbite with him, and now he does Philadelphia and he does Spawn stuff, and he is awesome. And he and I, like, it's one of the best like working experiences I've ever had with an artist. They're all great. I've never really had like a weird or a bad experience, I think, as far as I know. There's probably some artists out there that's like, fuck him. No, but you know, I feel lucky that I've been able to work with a lot of people that I get along with. But yeah, Jason was one of those ones where it was like, we met. I don't think he'd even drawn issue 1 yet. We met at a convention and we were talking, and I was like, man, I feel like I've known this guy my whole life. Yeah. You know, it's just those moments. And so, yeah, I've been really lucky with it. And there are other artists I would like to work with. You know, I would love to work with like Jorge and more, you know, Jorge Fornes is one. Like when Chip was talking about that earlier, I was like, that guy's so good.
I know, right?
You know? Yeah, there's definitely some artists I look at and I think about like, oh yeah, I would love to just work with them on something, you know, like collaborate on some ideas. You know, there are some books I'm putting together with artists I really like, so I don't want to say yet. But yeah, it's like I just felt really lucky with it. But again, like I'm a comic book nerd, so every time I get like some kind of comic book art, I mean, and that was the even thing when I was working with Andre on Birthright and Dark Ride. Like I think the best thing you can get with an artist, and I've said this before, but like when you're working with an artist and you put something crazy in there, like a crazy thing in there, and they come back and they like level it up, it's almost like they're challenging you. You know, they're just like, oh, you think I couldn't?
Go crazier. That? What are you talking about, man?
Yeah,
like, I can handle
so that was always the thing with Andre. Was like, oh man, Andre is gonna really go crazy on this. So I got to find more and more really fun, big, crazy things for him to do. So yeah, but I really like. But also, I went to school for art. Like I went to an art school. I was surrounded by artists. I only knew were artists for a really long time. I didn't really know other comic writers for a while. Like it took, you know, I started really trying to break into comics around like 2000, 2001. That's when I was really going to conventions with like mini comics and talking and, you know, really trying it out. But I mostly knew artists in that window. You know, I didn't know a lot of writers for a long time. I had published a lot of stuff before I started really meeting a lot of writers. There were a few that I met early on, like John Layman and Josh Fialkov and a few others here and there. But it took some time before I knew a lot of other writers. Yeah,
totally. We have a number of questions that are actually from our Patreon that I wanted to.
Let's do those.
Do those because these are folks who either couldn't make it or are on our Patreon. Patreon.com/ComicPop. Psycho Red. Who would you say is the most influential to your place in comics right now? I asked Tim Sheridan this before, and he said Jeff Johns.
My place in comics right now?
Yeah, like
probably my place in comics. I don't know. It might be Jeff. It might be Jeff. Yeah, Jeff and Wade. I mean, I feel like, you know, it's funny. I get compared to them a lot, and that's actually what we were talking earlier about. You know, the comparisons and how can I? We were talking earlier about the marathon thing.
Yep.
You know, I think about that when it comes to the my relationship with those creators and how I definitely am really influenced by. I'm really influenced by, you know, Jeff and Mark and Grant. But I'm also really influenced by Garth Ennis. I'm really influenced by Peter David. You know, like there's definitely other writers that I know I've been influenced by. But Jeff was the one, you know, with Jeff, it's funny because very, very long time, I had a friend who was an inking assistant very briefly for somebody, like really, really briefly, ink assistant for someone who was working on Teen Titans when Jeff was on Teen Titans.
Yeah.
And so they got one of Jeff's scripts for Teen Titans. And I had seen scripts before that, but there was something about Jeff's script that really spoke to me. And so basically the format that I use is like 75% Jeff's format. Like, and it's funny because I took that as almost like a base. And this is just format and overall style of writing a script. And over time, I've changed it. Mine is different from his. Totally. But it's funny, that script with Jeff, that's like, you know, 20 plus years old. Or Teen Titans is 2003, so it might be about 20 years old. But so when, you know, I read the script for Rebirth back 8 years ago, I had noticed that Jeff's style had also changed.
Yeah,
like Jeff's style had also changed.
You'd watched it like evolve/shift.
Yeah, it was interesting to see that like I had taken his base and changed it, but then he'd also changed the way he did things too. Like it was interesting to see that dynamic of how those two pieces have changed over the years. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny too because like now that that's the part we were talking earlier with Chip about like I'm on the marathon. It's almost like I was on the marathon. And when you're working on DC books, I think that one of the challenging thing is that when you're working on these books, you know what your favorite version of those books are.
Mm-hmm.
So there's an impulse to be like, well, I want to make it like my favorite.
Right, exactly.
And the thing you need to keep in mind is you also want to make it yours, right?
Yes.
And so for me, that was one of the challenges I've had at DC. And that's why with Chip, I was like, you know, trying to find ways of making it more me, you know? And so looking at things like Robin and Cobra Commander actually was really interesting. I think something clicked on my brain with that where I was like, oh, okay, I'm still learning and still figuring things out. It's interesting. I don't know if I've I've never. This sounds really weird to explain this, but I haven't hit my like quote unquote peak as a writer yet, right? Like I'm still figuring things out. Like I don't like I haven't solidified who I am as a writer yet.
I think that's true. That's a very astute observation, because most folks, they can't see the forest for the trees when it comes to like their own, like, they're just like, well, I just write, I just put my head down and I do it. But like, there are some writers you can point to and be like, I know exactly what this is going to be, for good or ill. I know exactly what that's going to be when I sit down to read a so-and-so book.
Yeah.
But with you, it is, no smoke. It's just,
sure,
you never know. Like, from Dark Ride to Superman to Rogues to Green Arrow, you never know if it's gonna, like, what it's gonna be like, and which is cool. Like, I think that's actually kind of fun and unpredictable.
Yeah, I try to do that a bit. That was actually something said to me really, really early on in my career, where they were like, they thought I was jumping around genres a lot really early in my career, and I was like, well, why would you pigeonhole yourself into one thing? And I know what's fascinating about this is like when I was in Brian Michael Bendis's class back 14 years ago now, he would talk a lot about one of the most important things you could do is to find your voice, to find your style, essentially, right? And I remember listening to him talk about that in class and kind of struggling with that a bit, like those ideas a bit. And so that is definitely something on my mind still, of like, and that's the thing about Brian, like Brian's voice is obviously Brian's voice. Like you could read a Brian book and know it's a Brian book, but Brian also changes stuff up.
Yeah.
You look at Scarlet, for example, like when he started doing Scarlet, that was a very different book from what he was doing other stuff. And then, look at when he did New Avengers and Avengers, but then you look at what he did when he did Mighty Avengers and how Mighty Avengers was so drastically different from what had come before. So I like that he definitely, but it was still his. You could still see Brian on it. Like,
absolutely,
over it, So I definitely think. Oh, so Brian. Also, I should add Brian to that. I always feel like it's weird because the two people who I definitely talk to about writing comics, and then I definitely, I guess, learned from in some ways, like reading their scripts and stuff, is Jeff and Bendis.
Yes.
It's interesting, like how there was, in that moment, the top guys at both companies.
Yeah.
Throughout that era, those are the two that I was influenced by. But there are times I look at Garth Ennis a lot, and we've talked about this. I think Garth Ennis is probably my favorite. Oh, but also, we're just like naming off writers. Brubaker's one, like Ghosted was very by Brubaker. Like it was probably too much. But that's the thing that's funny. I'm trying to shed that now. That's actually what's been on my mind a lot lately of getting off the marathon for a bit. You and I have talked about this, like me trying to find a way to take some time off soon. And part of that, taking that time off soon, is about being like, I need to shed the influences. Like I think that's a part of it. I need to take some time and shed the influences, and then figure something new out for myself. And it's funny because I think Cobra Commander is a book that I don't know. I couldn't even tell you that is not influenced by anybody. Like,
it is the most like, it is the most like out there in terms of like, I can't really define it. Yeah.
It's funny because we kept calling it a horror book in the beginning, but I don't even know if horror, now I look back at it, I'm not even sure if horror was the right way to call it sometimes. I think sometimes saying things like, I knew it was going to be bloody. I guess that was what I was trying to get to. I knew it was going to be bloody and it was going to be gruesome and there'd be horror elements or tropes, but it wasn't going to be necessarily what you would consider a horror book. But that was the best way to explain it to people. But it's funny because I like writing jerk characters, and I like it's interesting because you look at Nailbiter and how Nailbiter was, and you look at some of the stuff I do. I like having those characters. I mean, even you look at Superman. Part of what helped me figure out Superman was Lex, and so it's I gravitate toward those characters a little bit. And so with Cobra Commander, it allowed me to kind of do something very different than what I was expecting. And I think that's actually a thing that I have been thinking more about lately. Is like, one of my commentaries, I think, on books lately that I have read, without naming names, well, I'll talk about a positive version of this, is that I want to be surprised.
Yes.
And it is like your brain is like my brain, where you recognize the patterns of storytelling now, right? Like you watch a movie, you watch TV, read comics, your brain is wired like mine, so you're recognizing those patterns of storytelling.
Yep.
And so now the thing I search for when I read stuff is to feel surprised. And that's what you're saying, like when you know a creator and you know them really well, and you pick up that book, when it's just another book of them, it's not as magical, I guess. And so that's the thing I look for in comics right now a lot. Like I'm just looking for surprises, man. Like I want to be surprised, like not just reading it, but announcements, the whole thing. Like I want to be surprised. And I think that's part of why I've been enjoying Jonathan Hickman's Ultimate Spider-Man so much.
Oh,
because,
sure. Yeah.
I think I've read everything that Hickman has done at Marvel, I think.
Yeah.
And I've read the majority of Hickman's creator-owned stuff. So I feel like when you go in a Hickman book, you sometimes know what you're going into. But then when I picked up Ultimate Spider-Man, and here's the thing, God's kind of teed this up. If you read God's,
I was gonna say, did you read God's, right?
I only read the first issue.
Oh, it's good. It's
no, I know. Well, now I was just like, I'm gonna wait. I was gonna wait. That was one I was gonna wait on.
There's only one more issue left, so.
Oh, I know. Well, I'll get the trade. I'll get the hardcover.
Exactly.
But, when I started reading Ultimate Spider-Man, it was like, oh, he's doing something totally different here, and I really appreciate that. Like, I was like, oh, surprise! Oh, it's interesting. And then he's doing such an emotional book. Yeah. And then you start going through and you get to the end of the second issue and stuff, and you're just like, but it was a surprise. And I think that's the thing that I really look for right now, where it's like, I definitely want to read books where all of the core stuff I want is there, all the main pieces I want are there, but I'm looking for surprises with creator owned. But the reason why I say this, and this is what has been, I think oftentimes when you're a writer, the stuff that you're looking for is the thing that you want to do. Right. So it's like, I'm constantly saying, oh, I'm looking for surprises, but that's probably because I want to surprise myself. And then I want to surprise people, right? Like, I want to put stuff out that you read and go, oh shit, like, or you're surprised by. So that's been on my mind a lot lately, but I recognize that a big piece of this is going to be like, oh, we were saying before, I need to take some time off from work to think about work.
Exactly.
Sort of what it is, So I mean, I'll figure it out pretty soon here. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
Let's see here. Which characters? This is from Sean. That's it. Which characters out of any comic would you want to see in a video game for them, or a revival comic?
New Warriors.
New Warriors. I know. I knew the answer to that.
I told you that story, right? That when I was in not high school, I think I was probably like maybe middle school. I was obsessed with New Warriors, and so I made a New Warriors video game. Like, I sat there and I basically wrote out what the game could be and levels and how they would do stuff. But yeah, so I say New Warriors only because that was when I did. There's a G.I. Joe game coming out that looks pretty cool. It's kind of I think it looks really cool. Man, watching that episode of X-Men 97 where they went into the video game.
Oh yeah, Motendo. Yeah.
Motendo. Yeah. That I was really like watching that game because it's that same kind of style as they did like that new Ninja Turtles game recently, and they did the game, the Scott Pilgrim game. It's that very Simpsons, X-Men, Ninja Turtles 4-player. Right. I want that for like everything. Like, I think that's fair. To have that for everything. Like, there's stuff like that. I'm excited about the Wolverine game that's coming out eventually.
Oh yeah.
But I want that for everything, And I know you love the Spider-Man games.
I do. I love the new Spider-Man games. They're great.
Yeah. I haven't finished the first one. I it's one of those things where eventually when I have time, I'll just like dive into it. But oh man, you know what? I know the answer to this question. What I really want. I want a good Superman game.
Oh yeah, I mean, you and everybody else, man. It's just come on.
Did you ever play Grand Theft? This is not related, but related. Did you ever play Grand Theft Auto?
Of course.
And there's those times where you would like run fast. You hold it, run fast. Every time I would do that, I was like, "This is a Flash game. Just make it so he can zip to the city." And then he stopped. I was like, "This is it right here. You just put the game mechanics are built into that game."
Yeah.
Just do that. And then you hold down R and all of a sudden the Flash zooms to the streets. It was there. You watch those Matrix games back in the day where you would like do slow-mo motions and stuff. Like, it's all the game mechanics for a Flash game. But yeah, Superman is the one, man. I feel like just one. I had Superman 64.
Oh.
Yeah, I had it.
Yeah, I played that.
I see that in my dreams, flying through circles. Right?
Yep, over the clouds.
Yeah, I just really want a good Superman game. You get Metropolis, you get some space stuff.
Yep.
That would be the number one thing I would want would be a good Superman game. Yeah.
I know, man. I'm with you on that one. Speaking of Superman, Jaden wants to know, what is your favorite pastiche or deconstruction of Superman and why?
I mean, I guess All-Star Superman.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I unless he's talking about things like Dr. Manhattan or Homelander, like
I see what you're saying. Yeah, the archetypes. I really love Alan Moore. I really love Alan Moore Supreme. Alan Moore Supreme, that book. I was actually thinking about this recently, and because I really like Tom Strong a lot. And that was a moment where Alan Moore was still playing around with the like superhero tropes and stuff. But yeah, I loved Alan Moore Supreme. That book. I remember buying that first issue because I was also like, you and I are the same. Like we're '90s kids, and so I was really like, I was buying everything Image was doing, and when Rob was doing Extreme and Awesome and Maximum Press, like I bought all that stuff. And when Alan Moore came on Supreme, I think that was probably one of my favorites. I think I'd have to think about more. Mark Waid did that one that was really good. Mark Waid did basically Evil Superman, and but yeah, I would probably say the Alan Moore Supreme one. Like that book is just good, and it's a bummer that it's hard to find. Like it's at least that I know. Like it's hard to find. Like it's one
certainly collected, but you can get. I mean,
I have the trade in storage. So eventually, when I do the reshuffling of things in here and I get everything out of storage and stuff, I'll bring those back in. Yeah, I have them, and I have the ones that were like the white borders and stuff. I have those. I mean. That was it was funny because it was like there were certain pieces of Superman mythology I wasn't as familiar with that I sort of became familiar with because of that. Like it's also I was working at a store at the time, and you know how it is. Sometimes you're like, this is genius, and then somebody at the store is like, no, it's actually ripping off this thing over here.
Yeah,
it's not ripping off, but it's an homage. It's a beautiful homage. This other thing over here.
Yes,
and you're like, oh, I didn't know that.
Right, and it's an inescapable one. Yeah. It's like. Yeah. How did you not know that it was informed by something else? And it's like, because I'm new.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a child. I'm not a child. I'm a kid.
There's a good one here. I like this one. Miles Morales seems to be one of the most successful legacy characters from Marvel. Looking at DC, what lessons do you think Marvel could learn? This is from Secret Boss Sauce. What lessons do you think Marvel could learn from DC and its treatment of legacy characters?
Oh, you think? Wait. So, what lessons Marvel can learn from DC? Or
because DC has more legacy characters than Marvel, and I think that's just because, Marvel's younger than DC technically, and so as a result, like Marvel.
No, I get it. I get it.
I don't think Marvel's room for legacy characters because the sliding time scale, but
it's harder. I feel like Miles has taken on such a life of his own that it's completely. Like that's
multimedia too.
Yeah. Like that's tough. I mean, like Miles is definitely one of those characters that has become very popular in mainstream media. We were having this meeting one time. Oh man, I shouldn't tell this story. But we were in a summit one time. We were talking about this stuff, and somebody made a comment about a character. I'm not going to say what character it was, but they were talking about a character, and they were like, "We should make him like Venom." And I was like, "There's no way to tell this story without really getting into it." But basically, I was just like, kids walk the streets wearing Venom hats and Venom shirts. That is another thing. They are not going to like that particular character, as much as we in this room love that character, there are no kids walking around wearing that character's hat or shirts, right?
Nope.
And that's something to think about sometimes. But with Miles, yes, like people outside of comics know who Miles is. So I'm not even sure what the advice is for Miles. I mean, just keep it going, right? It's working. don't bug it, right? Like, the fact that he is, he's in those movies. They have Spider-Man as Amazing Friends. It's like he is a part of that. He is, at least in my mind, I feel like Miles is probably one of the most important additions to Spider-Man mythology in 20 years?
Certainly. Oh, well, certainly the most impactful.
Addition. Like an addition. Because I don't think, additions, without talking about subtractions. He's probably the most, I would think, one of the most important additions to that mythology. I mean, you look at something like how before Mark Waid was on Flash, there was no such thing as the Speed Force, right? So it's like stuff like that where like these are additions that become so much part of that character. And I think Miles is that. So I don't know what advice I would give, because it's like, it's funny with DC and legacy characters because you're talking about probably the most important DC legacy character is Nightwing, right? Nightwing, followed by Wally potentially. But the problem is that Wally has been able to have that real growth on the outside, right? Because obviously the movies and TV shows focused on Barry.
Yeah.
Nightwing, if Nightwing gets to have his own TV show or his own movie or something like that eventually, you know, and who knows? But it's like those are things. I mean, Miles has definitely surpassed some of that stuff. You know, it's a bummer with DC stuff sometimes because like I think about characters that were introduced in the 90s that had potential to do that sort of didn't work out. You know, like obviously Kyle getting kind of moved to the side every once in a while, and it's always a bummer. You know, it's like so it's tough. I mean, with Miles, I'm like, I feel like the sky's the limit right now for them because it's like they're able to with those movies and kids. It's a cultural moment. It's kids know who that character is. So I don't know if I'd ever have any advice for them other than just like don't mess it up.
Yeah. But it's also I don't think it's replicatable. I don't think you can just be like, oh, we're gonna Miles Morales Captain America. Or we're gonna Miles. You know, it's actually one of the worst things. And I'll say it. You don't have to agree with me, but I think that you know when they did that "What If Miles Morales" series, where it was like, "What if Miles was Wolverine? What if Miles was Captain America? What if Miles?" I was like, "What are you doing? Like, why are you like? Don't pollute the conversation." I know, but for me, I'm like, don't change people's minds. Like he's Spider-Man. Like, don't suggest that he's something else. I'd be like,
that's a fun. They're just having fun, I guess. But I see what you're saying. Yeah, you don't want to. Dang, there was something I was going to tell you about with that stuff, but I feel like just don't mess it up. You know, that's it. Oh, this comes up every once in a while. This came up recently. I was in a meeting and somebody was talking about what another publisher did, and they were kind of like, "We should do that." And I was like, "What you're responding to," and this is the thing about the thing. What you're responding to is they did something different and fun and exciting. So what we should look at is we need to do something fun, different, and exciting, not copy what they did. Otherwise, we're just copying what they did, and now it's right. And so that's the thing with this stuff. And you have this, these things come. I think they come for the most part organically. You know, Brian is really smart and really thoughtful and really looks at the big picture, right? Like Brian really has one of those abilities to take a step back and look at the tapestry of comics, and he knew what he was doing with Miles. Like Brian, you know, Brian pays attention. And since Brian was paying attention, he was able to look at it. I mean, that even go back as far as the original Ultimate Spider-Man. You know, he heard Stan Lee say, "If I'd had 6 issues, I would have taken 6 issues." Yeah, and he was like, "Well, shit, I have 6 issues." Right? Like, that's and look how smart that was. You know, it was so smart, but it was like now you're like, "Oh yeah, duh." But that's always those things where that's one of the fun things about comics is when somebody taps into like the obvious thing for a moment, and you're just like, "Oh man, it's so smart," but also you're like, God damn it. Like, you know, it's funny with that. But I mean, Miles, God, I don't know. Don't fuck it up, I guess.
Yeah, right.
And I feel like right now, because it's taken on a mind of its own, it's become one of those things where it's like okay, how do I put this? It's not impossible to fuck it up, but it's one of those things where it has taken on such a life of its own. Right? It's taken on, it's almost like how you can't ruin Batman. Yeah, it would take work. Nobody can. I have a hard time with that because I feel like no one can ruin Batman because there's so many different interpretations, and then it's like you just have somebody else come in like a month later or whatever. Movies, TV shows, cartoons, whatever.
Well, I mean, today you can't. Today you couldn't. But even then, even Batman after the '66 Batman show, Michael Uslan.
Oh, I know.
How did
it took him a while.
How did Michael Uslan get his name on Batman?
Because nobody would do it with it. Yeah.
Because nobody cared. Because that was how diminished the brand was.
That's why I say it's ultimately not broken, because you look at Batman and Robin and how Batman and Robin kind of broke things.
Yeah.
But
but the comics still kept going fine. Like
and then a couple years later you get it, and it's crazy. It's not that much later, right? Because I think it begins. When it begins? It begins 2005.
I want to say it's 2005 or 6.
Yeah, so it's not that much later, dude. It's like it's I guess it's almost 10 years. It's 97 for Batman and Robin.
It was 2005. It was June.
Okay, so there was a gap. There was definitely
a gap, but it wasn't that big. It wasn't as big as other things. Yeah.
Oh, I know. Well, there's stuff where but then it's like, I don't know. There was a time, I think I told the story. There was a time where I was really disappointed in something I wrote. I was really upset with something I wrote, and I was upset about it. And I felt like, oh man, I fucked up. And I went to San Diego Comic-Con, and the first person I saw was Dan DiDio, and we were having drinks and stuff. And I was, lamenting to him and talking about being really upset about it, right? And just being like, oh, I did this thing, and I was not happy with it. And I remember Dan, put his hand on my shoulder, and he was like, "That's the beautiful thing about comics. He's try again next month. That's it." And it like took the weight off me, because you're just like, oh, that's right. You gotta, you're never down for the count. You just gotta get back up and try again next month. That's it.
Yep.
That's all you gotta do.
Yeah. Here's a fun question from Raidu, who says, "Happy Friday, big fan. If you could pick a character from either Marvel or Indie to bring into DC mainline, who would you pick?"
So for Marvel, we've talked about this before. I think I would always say Dr. Doom and Green Goblin. Like those are the two that bring in. Green Goblin is such a DC character, dude. Like,
yeah, he really does. Like, that's why he's so separate from everybody else. Yeah,
he's such a DC character. And then Doom, just because Doom is amazing. Doom is my favorite Marvel villain. So it's like
easily.
And I think the thing about the fun of that is kind of what we were saying before. It's like it's those interactions those characters could have with each other. Like, man, that's the stuff that it's funny because I know there's like the extremists and stuff like that. Those the characters at DC that are basically the archetypes for some of those characters.
Right.
But yeah, if Dr. Doom is one, but indie characters, that's really funny. What indie characters? Well, I think Hellboy
would be easy to put in.
Yeah, Hellboy would fit right in. I mean, one of my I love Starman. I really love Starman. And that Batman, Starman, Hellboy special, I think they only put Batman in it because that was the only way they get it approved. It was supposed to be Starman and Hellboy. I think that's the story. I might be wrong. But, Hellboy would be really fun. Obviously, I think Invincible would be cool to throw into some stuff, and see how he reacts. I would say those. I feel like that would be interesting to start there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think most of the like original Image characters, like I think that like Shadowhawk would be fun. Any of the original guys, like Savage Dragon, Shadowhawk, Spawn.
Yeah.
I mean, arguably, one entire whole universe of Image characters.
No, I know it has invaded. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
it's in the DC universe, and that's the one I wouldn't have picked first. Like I would have moved Savage Dragon before I'd bring like Gen 13 into the DC universe.
Oh man, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah,
or the Max, like he'd be easy to do. Like and Max would be fun.
Oh, Max, I know you love Max a lot. Yeah.
I do love Max, but I'm like, oh man, yeah, like he's because of the Spirit World and Dr. Fate and anyway.
Yeah, bringing the Wildstorm characters over. I mean, there's pieces of that are really fun, but I mean, I think even characters like Youngblood characters because Youngblood was sort of DC. How do I put this? Like, because Shaft always was basically Arsenal, right? I mean, he was. And I don't mean that in a negative way because I liked Youngblood, but it was like those characters I think would have been interesting because DC is funny because DC sort of it's funny and I know somebody's going to probably correct me on this, but DC doesn't always have government funded teams,
right?
Like they don't always do that. Like for the most part, Justice League has always been separate. Suicide Squad is the only one, but that's different because it's it's Man of Waller and they're criminals. It's a little different. Yeah. But like when at Marvel, you'd have the Avengers being like having a liaison, and obviously X Factor was very much government funded team. But it's funny how DC doesn't always have a lot of government funded teams, and so I think that'd be interesting to find ways of putting some government funded stuff. It's just an interesting like storytelling trope with teams that we don't see a lot of it DC. I think it close. I don't know if I think Power Company was funded by that guy. I don't think it was. I don't think it was government funded. I'm trying to remember. I mean, but there was JLA that was done with Amanda Waller when it was Steve Trevor and Green Arrow and Katana and some of those characters. I think that was the government funded Justice League team, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's ever been a lot of government funded groups. I don't count. I guess what I would say with that, government funded superheroes is different from like a team of war characters,
right?
Being dropped into like they're on missions and stuff. I feel like there's something very different.
Yeah, like Sergeant Rock doesn't count. Like,
yeah, the rock doesn't count, the losers don't count, you know, things like that. I feel like don't necessarily count. I'm sure somebody will correct me and be like, no, there was all these government funded teams, you know. And I'm like, oh, I totally blanked on that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's true. That's a good question. That's fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always fun to imagine that idea. Well,
yeah, yeah.
I mean, honestly, it'd be any one of them. I mean, I loved your idea of Hellboy. I think Spawn would be fun because Spawn is so separate. To see him just kind of like
fits
too well. Oh, the Ninja Turtles would be great to like be in the.
Oh yeah, well they've been they've been saying before with stuff.
They visited, but they've never been part of it. You know, it's you know. Oh, we got another special guest, folks.
Who is it? Let's see who this one is.
It's Mr. Jeremy Adams.
What? Yes, my
what's
man.
Happening?
Braving LA traffic, you know?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for coming and hanging out, man. I know you were like, I have to drive and stuff. Yeah.
I was blazing fast, not anything else to get here. How's it going?
Good.
You guys never met before, right? You guys never met?
True.
Oh
yeah,
no. Sal, Jeremy, Sal. Look at this, bringing friends together.
Jeremy. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I love your background. It's great.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, I like yours too. This is a newer one. I like yours because this is your new background at the new house.
It is. Yes. Yeah. I bought. Oh, there it goes. I just bought the bug.
Oh, the Blue Beetle. Dude,
nice.
I want to get the one that I want to get is the Brainiac skull ship.
Oh, you have to. You have to.
I have to. Yeah, I have to. And they have two versions of it, and then they have two versions of the Brainiac because they have the Brainiac that's like the classic, and then they have the robot one. And I really, really love the robot one, so it's like I have to get both of them. And those are a slippery slope, dude. Those are a slippery slope because I haven't been getting them because I'm just like I know what's gonna happen. We were just talking about this before you got in here because this is the original. This is the original Green Arrow from the '80s, still in the car.
Yeah.
So I feel like I try to cut back on stuff, but those superpowers ones, man. Every time they release like a new wave, I'm just like, oh god damn it.
And like they're so affordable. They're like so affordable compared to everything else, which has always been like you go and you're like, this is like a $30 GI Joe. That's just like the version that I grew up with. Like that's too much, you know. And
hey! Do not talk trash about GI Joe, my friend.
No, I
got so many. Look at this one though, right here. I got this one right here. I got Big Boa chilling.
Oh my gosh. You're like, kids, you wanted to go to college? No.
Oh no, my kids' college is taken care of. They're fine. Well, they're all
I have on this side, this is my old superpowers. That's my old from the 80s. Superpowers. And I have like a lot, a bunch of them, but they're well loved. And my daughters are like, these are awesome. Mm-hmm. And the only sad thing about the new, I mean, I don't know. They did something when they made those back then to have all the different like karate chops and stuff is
you
can't do that now, I guess. But the bug is fantastic. I know when they put out a booster, I'll be getting that as well. And I'm trying to slow down because I don't have room for anything.
That is always the challenge of even this room. Like I don't have room for stuff. Like I have so much stuff in here. I have stacks of GI Joe toys.
And you have a big room. I've seen
this room is huge. Yeah, like this room is ginormous, and it's like I have stacks of GI Joe toys. I have stacks of I have every single one of the Spider-Man Marvel Legends toys. So it's every time I do a Spider-Man themed one, I have them. They're over here. So with Marvel Legends, I have a rule. It's basically Spider-Man and Fantastic Four, and that's it. Because X-Men is the slippery slope when it comes to Marvel Legends toys. That's when you know you're wrecked. Like you will never. That's where you're talking about the college fund stuff. You are gonna go broke on X-Men if you go down that path.
No, I can't. And now I've got a little dog that will eat all of them, and then I'll be really sad. I'll be
yeah. My kids were in here this morning. It is the hardest where it's like my son will come in here and he really loves he wants to play with the toys and stuff. It's like doubly like daddy has to work also. Toys.
Those are not toys, son. Those are collectibles.
Those are exactly.
I have toys on the ground over here that he can play with. But both my kids were in here this morning and they realized over here I had a bunch of like Indiana Jones toys.
Oh.
They were just like, because I got those, so I got all the Indiana Jones toys, and they were just like, let me take them down. And then my daughter, for whatever reason, this was funny with kids, is sometimes kids will like name your toys. It's fascinating because you're just like, so I have a toy over here, and my wife or my daughter saw it this morning, and she was like, I love this one, Skull Man. And I was like, that's just Dredd. Where did you get Skull Man?
As you write down Skull Man in a
Skull
name,
Man, that's gold.
to be named later.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What does she work for Master of the Universe?
Oh, dude, no, Master. Dude, yeah, I have a Masters of the Universe problem too.
You seem like it's
no. I
Sheridan. He like I'll find him all the time. Like he told me that because of where he lives in the valley, like people will pay to use his driveway, and he goes, yeah, that's driveway money. They'll pay for like movies and stuff. And so we were at Comic-Con, and I saw him buying a freaking cat slayer, like the giant, and I'm like that. I think it's amazing.
Dude, that's really funny. Remember the last time I saw you in person, it was with Tim, and Tim was debating buying that giant Cobra Super 7 base that was like $800. Remember, he was like, I'm gonna do it, and I was like, no, I don't buy Super 7 because I try to like be an adult and make decisions of like I'm gonna limit the
You're
ones
gonna limit what you do.
Because I'm out of room. Like, so I have a Lobo shelf up here, right here. Yeah. And I got that McFarlane Lobo that comes with the motorcycle. I mean, it is giant. Here, I'll make it. Hold on.
Yay! We're finally gonna see it,
dude. Like the bat chair.
I know. That reveal one time, he was like, "Oh, hold on," and he gets up, and I'm like, "Oh," and we're just in we're in the bat cave.
Bat chair, just sitting here.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the problem.
I got this chair because of James. James has one, but he has a different one. He has one with like the Dark Knight logo on it. But I was like, dude, I'm getting the yellow oval.
No, gotta get the yellow disc.
But yeah, look at the size of this thing, dude.
Oh my god, that's huge.
This is such a giant. Where am I gonna put it? When I took this the box, I was like, I really do not know where this is gonna go. I haven't changed his head yet. I want to put this head on with like spiky hair instead of the long hair one.
Oh yeah,
I haven't done it yet. Yeah, I don't know where I'm gonna put this thing. I'm out of room. I'm out of room.
Time to build a new wing.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the new wing of the house. No, I mean, I definitely think about like trimming some of the stuff down here just because I have a lot of shit.
No, dude, like I have a friend of mine. He literally has so many toys. He has, I think it's like 2 or 3 storage units, and he rotates everything out. Like so, like half of the year he brings this in, and then he switches them. I'm like, that's nuts.
There are two comic creators. There are 2 comic creators. I'm not gonna name their names. Jeremy, you know one of them. There are 2 comic creators I know that have. One of them has an insane storage unit of every single thing that DC's ever done.
Mark Way. Okay.
No, Mark has everything. Has everything that DC's ever done. And then there's another creator I know who has an insane collection of stuff, and he has a warehouse in a different state, and somebody runs the warehouse for them. That is their entire job.
What?
That their books and collectibles go to that warehouse, and it is that person's job
to like curate it
and curate it and process it and put it where it has to go. That's their job.
And so then what do they like take a weekend every year and just go and bask in their collection?
Yeah.
Like Scrooge McDuck and the Money Bin.
They're walking through where the Ark of the Covenant, and it's just like, look at all my lovely creations.
Yeah, where would you even? I mean, that's the thing with this room too. It's like there's so much stuff in here that I'm like, yeah, I definitely want to carry it down. So, Jeremy, I want to ask you a flash question since you wrote. Let me ask you a flash question. How many?
I love the fact that Josh Williamson, the guy who's written over.
Let me ask you.
It's really going to be him telling me what I did wrong. But go ahead.
No, first of all, you know I love what you did.
I'm kidding.
It was like a blessing to have you work on the Flash after me. It was great. I was very, very happy and very excited. And part of it was like, I was debating staying on but at the end of my Flash run, the goal was to get it back to Wally. Like that was always the plan, and that's why the last issues that I did with like Speed Metal and we did Infinite Frontier 0 is like Barry saying it's your turn, and so I was really happy with all the stuff you did when you came on with Infinite Frontier. My question is actually a silly one now. It was like, how many different ways did you learn to write the words run?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh my gosh,
dude. And different. How many times did you have to figure out how to write Flash, but like Flash Barry, Flash Wally, And then when you have both Wally and Wallace in the same book, I would have to have at the beginning of the script, I have to have like an index to be like, when I say Wallace, I mean this Kid Flash. When I say Wally, I mean this. Like I had to do a whole thing, but dude, I wrote the word run, and I would figure out stuff because I would be like race.
Right.
You know, I was always trying to find something else, and then you couldn't put zoom because that got confusing because you're like, oh,
it's character
just suddenly in the scene. Like,
yep.
You know, I was always messing it up. Yeah. So I was always curious when people come on. I'm like, did you ever get just like, oh my God, I don't want to write the word run ever again.
I mean, it's funny because like, I mean, especially I'm super lazy. And so everything comes out of laziness. So even like when you said Wallace, I was like, yeah, we're changing his name to Ace. I never have to deal with this again.
I remember that.
And it was like,
I told you that was a Christopher Priest thing, right? But you came up on your own. Christopher Priest also was saying that for a while. He wanted to call him Ace too.
Yeah, I had no idea. I was just like, man, I don't want to have to do this. And it was also about like how am I going to write that character? The running stuff, it was interesting because that was always the barrier entry generally with the character for me. I'm like, he runs, you know, and I was like, I got to do Doctor Who with this guy. Like I got to do it in a way that other things are happening because otherwise I would just go absolutely crazy. And then you see it obviously because you did this too, because in your run, maybe it's just a product of doing Flash. It's like, it's Flash, it's Wally, or it's Barry. And then as you start going on, you're like, and now I'm adding more and more characters because I have to.
Oh yeah.
It becomes hard, you know.
That's every book, but you know what? That's actually, so this is a TV thing too, right? This is a thing in general. When it's every a lot of TV shows, comics, all of it, right? You do it long enough, you see multiple seasons, multiple years of it, you will start with one. And then by the time you get to the ending, you're like, oh my God, there is a crazy huge cast and my mythology is insane.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Suddenly you're like, all the history, all this stuff, like it's just built into those things. Where TV shows are like that too. It's crazy how it gets like that. Yeah, when I was on Flash, just adding all those characters. But that was also my goal, though. I was like, I'm trying to get everything back. That's all I was like.
You want all those action figures. That's what it was.
Hey, wait, hold on. I have a Godspeed toy.
I can't wait. Here. Yeah, the funny thing about when you said the Ace thing is like, I came up with it I didn't know that Chris Priest came up with something like that on the side because I had just come up with it on my own when we talked. And then you had said to me, I think you had said like, no, we don't want to do that because it's named after the dog. And I was like, oh shoot. And it was already published and I didn't even think about Ace.
No, I mean, it was a smart way to go. But I mean, that was, when I was working on it, it really was like you were talking about like the running stuff. Because I was just like, oh man, you got to use all the different powers. You got to figure out good stuff. The one that I would use a lot, I learned, was I did Tornado Arm a lot. Yeah. Like I definitely had, because it's an easy like way to like get somebody away from him or whatever. So I was always using Tornado Arm. That was definitely one of the like constantly fall back on in a scene where I'm like, oh, I need Barry to do this. So Tornado Arm. And he would like send some way.
My favorite was like I'm doing it in Green Lantern. It's like trying to figure out unique constructs. And that's what in the Flash, it's like, how can I do something? And my favorite was having Wally inside Reverse Flash's body, bitch slapping Lex Luthor like a billion times. Like that to me was, and Kevin Maguire drawing it, so it's just like that, and the way he drew it, I was like, see, that's great. So much better than I wrote it.
No, that's just Kevin is awesome too, though. You work with Kevin right now on the Guy Guard. How much has it come out yet? Only the first part, right? I don't want to actually spoil what's happening in your Guy Guard.
It's the first part, but the cool thing is like you just have to write something mildly entertaining, and Kevin elevates it to a level of hilarity. And there's not many people, like I think about Frank Cho or Amanda Connor. I have a Amanda Connor print. I'm like obsessed, and she does that kind of facial features where they can sell so much of the emotion in comedy. Yeah, it's crazy to me. But obviously Kevin Maguire, like the JLI, I'm sure for you too, that was a revelation when it came out. I was like, oh, you can be funny? Like, I didn't know you could be funny, that was such a big deal.
Or that high profile funny.
Yeah, I was like, that first issue of Justice League International when it was just Justice League is so funny because they should have killed that guy at the ending, or he dies at the ending, and Batman is like, oh well, and he's walking away.
Well, it's funny. I feel like I got in trouble.
He kills him something, right? And the Batman is just like, eh.
Yeah. In issue 10 of the first backup with Guy and the main man. I got away with murder, literally, because the whole thing was the wrestlers across the multiverse put on their wrestling match on a planet that's about to have an apocalyptic event. And the last frame is Guy Gardner flying away as a meteor hits that planet and destroys it. Yeah. And I was like, no one's said you can't have Guy fly away from an apocalypse. And I'm like,
well, I feel when you have Lobo and Guy, you can get away with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like there's something built into that you could get away with it. Like that is so on brand for Guy.
Right. Well,
so
yeah, it's they've tried to make him, they've tried to temper Guy, but like I can't write that Guy. Like he has to be the jerk.
Yeah,
guy, you know?
No, you can't make Guy. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on this, and you obviously are writing the books, but you can't make Guy suddenly like depressed and burdened by what he's just like, nope, asshole.
Yeah.
Yes,
like that's default. You just go there with him, and we'll all have fun. It's okay. Like we don't have to like get into why he's an asshole.
No.
When I was a kid, when he showed up, like I didn't know about him until Justice League International. Yeah. And I remember, like, obviously Wizard was out, and they would always Wizard cast things. So me and my friends would always cast, like, who you cast in the movies. And I remember, like, I don't know if it was during Demolition Man or whatever, but like to me, Dennis Leary giving that whole spiel, I was like, oh, Dennis Leary in his young days, that could have been Guy Gardner,
Yeah,
that would have been really, really fun.
Right?
That would have helped Guy Gardner a lot back then.
Yeah, he had a Green Lantern TV show movie. That's a really good one. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna think about freaking Dennis Leary, but also I'm thinking about Demolition Man now.
Right.
Like,
oh my God. Yeah.
It's so good. It's so good. And it's so like
I feel like we haven't seen a movie like that in a long time. These like weird like sci-fi action movies, but where it's not taken too seriously. Like that weird blend of like action, humor, and sci-fi.
Yeah.
And it's always in the future a little bit, right? Like I was watching Escape from LA a couple weeks ago. I think you might have watched maybe. Yeah, like I watched Escape from LA maybe a few months ago now, and I was just like watching them like, man, where are the movies like this? It's like, just these fun.
Yeah, they're just weird. Fun. They're weird movies, and they grow in. I mean, listen, my favorite movies, like one of my favorite movies of all time, is Big Trouble in Little China. Obviously.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah.
And Escape from New York and Buckaroo Banzai and like these really really strange. But it's all IP based now. Though, last night I went and saw Fall Guy, which I really enjoyed, and I was like, this is so weird because I didn't think maybe just because Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt are in it, it's like this is a really strange kind of throwback movie in a way.
Yes.
And
you could tell because
I have to see it now. Yeah.
It was hard for them to sell it. Like you could tell they were like, well, we got Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt, like we're good.
Yeah.
But then everything else around it, like they were just like, you could tell the studio's like, I don't know how to sell this thing. Like just put them in front of everything. Because when they're talking about it and the fun chemistry they have with each other, where it's like anti-chemistry, like it's not like that other movie that I saw recently where I was like, that is a bold move to take two people who have no chemistry together and call it a rom-com. But God, it's Anyone But You. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Oh, okay.
Right.
That made huge money.
Yeah, I made big money. Well, yeah, it looked like they spent like $1.98 on it, but like and everyone went on vacation to Australia. Sorry, but,
no, I love
that is such a normal thing. Like, there's a Brett Ratner movie, and I remember watching it, going, "Oh, you guys just wanted to go to the Bahamas." Like that there was like,
that's every Adam Sandler movie
right now. Yeah, he's just like, me and my friends and my family, we're gonna like me and my buddies. We're gonna go to this place. We're gonna make a movie.
Yep, and one beautiful.
And
woman.
we're gonna call time is 10 a.m.
Yeah.
After the Hangover, I got
o'clock. We're all done at 3.
You're like, this movie is 3 months long. You're like,
when you're only pulling 6-hour days.
Yeah, there's like, oh, we're doing quick shifts here. It'll be totally fine.
We got to get it perfect. Yeah.
No, but that Fall Guy movie looks good. Like it looks fun, despite the studio being like, I don't know how to sell this because they haven't sold a movie that's like got fun character with that isn't based on anything. They don't have to say like, oh, established fan base, please come see it. It's just like,
wait, what do you mean not based on anything? Listen, I'm of an age. The Fall Guy show.
The Fall Guy show from 1987. I loved it.
Yeah. But one of the things I like about it too, and I'm a sucker for this, is I'm not spoiling anything. The credits, they split screen it, and they have behind the scenes of all the stunt stuff. And so when I was a kid and like you'd watch Jackie Chan, I would, you were just like, oh my gosh, the behind the scenes stuff. There was also, I don't know if you ever watched Full Moon videos. the Charles Band, like that's where Puppet Master and stuff came from.
Oh yeah,
these old horror movies, and at the end of all, they were all straight to video. The end of it, they would always have this full moon like clubhouse, basically, where they would show like behind the scenes things. And if you're a kid pre-internet, you're gleaning, you're like Entertainment Tonight, you know, like you're like trying to find every behind the scenes thing.
Totally.
Try to emulate, you know.
Yeah.
I love it. And but I bet Josh, you're like me. Like I started buying tchotchkes for everything I worked on. I was like, I'm just gonna buy one. This is how low of an opinion of myself I had. It was like, I'm sure I'll only get like one or two because no one will hire me after two. And so like I started amassing all this stuff, and then it became a big problem, like Scooby-Doo stuff and like little things. And then
no, definitely when I get into like a licensed project, well, I mean, for the most part, I won't take a licensed project unless I love it. So it's like I probably already have a lot of the stuff. So that's actually really funny. So Haunted Mansion. So when I was doing years ago, I knew somebody who worked at Disney Publishing, and so they liked some of the kids' books I did years ago. So I would talk to them about like, oh, I want to do Haunted Mansion. I want to do something. I had pitches for Haunted Mansion comics and kids' books, and pitches for like Lonesome Ghost stuff.
Yeah.
And but I genuinely really love Haunted Mansion. So in my old office, this is an office like Sal's gonna leave for this. I had an old office like I had an office maybe almost 10 years ago now.
There's somebody at the door. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let you keep going.
Yeah. Wait. I'll tell the story.
We're not going to say anything bad at all.
Yeah, he can still hear us. So I was just gradually like, So like 10 years ago, I had a different office, and in that office, I had one shelf, and actually, I still have a shelf over here that's all Haunted Mansion stuff, but I had it closer to behind my desk. It was all Haunted Mansion. And so Disney Publishing really knew they were very well aware of fantasy publishing. So somebody at Marvel, one time I was working on a Marvel book, and I did a Zoom interview for that book, you know, the kind of thing, video stuff that we still do now. And it wasn't Zoom then, it was just crappy internet video, but they did something with me, and the person at Marvel in their publicity department, they saw the shelf, and they were like, oh, they had finally gotten permission to do a Haunted Mansion comic. And so they were in the meeting, and they were like, hey, you know who loves Haunted Mansion? It has to be Josh, because he has all that Haunted Mansion stuff in his house.
Yeah.
And so me having the tchotchkes like helped me get the job. But then this was crazy. I heard the story later that whenever they would do those kinds of projects, and I've seen this before, I've worked on licensed books before, where it was like, a lot of times to the licensor, you don't submit one person, you submit a list of creators.
Yeah.
Right. And they check out that list of creators' work, and then they think who's appropriate for it. And then sometimes there's bake-offs and stuff, and sometimes you have to pitch. But when I did Uncharted was a bake-off, and I wrote, I basically won that bake-off. But so normally you submit a few names, and then the person can go through and like check your work out. But with this one, Marvel was like, we're just gonna say Josh. And we're gonna see what happens. We're just gonna say Josh. But I heard this from Axel Alonso later when I was working on it, that basically what happened was they both came at the same time, and Marvel was like, we want Josh Williamson, and Disney was like, we want Josh Williamson. They both already knew, and they were like, oh, this works out. And Axel was like, that had never happened before. That math had never happened before. And so I got to work on Haunted Mansion from that. And part was because I just had shit behind me. Like,
you know what? There is something to be said about like letting your nerd flag fly, because the reason I got Mortal Kombat movies and then did that Bruce Timm Batman movie, it was merely because I wouldn't shut up about martial arts stuff in meetings. And they would go, I was so obsessed with the DC martial arts stuff. Like when Gail Simone, after like the Birds of Prey, like she really filled out a lot of the stuff. And I love the Richard Dragon and like the Chuck Dixon stuff. And I was like, really obsessed with it. And I just felt like it was really cool that DC had this section of their universe. And I literally would not shut up about it, to the point that an executive would go into a room and be like, hey, don't start talking about Cynthia Rothrock, or like freaking don't start talking about, you know, something about comic book martial arts or whatever. And I'm just I'll absolutely not do that. And then 2 minutes into the thing, I'd be talking about it. And so, like, that's what happened is like Bruce Timm came in and he said, hey, I want to do like a Batman Enter the Dragon thing. I'd been pitching Batman Enter the Dragon for ages. And they're like, oh, you got, and it literally, I swear to you, this is how it was pitched to
The
me.
exhaustion.
They're just like, oh, you got to do it with Jeremy, you know? And I had not, I didn't know Bruce, and Bruce is kind of a curmudgeon and stuff. And so I was prepped for, you're going to be fired very quickly, Jeremy. And I went into the room and we kind of hit it off because I started talking about this Chuck Norris movie called Lone Wolf McQuade. And I was like, Bruce, you never seen Lone Wolf McQuade? He gets buried and he drinks beer and he's like, what are you talking about? And so we hit it off. And the same thing with Mortal Kombat. I get a call. They're just like, oh, we heard you're the only one that likes martial arts. I'm like, let me tell you, you know? And so
and they spend an hour talking about martial arts before they give you the job. And it's like, okay, all right, sure.
You're the guy.
Actually, you know, this is one of the reasons why I really you know this is not a secret. I really advocated for you because you remind me so much of myself, because it was like, that's how you know how I am now. Like, I'm very opinionated. I'll get into a room and just start being like, you know, throwing shit at the wall, putting my toys out. Probably saying way too much.
Yes.
You know, even ideas that are bad, and just, you know, throwing stuff out there, being like, this is awful, but let's talk about it. I love that. I love when somebody says, I have a bad idea. I'm like, I want to hear it.
How bad? How bad? Let's hear it.
Half the time, it's like,
that's the best thing.
So it's genius. You're just like, oh, it's so much fun. But so you really remind me a lot of myself, because that's how I was, especially in my early days at DC. I know I still do this to this day. I annoy the crap out of the DC editors, because I am just like, I can't help myself. Like, I have thoughts on things, and and if I hear about something, I have questions, right? Like, I'm always, what's going with that? What's going with this? And when I started on Flash Rebirth, you know, back 8 years ago, I heard this thing one time. They were like, oh, we're going to do a Justice League versus Suicide Squad thing. And I was just like, what is that? What is that? What is that? And at one point they were like, oh, it might cross over to Flash at issue, I think it was like issue 13 or something. They were like, you might cross over with it. So just set aside 13, you know. And I was like, great, I'll totally do that. What is that? What is that? What is that? And I was just like, what's going on with that? What are the ideas for that? I was constantly asking them. Like, I was one of those people, I was just like, but then I had ideas and thoughts. I'm like, how's that going to work? Why is it going to work? What's going on with this? It's just constantly.
Yeah.
And then I got brought into a meeting right when it started, like right when Rebirth started. And I was sitting there with other creators, like, you know, Tom King was there, Steve Rolando was there, Jeff was there were a few others. And then at one point, very early on, they were just like, oh, and Josh, you're writing Justice League versus Suicide Squad. Because they just knew.
Because you won't shut up about it.
I wouldn't shut up about it, because but also I was very much like, I'm a planner. Like, I was joking about this earlier with Chip, where I was joking before about Chip plans. I really do plan. Like, even when I was working on Flash, like, I knew what the ending to Flash was very beginning. I knew it, you know. So I'm definitely the kind of person that plans these big stories, these big moments, and I'm building to these moments. I try to set the stages for the moments. So when somebody tells me something like that, and I'm a you know, this is part of why I worked on the events last few years, is that, like, my brain works in this very big tapestry, you know, big picture kind of thing. That's why I work at so many events. So when someone tells me, hey, there's an event coming, and this is potentially this issue, I am just like, I won't let it go. Right. I'm like, how's it work? How's it work? How's it work? How are we do this? So that's why they gave it to me. Yeah. I wouldn't.
I'm the same way, like, in terms of, like, I'm always game, because I feel I know. I know. It's
I know, you know, I know.
Because I'm the Mikey likes it. He's like, oh, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. What do you want? I'll do something. But I saw two comments. One, yes, I did do a bunch of Lego DC things. Those have been some of the most fun, because, like, Sean Astin played our Shazam. And
what a great choice.
Being able to hang out with him and stuff. And those were just really fun movies that, you know, there's this moment where the funny story is, I'm good friends with the guy who wrote Braveheart. And I was at my kids' like, it was like a passionate parent thing. And it was where you come and you talk about what you do. And I said, hey, kids, do you know what I do? And they said, oh, well, we heard you write comic books. I go, well, I do more than that. And I started pulling out these Lego movies. And the weird thing about, like, Lego stuff is usually they're an age, they're not on Twitter. You don't know if anybody likes them. And
exactly.
They were like, their brains are exploding. I've seen that 10 times, you know. And the teacher comes to me and says, hey, you do the same thing that his dad does. And I was like, I love that you put me in the category of the guy who wrote Braveheart, but, like, Like, and then at the same time, I'm like, but these kids haven't watched Braveheart, so really, no.
Yeah, you're really
yeah. So really, I'm the most popular cat in the room right now.
But now you got to make Lego Braveheart. Is basically
yeah,
what
seriously, no.
Here.
But we did the Jason Todd like origin. But how do you do that? How do you do the Red Hood origin in a Lego where you can't have him get killed by a crowbar?
Yeah.
And literally, it was just one of the producers was having trouble with his kid in a way where we just had Batman, like we had Jason Todd playing video games on the Bat computer, and Batman would be like, let's go. The Penguin's fighting downtown. He's like, yeah, I think you got this one, Bat. Like you handle it. And he became obsessed with playing a game. And so finally Batman comes over and turns it off. And Jason tells him, I can't believe you did that. And so that's what causes him to leave. It's so ridiculous. And
my God. I thought you were, dude, this is where my brain was going. I thought you were going to say that like the Joker tricked him into like putting a video game next to the bomb and it's ticking down. And
No, we couldn't show any violence like that. It was like we couldn't show anything. So he's like, "I'm leaving then," and Batman's like, "Go then." Like it was just.
That's really funny because there's one of the things I was going to ask you about because you've also done the Mortal Kombat ones, right?
Yeah.
And you like went. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but in the Mortal Kombat ones, you've been like, "I'm going to go until they tell me to stop," right? Yes. Like I'm going to go as crazy as possible. Yes. Do you ever? You had fun with that, right? Like it's fun to cut loose like that. But do you ever have moments where you're working on the DC books and you're like, I wish I could do that.
I have put violence in there that they go, you can't do that. And I was like,
me too. Me too.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. And by the way, I used one of your frames once because I got told I couldn't do something. I forget what it was, but I did something violent. They said, you can't do that, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, Josh Williamson has someone's heart get ripped out. And I'm like sending him panels, and they're like, well, and I was like,
yeah, I live in I'm always pushing in that PG-13 world.
Yeah,
I've definitely gotten in trouble. I've definitely had moments where I've had people be like, hey, you can't do that. Dennis actually, I forget when this was, Dennis Culver, who was here earlier. He had a thing one time where somebody told him he got, I forget, it was flagged for blood.
Yeah.
And we were like, that is the best band name.
Yeah.
Flagged for blood.
Flagged for blood. No, but I remember early on with Godspeed, there's an issue where Godspeed, it's one of the more brutal ones where he basically breaks into, I think it's like a courthouse, and these guys are trying to like get across, and he grabs one of them, it's like black hole people, and he grabs one of them, he vibrates them, and then he puts them into a wall and then stops the vibration. That person, and I had him like punching people's faces off and stuff.
Yeah.
For a moment in time, I was able to get away with some stuff, but when I was doing the Robin book, I definitely had to be careful. And so now, when I'm writing the scripts now, I'll just be like, because I don't want to surprise anybody either. Like I don't want to have a thing where somebody else gets in trouble because of me. That's something I want to make sure I'm careful with. But I'll definitely put in the script like, hey, like this should be a bloody moment, but we're probably gonna have to do a silhouette. We're probably gonna have to do something different, trickery. Yeah. But there's tricks to it. Like my wife and I were talking about Nope last night. Like has everyone seen Nope?
I haven't.
You haven't seen Nope?
Yeah.
Jeremy. All right, homework.
Okay. All right.
All right. So, but I will say this about Nope. Some of the most, and this is part of it. We could have a whole conversation about Nope, but some of the most violent parts of that movie, they don't show it. They show the aftermath, or they find ways of giving you the awful information about the violence. Showing it, and it is really, really well done. There's a part of them, but you should watch it. I think even just for that, there's like a Nope is funny because Nope is like, in some ways there's two stories going on in Nope, and there's a part of me which is that like I wish that one of those stories had been its own movie because it was so fascinating.
Yeah,
there was a plot point in that movie that is very important to the overall like movie. But it is so fascinating. It was like that could be a TV show, that could be a movie, but it all works together, But
I'll have to check it. I mean, but what you said about Mortal Kombat, my experience was, I like teeny bopper romance and I love action movies. But when I did Mortal Kombat, I was like, hey, this is Mortal Kombat. I'm going to go really violent. And the first script call we had, like Ed Boon had called up, and we were on a call, and he said, hey guys, this is too violent. I was like, I go, that can't be true. Like I stopped the meeting. I go, that can't be true. I've played your game. It's 1,000% more violent. But I think there was like more emotional stakes in it, obviously. So that's what made it scarier. And so we pulled back, but then the storyboard guys 100% went 1,000. Like they did it so much.
That's so funny. They're just like, no, we got this. We got it.
Yeah, we got you.
When they showed us that there was a clip from Scorpion's Revenge, it was so violent. And we were so sad because there was going to be a premiere. I think it was going to be at Comic-Con, but it premiered. I think it was going to be New York Comic-Con, maybe, I forget. But it was COVID happened, and so we never got to see any of the Mortal Kombats in front of a crowd. And they're meant to be kind of like midnight movies. Like the Johnny Cage one I just did is so vulgar, and I have to tell my mom, like, you can't watch these. You know?
Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. But you told me this. You were like, that one is. There's stuff going on with that one.
Well, and then Mortal Kombat, even the first Mortal Kombat, it was like from the people that brought you Lego Flash and Lego Lego Aquaman. It was like all of us had just worked on this. And Rick Morales, who was the producer on it, he told the storyboard guys, like, this is probably going to be your only chance to do this extreme violence, you know. So they really took the next level. And then, but it was fun because we did that, and then we did Super Sons, and then you know, and did some other stuff. And I was running this show called Monkey Kid for Lego at the same time. But somebody asked about Omega Bandman. I don't want your question to go away. That just comes from I love different eras of wrestling, and I was just thinking of like what would be a fun gimmick is just to have Flash and a rest, and then it just all spiraled out of control. And by this time, I think everybody's seen, you know, me and my friend at the parking lot of Warner Brothers doing like a promo for the comic in like fake mullet, you know, screaming out. And I just saw Kevin McGuire say at the Comic Cons in Japan, they have wrestling matches in the middle of the Comic Con. And I'm like,
dude,
we have got to do that.
Like, no, they do that. That has been a thing. I've seen that. Like C2E2 used to do that because it's Chicago. So there were times where they would do that, even with AEW.
Yeah.
I've been at San Diego Comic-Con where they've had the ring, and I've seen wrestlers wrestling in the ring in San Diego inside the hall.
Oh, like, dude, I would wrestle. Josh, I have a custom Wham belt with the guard.
No, I know, you show me. I'm aware.
I'm like, I will wrestle a semi-pro to pro wrestler. I will get my head kicked in.
Do you go to shows? Well, here's a question for you. Do you go to shows in California ever? Do you go like PWG or anything like that?
No, I never.
You should. Next time I'm in town, if they have one, like, we're gonna go. We'll figure it out. Those are bonkers. That's a whole other wrestling world, man. I watched that video the other day where they have that you're sitting so close. Yes. There was one I do where you're basically like you're touching the ring, like your chair is up against it. I mean, I've seen that.
Well, that was funny. The thing that happened after this. What happened was. You know, Jason, who is Jason Ayers, who is a huge comic nerd, but he's a ref for the WWE, and he read the Flash book, and we struck up a friendship. And then during WrestleMania, he gave us like tickets right next to the ring, not on WrestleMania, but like the lead ups. And I took my wife, which was hilarious, because she had never been to a professional wrestle. She's like, "What is this?" It is so much better to be closer because I remember in
dude. Yes, you and I think we've talked about this before that like I used to work for RVD, who was a wrestler like a lifetime ago, and we would go to live shows, and I would go and sit in the front row. I was thinking about this recently. I went to a live show one time, and Roman Reigns walked past me and my buddy. And I slapped, you know, you hit him sometimes, like you can do this, right? And Roman Reigns came past me, and I slapped Roman Reigns on the shoulder. And I swear to you, I felt like I had just slapped a dolphin. And this is what I mean when I say that, because it basically, he was incredibly wet. Like, I mean, it was incredibly wet. It was stiff, like tough, like muscle.
Yeah.
And then incredibly smooth. Like, I mean, but I remember my buddy and I, when we both hit him on the back, we both looked at our hands and we were like, because it was just covered in liquid. It was like, what? This guy's sweating. Bill Jeremy, it's funny. I forget about this sometimes. You and I have actually technically known each other for a long time. Isn't that weird? It never comes up. You and I have known each other for like, man, I don't know, like at least 12 or 13 years by accident.
Yeah, by accident. You brought it up when we first met.
Yeah, by accident, but we actually have like almost no memory of it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, it's weird because basically this was when we first met. It was like we were gonna do a Zoom or something, you know, just talk about Comics or Flash or whatever. I don't remember. It might have been like Dark Crisis stuff. It was before that, but
no, it was first that. I think I was asking you, like,
yeah, you had questions about something, so I went to email you, and I typed in Jeremy Adams, and then another email came up, and it was your email at Jax.
Yeah, Jax Pacific.
And it was like, wait a minute. There's only one time I've ever done any work with Jax Pacific.
Yeah.
And it was for a card game. And I had to do, it was like you're a freelance writer in your early days. You're just like, what do you mean do?
Yeah.
What do you mean do? Like, I mean, I wrote jokes. There was one time Abernathy, especially when I was working at Abernathy, where basically Ben would hire me for stuff because DC would do custom publishing stuff.
Yeah.
And so like I would do Lego comics. But I would do like one time I wrote coasters. It was for a Big Bang DVD release party. They were having coasters that jokes on them. And the assignment was make up lines that the characters in Big Bang Theory would use to hit on women in a bar. But they had to be in character. Yeah. And they're like, you have a weekend to do it. It's $500.
Yeah, yeah. That's 100%.
Got a pizza and a beer, and we're like, let's do this.
Yeah.
And I come with 100 lines, and we were just like, let's do it. But so I had a buddy of mine reached out, and he was like, hey, they need somebody to come up with like crazy attack words for this card game. Just attack words.
Yeah.
Right? That's all you got to do is just come up with attack words. They're going to give you kind of, and I was like, all right. And so Jeremy, I forget, like you were my person to turn him into or talk to or whatever, but you and I very briefly talked via that and knew each other from that. So yeah, years later, I was like, that's the only way that I could have done that. Yeah. It was you.
Well, yeah, that was Monsuno was the name of it.
Yeah.
And
I remember.
Yeah, I was an assistant. I was an assistant in licensing at Jax, and I hadn't, the Green Lantern animated series, my first credit hadn't aired yet. And so I was just desperate for them to, like you, I was like, I'll take any writing assignment ever.
Yeah,
and
what do you got?
Yeah, somehow I was doing like character names and like same thing with attacks and like all this stuff. And then you had to like come up with a billion of them. And then you had to get them cleared by legal, which was super hard because not only was Monsuno happening, but you had Pokemon and you had like Kaijudo and like all these other ones. So you're competing against all these, like there's only so many words,
Oh,
and,
yeah.
It was
you're just making shit up. You're just making stuff up at some point. You're like looking and going, I'm putting that word and that word together. And that's what it's called. Like,
Oh, it's so great. Somebody asked me about Monkey Kid. I had a bunch of like bigger sets that I ended up giving to my daughters. I still have the main Monkey Kid characters. In fact, if you want to see something hysterical, there's a documentary. When they asked me to do it, they said, hey, we're sending you to China. Oh, by the way, you're just going to be on a documentary for a couple of days. It was not a couple of days. And I was mic'd up the entire time. And it was hysterical because the documentary is like sort of real, like you're sitting there, you're going, I don't remember it. And I don't remember me having like the story problems and China being like, we fixed it for you. It was like such a weird thing, but it was fun. I wrote, somebody asked a question. I wrote all of season 1 and season 3. And then I ran a writing room, head writer for season 2, which I had writers for. And then I wrote a bunch of them too. But it was fun. It was fun / difficult in certain ways. Someday I'll let that story go. But
are you excited about Flash Gordon tomorrow? You're free comic day tomorrow, right?
Yes, free comic day. Flash Gordon tomorrow. Yeah, I'm super excited. It's I worked with Will Conrad on Flash.
That's great.
And I wanted to. They had floated a name by me that was really it was cool art. It was just very artsy. And I was like, no, let's do something like this. And they're like, that's like superheroes. I'm like, yeah, Flash Gordon's a superhero, And so it was really fun. It was really fun.
Is that your first free comic day book that you've done?
Yeah, it's my first free comic day, and it's my first book outside of DC.
Wow, really?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been doing it this long, so
I know it's weird. It's so funny
hard to believe.
Before I like advocate for you because I knew like I don't know. I'm not toot my own horn here, but like I knew really quickly. I was like, oh, Jeremy's got it. Jeremy's got it like real quick, and so I was like, dude, this guy, we gotta like.
You have always been like super supportive, and that really meant the world to me because it's it's never lost on me that what we're doing is like. 8-year-old me is like, yes, this is happening. Yeah, like I'm always freaking out about it. and I'm always just like, man, I'm really grateful that we get to do it, and I never took it lightly. And you and I are very similar in like, you obviously have done this for a long time, but I'm not a deconstructionist. Like I've said this, it's like I'm not there to. I want to say something new about a character potentially, or like reaffirm things, but I'm not the guy that's just going to do the edgelord like really dark. And I think there's a place for that. I'm just not that guy.
It's hard. That's a weird default to fall into too, of like the edgelord stuff. It's like I'm just here to have fun. And I like characters, and I don't know. I think it was a lot with Superman, where I think the key and one of the mistakes people make with Superman is trying to change Superman. So you can't change Superman, but you can change his surroundings. You can change people around him, and you got to take them and then just drop them in new situations, and then just have fun. Ultimately, you're just trying to have fun. Like that's it for me. Is like I want to have fun reading these books and have some escape, just have a blast and feel hype. We were talking before you came in. Like I'm always looking to feel surprised.
Yeah,
those are things I'm looking for. You know, I'm not trying.
You did a Dark Crisis, dude. Like there were so many like splash pages and moments that had me just like super pumped, and that. You're such a jerk though to your artist, man. Like Daniel.
Oh, I know.
Here, could you put every superhero in the DC universe in the scene?
Dude, I know. I mean, it's rough. I don't know why it's a bad habit. I have all my books are like that. All my books are like.
But it worked. It worked.
There's a crazy thing with a million characters in it. But Daniel, here's the funny thing about Daniel is that like. Daniel, I would give him the list, and then Daniel would add more to the list. There's one 2-page spread later in the book that had 51 characters on it, and man, let me tell you, it took everything. I remember Daniel was like broken. Like Daniel, it's funny now because I remember when Daniel got the script for the first issue of Wonder Woman with Tom, and Tom will do a lot of repeat panels and stat panels, and then there's a whole action sequence with like Wonder Woman in the snow.
Yeah, look at this. Right? Look at that.
I know. And half their backs are to us. Like, this was an adventure. But Daniel, like, dude, Daniel had something to prove, and Daniel's a genius, and he was just like, I am going for it. But I remember, when we did that, there was a 2-page spread later in Dark Crisis where it was 51 characters, and I was like, seeing everything in my being to not ask him to add one more to make it 52.
Just to have it.
Well, the joke was, I was like, with the Atom, the Atom is in there on someone's shoulder.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like,
I mean, Zermanico on Green Lantern is so detailed, and the same thing with Fernando Pasarin. Like, I would be like, oh, there's a couple gremlins, and then he'd send me a page of like 60 of these. I'm like, I don't like. I appreciate it, and I'm always
that's when you're like, I was trying to help you out. Like,
yes, right.
It happened with Tom Riley on Duke. There's a part in Duke where I actually turned the script in, and it was like, it was important to me to not punk out Duke in any way or form. Like I needed to really make
so good.
Cool. Thanks. I had to make Duke cool. I had to make it be like, this is a dude you can root for, but also he's like. Keeps getting beaten down and keeps on like getting back up kind of person, you know? Like I love those moments, like I can do this all day stuff. I love that. And like one of my favorite tropes in any comic or movie is when the hero just gets like the shit kicked out of them, but then they step back up. Love it every time. Every time. That is my jam. Like I don't care. You will find that in all of my work in some form or another. But so with Tom Riley, there was a scene where I was like, oh, I can't have it just be Mercer and Duke, and I was like, it can't just be 2 guards. So I was like, make it like 6 guards. And they came back with like 20. Yeah. So it was just this huge thing with a bunch of guards. And I was like, hey, man, that looks dope because it makes Duke look super cool. But that's on you, bro.
Thank goodness artists are so superior as human beings.
Yes.
I'm always just like.
Bless them all. They're all saints.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, and their patience. That's the thing. The patience that artists have.
Oh my god!
It's inherent in their job because they have to be patient in general, right? Like, because I mean, this is always a joke, and you and I know this. So you can literally be like, 2-page spread, the Flash runs, and go have lunch. And they could be like, this is my life for the next 2 weeks or whatever, right? And they're just. And so the patience they have inherently is just the job itself, and the patience they have with us. Yeah, it's just so whenever you have an artist when they start getting frustrated, you just listen, because it's like if they have hit the frustration point, that means you fucked up.
Like, man, I'm like I am so mesmerized because the truth is, when I was reading comics growing up, it's like if it didn't look good, I didn't really care about the story.
Yeah.
I mean, I would literally shut a book and, you know, because I'm a snob or whatever, but like being able to work with these genius people that elevate everything we do. And that's the similarities obviously between like animation too, because animation would be like, I would be writing it as a blueprint, and the storyboard guys, there's a Justice League Action episode that we had where it's really funny. And I think I did great work, but like the storyboard guys just kept plussing it. They would plus it, and it would be like Superman would be like, you know, I'm just a mild-mannered reporter, and then like he'd pull up a mug and it had his face and said mild-mannered reporter, like Clark Kent or something, and I was like, oh my gosh, the board guy just made it so much better. I saw a comment, and this is a good comment because I'll be curious how Josh deals with this. I think I know in terms of like you just ignore them all. How do you zone out all of the negative comments about a series that you enjoy? I have a tough time with this. It's just like, are we talking about criticism of our own stuff, or are we talking about criticism of other things that people like?
Right? I think go with your own stuff, and then we could branch out from there.
Well, I'll start with the other stuff. I mean, I think I guess they're tied together. So here's what I would say: if you're a writer, and artist, and you're starting out, two things I would recommend you do to sort of get your head around those things, right? Because ultimately, it matters what you want at the end of the day. And I've had this discussion with other writers recently, where it's like, it's really about what you like at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. Yeah. You have to, because once you start getting caught in that, you are lost. There's two little tricks I would recommend to you. If you do feel you want to read your reviews, don't only read your reviews, read other reviews as well. Read other people's books, other reviews, because that might give you some glimpse into like that person's thought process on things. But this other one, this is an easy one. Go to Amazon, find your favorite movie of all time, and look at the 1-star reviews.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Just go for it. Be like, what? Look at Pulp Fiction 1-star review. That's not my favorite movie, but like, just go in there and go, what are the 1-star reviews like for your favorite thing? And that will kind of break your brain from it. You'll kind of be like, listen, everything that I love, there is somebody out there that hates it.
Yes.
Right. And for things that we talk about this a lot, like the movie Hook, right? I love the movie Hook. I have the Hook poster over here. I really love it. That movie is a movie that is notoriously despised by certain people, by most people, but I really love it. Like it is it's probably my top 10 movies. I really love it. It's an emotional story. I understand what's going on, and it's beautiful set pieces. But there are people who really, I mean, there was one comic creator one time who was really angry at me via text because I said I liked Hook. So it's like they were very disgusted with me over it. So it's like, you know, I think you just kind of have to be able to distance yourself from it, because it's like once you start letting all that stuff in, and then you're appeasing these people. But yeah, there are times where it's like, you know, if somebody doesn't like your work, go look at what they do like. There's that line from Rick and Morty, right? There's that line from Rick and Morty, like, your boos don't bother me because I see what you cheer.
Yeah.
Like, that also really let you know, like, what that is. But at the end of the day, man, like, who are you making the book for?
Right.
Not
like,
them. Who are you making this stuff for, right? So it's like, if you're not happy with it, that's a problem.
I would say that, like, you know, listen, I think art is performative in some measure. And so it does,
of course,
it always feels good to get accolades. You know, but what's so funny about it is you'll get 99 out of 100 people tell you you're great, and then the one person who's like, this is garbage, will just crush you. But like, I know I do feel like you grow a callus, you know, like I've started out in Hollywood, and the people would be so mean and so aggressively mean that you stop hearing it. And you can recognize it. You can kind of have a 10,000 foot. And I think that you can sometimes suss out the note behind the note. You're like, this person hates it. They might be right about something sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Well, that's the thing. When I was on Flash, you know, the number one thing I would see is where's Wally? Like, why is this not Wally? And that has something I have no control over. Right.
Right. I would get, where's Kyle? Where's Kyle?
Oh, yeah. It's like, isn't Kyle? But also, this is the thing I've noticed about some things. And I think what's funny is, like, when I started on Flash, there was a thing I realized really quickly is that, like, your first issue is not judged with the other person's first issue. Right. It is judged by the totality of their work.
Yeah.
Right. So you're talking about, like, years worth of work. They're judging, and also you're being compared against, in some places, people's favorite comics of all time. And so it can be tough. But also,
And also, you recognize, I recognize, especially as I get older, as a nerd, is like luckily we didn't have Twitter, but I'm that guy. Like, I remember Angel being canceled, and I'm like, give me a postcard. These sons of bitches. Like, I'm never watching anything of David Boreanaz again until he's back.
Oh my god!
And the same
I have
thing
never
with,
been.
Michael
Maybe
Keaton.
I'm weird, man. I've never gotten this angry.
I've been that angry.
Michael Keaton being cast as Batman, I was like, what? Like, I was like, what? And then I saw it. I was like, well, that's pretty good.
Well, never mind.
Oh my god! No,
but like,
I
recognize I'm like that. Once you recognize that you're like that, and you just realize people are passionate about the stuff, it doesn't work.
I appreciate that. It's part of the world of it too. Is that this is all part of the game, part of the world, and honestly, at the end of the day, they're talking about it. You got a reaction out of them. Like, the worst is if they're just like, and you've seen this and I came to this conclusion the last few years and I said this to somebody where, like, I don't want to say reviews don't matter, because I think they matter in a way, and they have different tools to them, I suppose. But it was like, it wasn't the bad reviews that made me kind of take a second look at things. It was the good reviews that made me take a second look at things, right? And you start to sort of, I don't know, it just gives you perspective on all of that stuff. Yeah.
I mean, you just try to take it all. You try to take it all in, and it's hard, but I recognize that, like the Phantom Menace thing. I remember hating Phantom Menace, like absolutely hating it. And then I showed my daughter it, and she goes, "Jar Jar's hilarious." And I went, "Oh yeah."
When I went and saw that,
this wasn't for me. Like, this is for her.
Yeah, when I saw Phantom Menace, I remember after it was over, I went to Taco Bell, and because I was in California, I saw it. I went to Taco Bell. I got my Watto cup. Yeah, my giant drink with Watto on top of it, and I was like, "It was good, right? It was good, right?"
Right. You're trying to convince yourself.
Yeah.
Dude. You're lying. No, I think one of the things I thought about with comics a lot the last couple of years is that, it's like, it's not, because good and bad, everyone has their different opinions. Right.
Yeah.
So I started looking at it as not so much, is it good or bad, but did it connect with a wide enough audience is really what you start looking at, is that, because people have so many different opinions. There's a Frasier episode about this where Frasier finds out that his radio show is going to have a focus group. And he's a little annoyed by it. He's a little bit like, I don't need a focus group or whatever. But the station is like, no, we want to make sure, so we do a focus group. And they tell him that he can go and watch the focus group. So it's him and Roz, and they go, and they're on the other side of a mirror, right? Like a one-way mirror thing. And the other side of it is the focus group. And the focus group is told at the beginning, like, you can be totally open. No one will ever know. Nothing will ever leave this room. Lying, of course, that not knowing Frasier and Roz and the guy Kenny, who's their boss on the other side, right?
Yes.
So they're just like, go for it. But everyone in the room is like, we love it. He helped that person. They listened to it. They listened to an episode of Frasier's radio show, and they're like, we love it. We love it. Everybody there is just like, we think he's great. He's so charming. He's so funny. And then there's one dude. And it's Tony Shalhoub.
Oh, nice.
And he's just sitting there, and he's just like,
Yeah.
And they're like, and so of course they zero in on that. Can you elaborate? And he just says, I don't like him.
Yeah.
And Frasier and everybody, so Roz and the boss, they're like high-five each other.
Yeah, they're like, we did it.
Yes. Frasier follows that dude home. Like, it is, he follows him to his place of employment and is like, I have to know why you don't like me. And it is this whole thing. And he ends up burning that dude's job down to the ground.
Oh, man.
He ruins this person's life. And the guy is like, you're asking me why I don't like you. It's like, this thing in that episode is beautiful. It is that whole thing you're saying where it's like 99 out of 100 and that one you're just like, but you're right.
Yeah, my wife will always say that to me. She'll be like, Jeremy, I'll never work again. Usually when I'm in the second act of anything, I'm just looking for like, what career can I have now? And my wife's just like, oh, are you in the second act of something? I'm like, yes. And she's like, they've hired you quite a bit to do stuff like for a while. And I'm like, yeah, but but this is the time they'll figure it out that I'm terrible.
Well, it is that where it's like, those, and also what you start looking at is that most executives don't have Twitter.
No, yeah.
And this is the thing, this about me. You and I have talked about this. That this is not a secret. We've all thought. Sal and I have talked about this before. somebody else has run my social media accounts for almost 10 years now. So it's like, I don't
healthy. That's such a good idea.
Yeah.
It's such a good idea that I cannot do.
Yeah.
I know about you. Listen, buddy, there's been moments where I've wanted to message you and be like, Jeremy, stop. Jeremy, stop. Because like somebody, here's the frustrating thing I will say is about the like, so people know this. I used to have like social media anxiety. So I made the decision back. So almost not 10 years ago, I guess, 2017, I made the decision of like, hey, you know, I need to find a way to limit this, but also it was a distraction for me. Like I felt like, well, okay, I'm going to tell you a quick story here to get into this. So, 20 something years ago, I was living in this apartment with some friends, and the apartment was going to, we were all going to move out, and I was going to move into a new apartment with some friends, you know, and there was a mix up, and the new apartment wasn't going to be ready till the middle of October, but my lease was up on August 30th.
Yeah.
And I was like, crap, I have no place to live for the next 6 weeks. So I had to move back in with my mom. And I was also in between jobs. I was going to start, I was moving back to Long Beach. And so not only did I not have a place to live, I didn't have a job until the middle of October. So I moved back in with my mom. And I had no job, no money. I'm living with my mom again. And I was like, what am I going to do with my time? Comic book forums. And buddy, let me tell you something. There is a 6-week window where I was hardcore addicted to forums, all of it. CBR, Bendis boards,
superhero hype,
comics, Marvel, comic jobs, digital webbing.
Yeah,
I was addicted. I mean, we're talking about I was not sleeping at night, posting and talking, chatting.
Wow,
nonstop. I mean, just it was very clearly an addiction. Like, I mean, I could not do anything. I mean, but here's the thing. I was getting stressed about it. Like I would be on the DC Comics forums and I would like post my opinion on a book and I would be so anxious to see what people were saying about that opinion.
Oh my God.
I couldn't sleep, you know? So I was just like losing my mind. And so what happened was when I got into, when I left and I got in the new place, we didn't have internet for the first 2 weeks. Because again, this was like shenanigans. I was 20, so it's like just shenanigans trying to like get your life together.
Right.
And so I didn't have internet for 2 weeks. And it broke that habit. But I made the decision in that moment, like, I have to be careful with this. Yeah, so ever since then, I've never really been, you know, MySpace, Facebook, Twitter. I've never really had a strong presence on there. I don't really engage in there. I don't really talk on there. Occasionally I would here and there. But so in 2017, I was very much like, okay, I have to find ways of limiting this. So I had somebody else running it for a while, and now my assistant runs it. So it's very much like, and I was so bad because sometimes people will come to me at cons and they're like, oh, I reach out to you on the internet. And I'm like, you know, sorry.
Well,
but
come to a con.
But here's the funny thing about it. Because every once in a while, like my assistant will let me know and I'll go, you know, looks like, but so a lot of my friends know this. And so what they'll do is they will screen grab stuff and text it to me directly. So there are times where I'm like, I don't know. That's how I end up learning about stuff that's happening sometimes when it comes to discourse or somebody will be like, look what this person just did, or look what this person just said. So like in chat, because I still use chat and text and stuff or emails, and so I'm still like kind of plugged in, but almost in a weird like hazing way where like you have to see this thing. Like it's whenever something dumb happens on comics internet stuff, I will suddenly find out about it because people are just like texting me about it, and I'm like, you're like the fourth person to text me this. I'm aware of it now.
That's funny. Well, they think you're like an Amish person somehow,
right?
Like, you know, it's like here I've sent it on a carrier pigeon.
Dude, I'm definitely. I have moments where I think I'm like borderline Luddite kind of thing.
No, I mean, listen,
I feel old. That's the only thing. Everything else in life, I feel young about everything in my life. I still feel like a kid, but to the point where I feel like a kid in a time capsule. Because if you could come to me and you're just like, I mean, it was funny. You and my assistant like asking questions about the internet. I feel like I'm that person where I'm like, how does this thing work again?
Oh, it's weird with my kids now. Like I'm the guy. I remember making fun of my mom for not figuring out how to put the 12 o'clock off a VCR, you know, flashing. And my kids are now like, just give it to me, Dad. Like, you know, and I'm like, and they're, you know, Minority Report. They're just like, and I'm just like, oh my gosh. But the funny thing about all the internet stuff is like, I obviously am pretty active on it. But I always keep it positive, and I will not engage in anything you know, I'll be whatever, because I you know, I don't know. I used to do stuff on the internet, like early YouTube and stuff, and I would just find out that, hey, maybe that wasn't the good thing.
Well, okay, so yeah, like you get perspective
Yeah.
on this stuff. Like, I mean, this is a story I'll tell you. So, you know, when I was growing up in California, there was this wrestler. So I'm gonna tell you a wrestler story. So there was a wrestler that we saw in the news one time in an interview, and he was one of the local wrestlers, and he was like kind of the thing. Everybody was like, "Oh, this guy's gonna be the thing," right?
Yeah.
And his wrestling name was Prototype.
Yeah.
And we were like, this guy is going to be awesome. He's going to be the hot shit. We knew it, like in California, and like people who knew wrestling and wrestlers and went to little shows. We were like, this guy is amazing. This guy clearly has it. He's going to be amazing. And I went to a show. I went to a WWE show, and I got to see Prototype's very, very first dark match. So not his match, it was a very dark match. I saw him come out, but his gimmick was that he was like the Terminator. He had like sunglasses, right? And that's the whole thing. He was the Prototype, which is so fascinating considering. So, Jeremy, do you know who the Prototype is? Who they are now?
No.
That's John Cena. That's John Cena.
Oh, shut up!
So here's the thing. So I remember when Prototype came out at that show, and I cheered for Prototype like crazy. But the next time I saw Prototype, he was John Cena, the Doctor of Thugonomics. And I proceeded for 20 years to boo the shit out of John Cena. Every time I was at a live show, every time I went to anything, I was just boo, just crazy boo in his face to John Cena, right?
Yeah.
Now I regret it. Like I love John Cena.
Totally.
If I saw John Cena at a show, I would lose my mind. I like Peacemaker, John Cena as a person, John Cena the wrestler, all of it. Like I think about hustle, loyalty, and respect. Like all that stuff, like all the Make-A-Wish stuff. You recognize that dude is great. Like that is a great wrestler, a great person, a legend. And so, but I look back at myself in that time period. I'm like, I was what's called a smart mark. If you know what that phrase is, I was a smart mark. I was being a young kid.
Yeah.
You know, I was booing the popular thing, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was going at the popular thing. I was like booing that. And then now as an adult, I look back at it and I'm like, man, this dude was dope the whole time.
Yeah,
He was dope the whole time.
Because I think what you and I, what we recognize, what people, I wish people would recognize more, and maybe they will, but you get caught up, and especially at your age, you're just excited about whatever you're excited, and you hate whatever you hate. Like somebody ships two characters, you're like, screw those guys, I'll never like them, you know, whatever. But the thing that I always think is, it's a miracle that any of this gets made. So even if it's like a really bad movie, I'm just like, I'm amazed it even got made. So kudos to them, you know? You can have like opinions, and then you can have like, you just have to recognize that guy broke his back to get to
when I read a book now, if I read a book now that I don't like, I don't get angry. I'm not weird about it. I actually feel bad. I re-involved, but it's like, but at the same time, they probably don't give a crap what I think. Like,
I do. I end up thinking like, how would I do it differently? And those are
for sure. You start pulling the math, and you start pulling the book together, and then you start putting it back. But then you also don't understand. You and I know this. You have no idea how many factors went into that. You have no idea why certain things. I mean, there's times where it's like, when I was on Flash, Barry, I was not allowed to use Wally.
Right.
Like I wasn't allowed to use Wally, and I had to like, I had to really advocate to use him. And I mean, thankfully, by the time I got to Flash War, when I pitched Flash War, they were like, "Oh, well, for that to work, that means you have to have Wally in the book." And I was like, "Yes, I do." And they finally gave me Wally, and I got to use Wally for about 6 months, almost 8 months or so. But those are things where it's like, if somebody's getting worked up about it and they're like, how come Wally isn't in this book? Like, there's reasons that have nothing to do with me, right? And some of this is because somebody else is using those characters.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like Josh, you've told this story. Like he's Mark Waid got the same crap when he was writing Wally, when he was like doing Wally defining shit on his book.
Yeah, Howard Porter says this, that when he was doing it with Jeff, the number one question he would get was, where was Barry? Like that was the number one question. Where's Barry? Where's Barry? And so when I was on, it was, where's Wally? Where's Wally?
They're always going to ask where the other guy is.
it's the nature of comics. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love all that stuff, though. It's like you said before, people are just really passionate about it. I will say the only time I've ever watched something and I was actually like a little upset about it, not in an emotional like this is a wrestling thing, but like when Cody Rhodes lost last year, I felt like I took it personal. But he won this year, right? So it was like great. But last year, I feel like I took it real personal. But the only time I ever watched something and I was like, I can't do this was the end of How I Met Your Mother. It's the only time I've ever just been like, nope, okay, I will never. It was tough because some things are really rewatchable. Yeah. But the ending can kind of break things. And even with Seinfeld, no one's gonna get offended by this because Seinfeld is some of the richest. Everyone that works on that show is rich.
Yeah, they're good.
They have nothing to worry about with my opinion on anything. But my wife and I, we binged Seinfeld last year, and we got to the last episode, and we watched it up into the point where they got arrested, and then I was like, we don't have to finish it.
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
Like I was like, we don't have to finish it. It's okay. But I saw that clip of the way
you saw the curb.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. I saw
it. What I really love is something that I'm really mad about, and over time I end up coming around to it. And so the thing I was telling you is like Angel. I remember being so pissed off about it ending, and I was obviously so in love with it, and I was so mad about the ending. And then like within like 2 years, I was like, that's the greatest ending of a television show I've ever seen. Like
it worked. So here's the thing with that. So I didn't start watching Buffy and Angel until they both were done. Right.
Oh, wow.
So here's the thing. So I had never watched. Sometimes when you're depends on your age. Sometimes like we have blind spots depending on how old you are. Sometimes, right? So like when Buffy started, I was like deep in high school and I was not watching television. I was out doing stuff, and then in college, so you miss things. But here's what's really funny: that 6-week window where I was living with my mom. I remember walking into a room. And it was the beginning of, I think, the 5th or 6th season of Buffy. I'd been season 6. Oh my gosh. And I walked into the room and they explained to me, like my family was there, and they explained to me that Buffy was a robot. And I was
my God.
It was the only time I was like, I'm out. She was a robot at the beginning of the season. So I was like, I've never watched it. So I was also, as you can aware, I have hoarder tendencies. So I also at a window in time, I bought the most invaluable thing of all time, which were DVDs. Like I was
never gonna go out of style.
Constantly buying DVDs, and I was like, "What's the point of renting? Because if I watch it 3 times, I've already made that money back."
That's true.
Awful logic. Yeah. So I was always buying stuff, and so sometimes things would have like crazy sales, and I would be like, "I'm just gonna buy it." Like I'm just
right.
And so they had released this really nice. Also, I love production value of things like packaging. It's I really again, when I went to school, it was one of my favorite things was packaging design. So sometimes I would buy a movie because the packaging design was awesome, right? So they had this really great Buffy box set that was like white with blood on it, and but it had it on this like crazy sale that was like 70% off or something. It was like an accident. So I was like, all right, I'm doing it. Bought it. And I started watching Buffy, and I immediately was like, "Holy shit!" Like just in it, right?
You got in,
got into it, and then but while this was happening, while I was really getting into Buffy, I found out that every morning at like 5 a.m. or maybe earlier, they would, and this is the time where I was waking up really early for work stuff. They would play an episode of Angel.
Yeah,
and so. Now, here's the thing. I'm so disconnected from that fandom in this moment. I don't know anything about it. So everything's a surprise to me. Everything. I don't know any spoilers other than the robot thing. So everything was a surprise to me. Everything.
Oh my
so
God.
I was into it. So every morning I'm waking up and I'm watching one episode. So like it's like I'm a kid again. You're just every morning you're watching 1 hour of this show.
Yeah.
And I watch all of Angel that way.
Yeah.
And so it's like a Wednesday. And I watched the last episode of Angel, and Angel has a sword. He's going to fight the Dragon Man all day long. All I could think about was watching the next episode the next morning. I had no idea that was the last episode. No clue, nothing. I was just like, the next episode is going to be dope. Oh, man, they're going to be fighting dragons. I was so excited.
Yep.
I was like, I want to see that dragon. Like, I was just so The next morning, I sit down. I mean, you would think I had the internet, So the next morning, I get up, I sit there, I'm pumped. I got my breakfast ready to go. I'm like, I'm going to watch this 1 hour and I'm going to go to work. And then it's the first episode of Angel again.
Yeah. And you're like, what?
And I was like,
Yeah.
What is happening? What is happening? And I looked it up, and I just sank, man. I was defeated.
I know.
So
I know.
But now I appreciate. Now I
part of
appreciate
like
the balls of it now.
That's like part of being a nerd, right? Like, I mean, it happened with me, the Dark Angel. Like, I did the one that killed me was I had never watched Farscape, and it was I got into Farscape post facto. Like, people at Comic-Con were just like, Farscape better than Star Trek, and I was like, man, you guys got some cojones to start. And so I started watching that, and I was like, this show is so good, and it ended on like this crazy cliffhanger that I was just like, are you kidding me right now? And I was just destroyed. And those, because you never knew what was going to come back. They would do it purposely, obviously, to be like, oh. But what you said about, I was a DVD producer at one point, and I worked for, I started working at Shout Factory, which were the first year Shout Factory. I was an assistant. I was an assistant as like the COO's assistant, and then from there I went to go work for this place called Capital something. I don't even remember what it's called now. But I would help produce DVDs. But when I was at Shout Factory, Shout would put out the coolest effing things, and my favorite one that I have is one we put out when I was there. Let me see if I can see it. It's freaking great. It's like still probably the best DVD set I've seen anybody put out. And where the heck is it is the question. It's a big green thing, and I cannot, hold on. That is I'll find it. I swear I'll find it. Keep talking, because I'm going to find it.
Well, hey, listen, if you worked on Shout Factory, then you must have also worked on MST3K when they were through Shout.
No, that was post me.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah. I was there for the first year. We were there. We did at the time that I was there, we ended up doing William Shatner's Has Been album.
Oh, great.
Which I love in a very ironic way.
Yes, of course. It's the only way to love it.
Oh gosh, where is it? It's gonna drive me crazy. Oh wait, here it is. It's in the DVDs. Oh, go for it. So this was one they put out, which is it is the what's it called? Oh my gosh, my brain just shut down for some reason. Freaks and Geeks. But it's all done as a yearbook.
What?
And you got the cast and crew to just like straight up.
That's really nice. Yeah.
It's a really cool idea. It's a great. Yeah. It's like, oh look,
that's
like that type of stuff.
That's really cool. I love stuff like that. I like people to think outside the box and they get really creative like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, I wish we had more stuff like that, like the little tricks of things, you know.
Well, like the Transformers one, right? That had the
Matrix of Leadership. Yeah.
And in fact, one of the box sets I had came, the G.I. Joe came with a G.I. Joe dog tag that had like all the files on the USB port.
Yeah,
what?
Yeah,
oh, that's
super cool.
Yeah, that's a good one. I have the Breaking Bad one where it comes in the barrel.
Meth.
Nice.
Yeah, it comes in those barrels where they used to hide stuff in. Yeah,
well, that's one of the things I really love about what they're doing with the movie popcorn buckets now. Like,
yes.
I know. Yeah, dude.
I didn't get the Dune sex toy, and I didn't get I wanted to get the Ghostbusters one. I didn't get the Ghostbusters one.
I got the Ghost Trap.
Did they reveal the one that's supposed to be the Deadpool Wolverine one?
I thought they did. Was it the
yeah?
Were there sex faces, like their sex dolls?
I thought that. No, see, I thought that
was fake too.
Is it fake? Yeah, I thought that was fake. I don't think they've actually revealed it yet. I
bought the John Wick coins they were selling at AMC. I think.
Oh yeah,
all that.
I have a few things like that, like those. Yeah, I love little artifacts, like things that are supposed to be in world artifacts, whatever.
Yes.
Me too.
Oh, they
like right behind me, right here. I have this, dude. I have the Cosmic Cube with the Tesseract. Like, if you make something like this, I will get it. Like that's the thing. If it's something like this, I will get it. Yeah,
I'm
still waiting. Yeah,
they were doing marketing, and I forget. I have a bunch of business cards from different shows that like the Dresden Files, and they put out like this, like, you know. I'm like, oh, that's it's small. It's like kind of quirky and weird. Like at Disneyland when they had Flynn's Arcade when Tron came out.
I have the coin. I have a token.
I have those coins too. Yeah.
Like I got
all that stuff, dude. Anytime there's like anything that's like that, I would always get that stuff. It's just fun. You have it in your office. Yeah. Anytime I see something that's like an in-world artifact thing.
Yes.
Like
I love the in-world artifact. That's the best way to
put it.
Yeah,
I always wanted to have like an armory. Like I always wanted to have like a gun from every franchise that I like. Like
you can't go down that road, because I was going to go down that road with the swords. Like I always wanted a Highlander sword, you know. And then
dude, that's so funny. The swords. Yeah. I have a lot of helmets and masks and stuff. So like here I have an Iron Man helmet, the Spider-Man helmet. I have the Deadpool head. Over here, I have a Stormtrooper, a Cobra Commander, and I have a Mandalorian. And actually, coming in the mail today is a Magneto helmet.
Oh, nice! My Magneto helmet's on the set.
Josh, do you know Scott Tipton, who him and his brother wrote like tons of Star Trek comics?
Yeah, his name sounds really familiar. Yeah.
And he even did a Star Trek, like Star Trek meets Doctor Who, and a Star Trek meets Green Lantern. Like they did crossovers back in the day.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But he gets these custom, unbelievable masks made, like JSA, like metal Dr. Fate,
really?
A Hawkman. Like they're unbelievable. They're unbelievable.
Oh,
I mean, he must spend tons of money.
I have where is it here? I have the power battery here. That's like one of the. I remember when they made those, because that was so long ago. This thing is like 20-something years old now.
Yeah, I got mine on the set.
Yeah,
that's great.
That was one of the best promotions ever in comics, was them giving out those rings, dude.
Oh my god, what a smart idea!
So
Here,
good.
let me show you this.
So good.
As a nature of my job, I have like really talented people who like watch the show. Somebody mailed me this. It's made of stone. This is very heavy, and it has the inscription. Like it's actually etched into it's carved in the marble. There's actually like etching here. Like this thing is incredible.
So you know what's so funny is like when I was a kid, I was raised by a single mom, and there's a next door neighbor, and he was the sweetest guy. His name was Rex, and he kind of like me and my friends would go out and like beat on, you know, like sticks and swords and stuff. And he was like, hey, I don't know why he just took a shine to me, or just to help me. He not only made me this like unbelievable garbage can lid Captain America shield, but like he showed me, he helped me make this like Mjolnir that's like wooden, and I had to like, you know, file out the whole, like he made it, obviously he made it more laborious because I was a kid, you know, and then he put like, you know, we put leather wrapping. And so I'd go out with my friends and we play this game called Kill, right? Which is basically like, you have to hit the person with weapons. And I would straight up chuck this freaking hammer at my friends. Like,
you know?
Dude, you missed the beginning. We had a whole talk about this at the beginning when we were
about how dangerous we were.
Yeah. Like stuff I would do and get into trouble and stuff. If you watch this later, Jeremy, I'll see the clip of just me explaining some of the
please do. Because I remember,
but that was an awesome era of
it
time.
Was, dude. I remember getting
trying to kill each other, basically.
Oh yeah,
basically.
I remember getting the Solo Avengers Hawkeye cover. You remember the Hawkeye one that had like Hawkeye and Mockingbird? Yeah. And I was like, and I thought, and not only did that one, but also the Taskmaster in when he shows up in Captain America No More, like the Grunwald series. Yeah. Those scenes I assumed were actual training manuals. And I remember the Hawkeye one, I had a bow and arrow, and I was like, I can get these 4 arrows, and in my backyard, like fire 4 arrows that completely go awry into people's yards.
Oh
like,
my
I'm God. Like, I'm glad no one's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I
have a Captain America shield over here, and I have I have Captain America. I have Thor's hammer. I have the Infinity Gauntlet over here. I have a giant Michael Keaton Batman Returns bust that's life size over here.
That's dope.
Anytime I see something like that, I have to get it.
I gotta get like they made them very limited. I want the Bottle City of Candor.
Oh yeah.
And I've seen those, and I want Spider-Man's web shooters. There was like I think it was from Diamond or I'm not sure which one, but like they were these.
I had it available. I was getting into crafting. I made my own Bottle City of Candor that lit up from the bottom. And it was really cool. It was really cool. But the one you're talking about, I was like, that's expensive.
Dude, I know.
It's hard not to. Whenever you go to San Diego Comic-Con, and then I think it's still there, but they had that sideshow booth that used to be next. I think it's still there. But you would walk through that and you would just be like, I want this, I want that. And you're like, how much is it? And you're like,
2,000? No.
I've had certain conversations because I had never done doing signings at shows until like last year, and it is a lost leader for me because I end up spending all the money on the artists that sit to the right or left of me.
Yeah, you buy comic books, you buy toys. You buy
and the original art thing is like, it's the thing that now that's like the addiction I didn't know I need. Cause like Fernando Passeron on my first book, the Future State Black Adam, he sent me the original piece of Gold Beetle's first appearance. And then he sent me like the Dr. Fate stepping out of the book. And I was like, I didn't know when I opened it, I was like, oh no, this is an addiction that I cannot afford in any like,
dude,
like
yes,
1,000% a horrible thing to do to a person. And so now I'm calling my wife like at a convention going like, listen, Mitch Gerrits has this cover, and it's I'm sure it's it's an investment. Like it's like a crack dealer, like trying to
We all know someone. We all know somebody, not in this. We all know somebody who goes to conventions, and basically the entire point of going to the convention is so they can take the money from that convention to buy original art. Like there is something we all know, and that is what they do. And they literally like they get the money and they just walk around and they
spend it.
Every convention they go to, they pick up something, and when I mean they pick up something, they pick up something.
Oh
like
they
get. They use all the money. It's like their goals.
Yes.
They go and they're like, whatever money I make it this weekend. I definitely have some original art that is like, I'm looking at. Here, I'll show you guys. Hold on a second.
Yay! All right,
I'm gonna show you something.
He's been teasing like his original art collection.
I'm not gonna show all of it because I feel like that would take.
You don't want somebody to break in.
That's true.
No, I'll show you. I'll show you one thing. I think I can show you.
Okay.
No, I mean I have like, dude, that's the whole thing. If you guys ever come over here, I'll show you everything. I have a. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, there are some people who have like insane collections.
Like
there's some.
Oh my God, Dinesh! Oh, his collection.
I mean, Dinesh is pretty public about it, so I don't want to out people, but there are a few creators who have.
There's one of my a really like rare instance.
Art collections.
I had a really rare instance where I was at like I think my first San Diego Comic-Con. I'm sitting at a really awesome place I don't want to out. That was great for like catching and like running into people. And I'm sitting with Dinesh and we're chatting it up and we're talking about art. And that guy that we all know that we're talking about came by as well. And then that just became this whole conversation about collecting art and how much and who's got what and who's willing to give up what. And I was just like, oh my God, you guys.
Oh man, it's crazy. There are people who own like whole issues of Crisis. Like there's
you were talking about.
There's I mean, I'm gonna speculate, pure speculation. There's probably 10 people in our industry.
Yes.
10 who own like the majority of the art. Like really. It is crazy. No, there are people I know who own like whole issues of really important comic books, and it's nutty because people will buy whole things or they make a point of it, and then you find out there are some artists. There is a major comic book artist. I learned this recently, and it was confirmed by like 3 different people. I think one of the best comic artists of all time has never sold any of their original art. They have all. And so everybody's just like, when is this gonna happen? Because they have some really beautiful. I mean, it's bonkers. It's bonkers. But so the 2 last pieces I picked up recently, you can't really see all these right here.
Oh, I see that. By the way, Matt first says he got a Yannick. Yannick is like the coolest dude in the world. By the way.
Oh, so nice. You're talking about Paquette?
So nice.
Yeah, so nice. So you can't see it here, but this is a page from Preacher.
Oh my gosh!
It's the page where his grandma explains the religion to him, and then he says, "Oh, sounds scary." She slaps him. I like this page so much, so I had to get it. So this was
unbelievable.
And this was a recent pickup. I have a few of these, but this is a page from Hitman. It's from Hitman issue 2, and it's Tommy going around killing people in Arkham, and then Batman's about to break in.
Oh, that is nice.
And I have a lot here, but I have no shelf space for it, so I
end up putting all of it in like something like this.
Nice.
No. So I have
a library
portfolio.
Like that. No, I have one of those. And I don't even, I have one of those, and it's funny. Like there was a time where like a bunch of comic book creators came here to the house one time. It was this is all name dropping stuff, but it was like Sam Humphries, David Mack, and Brian Michael Bendis. They came to the house and they saw some of the art I had on the walls, and I was like, "Oh, I can show you everything." And so I pulled out the folder, and as we were flipping through it, there were times they would turn the page, and I would forget I had that. Like there was moments. There was a window where I had a problem. Now I've definitely eased up. Those, I don't know when I got those. Those are a while ago. So I feel like I've definitely eased up since then a bit. But I definitely have gotten some really, really cool pieces of stuff. But there are people I know who are like, I feel like I'm a tame version of this. I know people who have like lunacy.
Honestly, I'm doing
crazy collections.
I will definitely, like, if there's something I ask an artist very politely if I could buy their, like, a page I've written, All
right, I have a question for you. Have you ever been writing a page and literally put a little note like,
yes.
I might.
Hell, yes.
Me too. Yeah.
I'm like, please let me have this page. I'll do anything,
Yes,
blah, blah,
what do
blah.
I gotta do? What do I gotta do? And it's hard, but here I will have certain rules on that where it's like, listen, if somebody offers you like a creative, then you need to do that. If somebody comes to you and they want to buy the whole issue, which happens a lot, I will understand. There was a cover to a book I really wanted, and I was messaging with the artist about it. It was like a milestone for me kind of cover thing. So I was like, I want to get this. And then he wrote me back and he was like, listen, someone just offered me 10 grand. And I was like, go.
Dude.
Goodbye.
Well, you're like, no, of course.
There's a guy who did a cover for my favorite fantasy series of all time. And I was going down the road of potentially commissioning a cover for this book I had written. And it was just like, I don't have money and he's asking for 15 grand, but like, I was like,
you're justifying something you have.
But I'm like,
you gotta,
and he won't be around, and
if this was 10 years from now, it would be impossiple to achieve, or
yes,
it would be like 50,000, actually, I made a good deal.
Like, the funny thing is, I regret not picking up more pieces. Like,
I know,
because it's a thing. Like, you go. I remember there were times where I would see pieces at conventions, and it would be like $100, $150, and then $500. You're like, ooh, $500. That feels pricey.
Yeah.
And then now you see that stuff, and it's like $6,000, $8,000, and you're like, oh man. There was one. I was watching this auction one time, and it was this image that I really, really loved from the '90s. There was this image that was like, it's one of those images I felt like was part of the '90s.
Yeah, quintessentially that era.
I really want to get it, and I was watching it, and then if you ever watch those auctions, you watch them like climb really quickly.
Yep.
And so it sold for like $7,500, and I was like, man, And so about a week later, I was having dinner, and the original artist, was sitting across from me, and I told him the story. I said, "Do you remember this page? With this character, and they're doing this?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, I totally remember that. I love that page." And I was like, "Yeah, I just saw it sell at auction for $7,500, and they were crazy disappointed." Not because they probably sold it years ago for a smaller amount, but they were like, that should have sold for 20. Like, they were just like, they were more like, because that's what they sell their stuff for now, kind of thing. So they were just like, should have sold.
I think I remember exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. It was, dude, it's crazy. There are times where, like, you know this, I love Deadpool.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually wearing a Deadpool shirt underneath here right now.
Nice.
But so I love Deadpool, and so there was a bunch of Joe Mad Deadpool 2-page spreads, because when he was doing Full Circle, every issue would open with a 2-page spread of Deadpool doing something super cool. Wow. And those were up for auction a few years ago, and I was watching those, and I was like, man, if this was been 5 years earlier, I probably could have got them, but those all went for so crazy numbers. I was like, dude, I'm just priced out. I'm just priced out.
I know.
It's funny, like, you have to sort of pick and choose. And
I know.
Every once in a while I'll have there was an auction recently where there was a piece, a friend of mine really, really wanted it, and he basically put his high bid, and it was high, and then he was like, and now I just pray that somebody beats me.
Right.
Immediate regret.
Yeah. He's just like, and now I just sit back and I hope to God somebody else buys it.
That's amazing. Hey, listen, I actually have to go.
This is the end. We did it.
Oh, yeah. Hey!
4 hours of talking about comic books.
That's the best, but that's the best stuff, man. That's when I talk to Josh, we just start gabbing out about
exactly.
Yeah, it's funny. You and I will be like, we have a half hour to talk, and we're supposed to talk about like actual story shit, and then we talk for like 25 minutes, and then we're like, all right, let's just 5 minutes really quickly get this thing.
That's my favorite thing. That's my favorite thing. That's why. That's like I would go to comic book stores just so I could, get into arguments about superhero stuff. That was a good comic store,
Sure, when you start chatting it up and stuff. But it's good. All right, well, Jeremy,
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, man. Thank you for coming by. Good to meet you, man.
Yeah, good to meet you too.
Thank you guys should definitely do one of these longer. You should connect, and I'll exchange emails for you. I should do this again.
Yeah, we do this quite regularly, so we'd love to have you back.
Awesome. Yeah. All right, new comic day tomorrow.
Yes, free comic day, folks. Right. Pick up your books.
Yeah,
all right, guys. See you
later, man.
See you later.
All
right. So did we cover all the questions? Did we do all the questions?
Oh no.
Well, did we do the Patreon ones first?
Oh yeah. No, but that's okay. Some of them.
Cool.
Yeah.
You're also like, it's 5 o'clock. I'm tired.
Yeah, no, I mean, like honestly, no, I'm good to go, but like I don't want to.
Was there a question of anybody that you were like, that is one we can do as the last question? Do you have something you want to talk about as the last thing?
Right, I know.
You went to Disney World, and we
went to Disney World. We didn't talk about it, but
no,
it was fun.
Tron ride. You and I were Tron. I remember I texted you, and you were like, "Oh, Rise of the Resistance, the line's so long." And like a minute later, you're like, I'm on the ride.
Yeah, because, we had two situations happen. One, my aunt she's a member of an exclusive club over there. And as a result, she has like passes that have lightning lanes attached to them. And so,
man, beautiful.
So she hooked my wife and I up with lightning lane passes, but also was like, I'm going to hang out with you guys. Like she does this for people in the family and people she likes and she's friends with. Yeah. And she had like this, you could tell like it for her, it's in certain situations, they're very transactional, like, they call her up. They're like, we think about going to Disney for a couple of weeks or a couple of days, and she'll hook them up. And then, and she came out and she hung out with us, and, she bumped into us for like half an hour, and she was like, okay. But then she was with us the whole day. Like you could tell, like hanging out with us, she was like, "This is fun." She's like, "Oh my God."
Like, okay, so it's not the same kind of you said transactional where people. She's like, "I come, I do this." I had a cousin that worked at Disneyland, and you could tell that like she basically would go on like one ride with us, and then she was just like, "Okay, I'm done. I'll see you guys later. You're in the park. Bye." kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But then there were other times where she was like, "No, I'm gonna hang out. Let's do this. Like, let's do this thing." She understood the transactional arrangement of like, "Yes, I'm here to get you in.
I'm here to get you in." Yeah, no,
do not leave the park.
Right, but it was like having like a guided tour because she knew the park so well. She's like, "Well, we got to go here in order to go here in order to go here," and just we were on the rides. We did like 10 rides in a day just because she knew where to go.
Yeah,
it was so dope. Yeah, that Rise of the Resistance was incredible. Dude,
it's so trippy. It is very much an immersive thing. We went with another family back in November. We went with it's funny. I've been on that ride a lot actually now because it's like one that I prioritize because I like it.
Same. We did it 3 times. I was like, we got to do it at least.
Dude, it's so good. Yeah, we went with another family back in November. Where it was me and my family went, and then for one day. Originally, we had this whole plan where it was like my family plus their family. And then it basically slowly devolved into not that. But what I'll say is this is like my wife and daughter couldn't go because my daughter was sick. So she couldn't go that day. And then we went on, what did we go on? We went on Star Tours. And my friends, who also works in comics, I don't know anybody who doesn't work in comics, but my friend, his wife went on Star Tours and she was like, that's too much for me. This is too much for me. And then we went on Jungle Cruise, and she was fine. But then we were like, well, let's go on. It was a weird situation. It was raining, and Indiana Jones had broken down. It was just like stuff happening, right?
Yeah.
So we were like, well, let's go on Rise of the Resistance. And when she got off Rise of the Resistance, she was like, so I'm done. She was I'm done. And they have 2 boys, and the younger of the 2 boys, you could tell he was just like not having it. Mm-hmm. And so they ended up leaving. But I remember when she got off Rise of the Resistance, it was like too real.
Yeah, right. It felt like I was in Star Wars.
Yeah, she was like, too real, I can't do it. And they ended up leaving. And so it ended up being, originally it was supposed to be like this huge thing, right? We had a tour guide. So it was one of those things where you're supposed to have a lot of people with you. Mm-hmm. It basically broke down to me and my son, who's 3, and then his son, who is 8.
Nice.
And then we were just like, well, now we're just going to go on. Now we're going to go on Indiana Jones. Now we're going to go on Indiana Jones. Now we're just going to go on the other rides. We're going to go on,
Yeah, with those tour guides, you could just be like, I want to go on this ride and then this one and this one. And I want to do that one again, actually. And
we went on Big Thunder Mountain and we were like, it's pouring rain.
Yeah.
And so we were just like going on stuff. And we were like, hey, we're going to go on Mickey Mouse. We're going to go this. We're going to go this. And that was
that's so cool.
But yeah, we should wrap it up. I know we've been doing this all day. Listen, like everybody hung out with those last 4 hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we were all over the place. I'm sorry, my internet was really weird. I actually figured it out at one point.
Oh no shit! It's really clear now. I mean, like it's really
I
good.
figured it out about halfway through. Well, it was a whole thing. I have to get better. This was like the test of like, okay, it's time. I have to get like a better dedicated hub up here. But I did figure it out about halfway through. So I'm happy I got to talk and stuff. I'm glad that Chip and Dennis was here, and I'm glad that Jeremy came in.
Yep.
We had invited other people, and some people I found out were on vacation today. Like one person I invited this morning was like, I'm not doing nothing today. I'm on vacation. I'm sitting in a pool. And then one of my good friends basically texted me. It was like, I'm at the dentist right now.
Yep, I am getting drilled. There's no way that's happening. And,
I'm not talking to anybody right now. But I'm glad everyone got to come and hang out with us.
Same. No, big thanks to everybody who came. Thank you, Josh, for making it happen and everything. That was awesome.
Yeah, you put it together. I mean, I just texted my friends. It was like, you hang out and talk comics for a couple hours.
I mean, that's all it takes, right? I can't do that. I can't just shoot Jeremy Adams a text message.
Jeremy and I have a chat that goes on forever. We just
that's fair.
Stuff. But that's it. It's
we did tease announcements. We should say that like a lot of them were contingent on other timing, and so as a result, those announcements had to be
there were two things
delayed.
We were going to do, and then they got delayed. We're off. I thought something was going to happen today while we were talking, and it did not. So those things have to get delayed for the next time. We'll probably do that stuff on the next one. Yeah, exactly. I was definitely like, oh man, it'll be fun. We can talk about these two things, and then this morning it was like, okay, one is definitely I can't talk about one, and then the other one I was like, I can only half talk about the other one, but I have to wait until something else happens, and that didn't happen. That didn't.
So
what
you got is
a dope conversation. Anybody that was waiting for announcements, you got to listen to a bunch of comic creators ramble about stuff
about toys, art, writing, fandom.
I hope everyone goes to Free Comic Book Day tomorrow. Really support your comic book stores.
Yes.
Go in there and buy a book and then try a new book.
Exactly.
Go in there, buy that Batman book you're gonna buy, and then try something else. Do
you have a shop that you go to that you want to pimp out in the?
No, so this, right? That the shop I go to doesn't know it's me, right? We talked about this.
Right. Yeah, never mind. Yeah,
I go like incognito. I'm like Clark Kent in there.
Right.
We'll have to
wear a polo shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my kids, they don't. But Portland has so many comic stores, and all of them are having a lot of stuff this weekend. So I might actually do some drop-ins tomorrow to just like take one of my kids, go to the comic store, sign some Energons for those shops to have that they can give people later in the week. And then I will, head back home and stuff. But there's a lot of stores, and I hope people go out to their shop. And here's the thing I will say to you, if you're going, maybe this is not the best thing to say in the world, but if you go to that comic store and you get a bunch of free comics, still buy something. Like support that store. Buy something. They're all having sales. They're the free comics are to get you in the store, and try to support them a bit, because even though they're free, the comic book stores still are paying for them. So it's like really try to support those shops. I mean, it is a community event, but part of that is that buy something you might not normally buy to take a risk on something that you might not normally get. So
one of my local shops, Zap Comics in Wayne, New Jersey, is doing a 50% off pretty much everything in the store sale.
Oh man, that's awesome! I love when the stores do.
Every day, every free comic book day, there's a line like out the door, like in the morning. People have long boxes just waiting. It's sick. It's so great.
All right, well, let's wrap it up, and then you and I can talk for.
Thanks for being here, folks. Thank you to our super chatters. I'm sorry we didn't get to everybody, but do know that your proceeds did go to a worthy cause, and we will see you guys next time with another episode. Of course, Josh and I will be back. June, I guess, because this is our May show technically.
Oh, this is our May show technically.
Unless you want to do another one, but we could, we could
probably do another one when Cobra Commander 5 comes out. We'll talk about it. Figure it out.
But stay tuned for more, and we'll see you guys next time. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and we'll see you guys next time. So long, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.